दिशो दिशा मानो हि कुंसीज्जातवेदोगामश्वं पुरुषं जगत् अभिप्रदग्नागः श्रियामा परिपादय नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट स्थान व्यवहार विषये उन्नत पदवी स्वीकरण समये वेदाशीर्वचनं करिष्ये गणपतिगो हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमो ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनं प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजनीवती धीनामभित्रियवतु सा नो देवी सुहभाशर्म यच्छतु आत्माहारिषमन्दर्भोः ध्रुवस्तिष्ठा विचाचरिः विशस्त्वा सर्वा वाञ्छन्तु मात्मद्राष्ट्रमधिप्रशतु ध्रुवाद्यौ ध्रुवा पृथिवी ध्रुवं विश्वमिदं जगत् ध्रुवाः पर्वता इमे ध्रुवो राजा विशाभयम् इहैवैधिमां यधिष्ठाः पर्वत इमा विचाचरिः इन्द्र इवेह ध्रुवस्तिष्ठा इह राष्ट्रमुधारय अभितिष्ठवृतन्यतः अधरे सन्तु शत्रवः इन्द्र इव वृत्रः तिष्ठा अपः क्षेत्राणि सञ्जयन् इन्द्रगेणमधीधरतु ध्रुवं ध्रुवेण हविषा तस्मै देवाधिब्रवन् अयं च ब्रह्मणस्पतिः नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमस्ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शङ्गाय च वशुपत ये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वधाय च दूरे वधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हनीयसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयो भवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवतराय च नमः शतमानं भवति शतायुः पुरुषः शतेन्द्रिय आयुष्येवेन्द्रिये प्रतिष्ठति धर्मस्य जयोस्तु अधर्मस्य नाशोस्तु प्राणिषु सद्भावनास्तु लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु स्वस्ति।
और भास्कर।
Good morning to the dignitaries, as honorable past presidents, honorable John Chairman, my fellow members, invitees, guests, and gentlemen. The 23rd National Convention, Vedo Madanam, jointly organized by the All India Federation of Tax Practitioners South Zone, Institute of Tax Practitioners of India, Practitioners Association, Andhra Pradesh Tax Practitioner Consultants Association, Karnataka State Tax Practitioners Association, Kerala Tax Practitioners Association, and Federation of Tax Practitioners Tamil Nadu has been kick-started with the lighting of the lamp by the incoming President, Mr. Srinivasa Rao. The theme of this National Convention is improvise tax reforms, immunize tax professionals. We have eminent panelists, and the invitation and schedule has been circulated to you. Now it is time to honor the past president. May I now request Mr. Nagendra Prasad to felicitate Dr. M.V.K. Murthy.
వీడియో ఆన్ చేసుకోండి ఎంవికే మూర్తి గారు సార్.
వీడియో నాగేంద్ర ప్రసాద్ గారు
ఆన్ అయింది.
On.
Good morning, Nikita Madam ji.
Good morning. I'm there since 10 minutes.
Yeah, sir.
Thank you, Nagendra Prasad Garu.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Murthy sir. Thank you, Murthy sir. Thank you, Nagendra Prasad sir.
Thank you, Murthy sir.
Nitya
for accepting.
madam, good morning.
Namaskar, sir, Murthy garu.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Sir, Bhaskar ji, please continue.
Now may I request Mr. Preetham, Advocate Gauhati, to felicitate Dr. Ashok Sharaf. Please.
Video.
Thank you, Mr. Preetham.
Video is not there.
Video not visionable.
For the benefit of the participants, let me take you through the growth of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners. Inspired by the ideology to have a common platform for all those who practice taxation laws, irrespective of their individual affiliations, and to enable them to share the benefits of their learning and sharing of knowledge, eminent professionals from the fields of direct and indirect taxes conceived the idea of establishing an all India body for the tax practitioners. It was at the opening ceremony of the National Tax Conference held on 11/11/1976, organized by the Chamber of Income Tax Consultants, Mumbai, under the presidentship of Sri B.C. Joshi, that the doyens of professionals christened the association in the presence of the former Chief Justice of India, Honorable Justice J.C. Shah, distinguished jurist Padma Vibhushan, Dr. N.A. Palkiwala, Senior Advocate, and Sri Ram Rao Adik, Senior Advocate and Advocate General of Maharashtra. Sri N.C. Mehta, Chartered Accountant, Mumbai, was elected as the founder president of the All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, and Sri P.C. Joshi was elected the Secretary General. The AIFTP has completed 44 years of its glorious existence. The main object of AIFTP is education in the matters relating to tax laws, other laws, and accountancy. The AIFTP has a well-equipped registered hall at 215 Rava Chambers, 31 New Marine Lines, Mumbai. The total strength of the National Executive Committee members is 75, headed by a national president with a deputy president, 5 vice president, 5 joint secretaries. The present national president is Mrs. Nikita Badeka. Welcome, madam. Advocate from Mumbai, and Mr. M. Srinivas Rao, tax practitioners from Eluru, Andhra Pradesh, is presently the deputy president and the incoming national president. Our eminent past national presidents are late Sri N.C. Mehta, Chartered Accountant, Mumbai, for the period 1978 to 1983. Sri late B.C. Joshi, Advocate, Mumbai, 1984 to 1990. Late Sri M.L. Marukar, Tax Practitioner, Nagpur, 1991 to 1993. Sri P.C. Joshi, Advocate, Mumbai, 1994 to 96. Late Sri Shukmar Bhattacharya, Advocate, Kolkata, between 1997 and 1999. Late Dr. N.M. Ranka, Senior Advocate, Jaipur, between 2000 and 2002. Dr. K. Shivram, Senior Advocate, Mumbai, between 2003 and 2005. Late Sri V. Ramchandran, my Senior and Senior Advocate, Chennai, for the calendar years 2006 and 7. Sri Bharatji Agarwal, Senior Advocate, Allahabad, for the years 2008 and 9. Sri M.L. Patodi, Advocate, Kota, for the years 2010 and 11. Late Sri S.K. Podar, Advocate, Ranchi, for 2012-2013. J.D. Nankani, Advocate, Mumbai, for 2014 and 2015. Dr. M.E.K. Murthy, Advocate, Hyderabad, for the calendar year 2016. Mrs. Premlata Bansal, Senior Advocate, Delhi, for 2017. Shri Ganesh Prohit, Senior Advocate, Jabalpur, for 2018. Dr. Ashok Sharaf, Senior Advocate, Guwahati, immediate past president, for the year 2019. The membership of AIFTP includes senior advocates, solicitors, chartered accountants, tax practitioners practicing direct or indirect taxes from all states in the country, starting from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Its members enjoy a strong bond of fellowship leading to fraternal brotherhood among the professionals. The AIFTP is the symbol of spirit and national integration. As of today, the AIFP is the only voluntary organization of all professionals of our country, which has 138 professional association as its affiliated members and more than 8,700 individual as life members from 27 states and 4 union territories. May I request those who have not become members of AIFTP to join the AIFTP immediately, and the incoming national president has set a target of 10,000 members by the close of 2021. For conducting regular educational activities, the AIFTP has various subcommittees such as Journal Committee, Law and Representation Committee, Direct and Indirect Taxes, ITAT Bar Associations Coordination Committee, Membership Development and Public Relations and Times Committee. The AIFTP publishes a monthly journal covering the latest reported and unreported decisions of the Supreme Court, High Courts, Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, including articles, opinion, and latest developments on direct and indirect taxes by experts in the field. The unique feature is that every quarter it publishes the gist of important case laws published in 33 tax magazines in www.itat.online.org from across the country. Yearly digest of case laws from 2012 onwards are also available in the website AIFTP.online.org and www.itat.online.org, which can be downloaded by the members and tax professionals. Recently, it has now been enabled that the members can also upload the important judgments on their own. AIFTP website www.aiftponline.org is an informative source for the members. The website is regularly updated by a team of dedicated professionals. The journal and times are available on the website. AIFTP has been making representation for better law and tax administration. AIFTP and associate members have filed more than 35 public interest petitions before various courts for better administration of tax laws and to uphold the independency of judicial forums. AIFTP regularly sends pre- and post-budget memorandums. Many of the suggestions and recommendations are accepted. It regularly publishes books in simple language and question and answer format at a low cost. It has published more than 43 publications till date. Its first e-publication on the subject of direct tax, Vivad Se Vishwas Scheme 2020, and the same was released on 22/4/2020. One of the suggestions made by AIFTP include the such cases, block assessments also into the VSVS scheme. And yesterday, the CBDT has issued a fresh questionnaire, FAQ, wherein the block assessments have also been entitled to avail the VSVS scheme. AIFTP, in association with the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal Bar Association Mumbai, has published a publication named Digest of Case Laws, Direct Taxes, including Allies Laws, 2003 to 2011, to commemorate the 150th year anniversary of the Bombay High Court. In the year 2015, Interpretation of Taxing Statutes, Frequently Asked Questions, which was dedicated to Honorable Mr. Justice S.H. Kapadia, former Chief Justice of India. Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, A Fine Balance, Law and Practice, Procedure and Convention, Frequently Asked Questions, dedicated to Padma Vibhushan, late Dr. N.A. Palkiwala, Senior Advocate. AIFTP has published a publication titled Frequently Asked Questions on Survey, Direct Taxes, dedicated to Honorable Justice Dr. B.P. Sharaf, former Chief Justice of Jammu and Kashmir High Court. 151 landmark judgments of the Honorable Supreme Court of India, 151 years of Mahatma Gandhi, on the auspicious occasion of 151st birth anniversary of Father of the Nation, Mahatma Gandhi. This publication dedicated to Honorable Justice B.P. Sharaf, former Chief Justice of Jammu and High Court. AIFTP jointly with the association members organize national seminars, conferences, and conventions in various parts of the country to update its members on direct and indirect taxation. A unique feature of AIFTP is that Its faculties, chairman, trustees, office bearers, and members of the National Executive Committee and Journal Committees pay a registration fee and bear their own travel and stay expenses. From April 2020 to September 2020, during the period of COVID-19 pandemic, the AIFTP, under the leadership of Mrs. Nikita Badeka, has conducted more than 100 webinars on various subjects, and all webinars were without any charges. AIFTP, as an association, with the help of their members, have contributed an amount of rupees 11 lakhs to the Prime Minister Cares Fund. In the year 1999, AIFTP has published a publication titled NRI, a Legal Companion, which was dedicated to the war heroes of Kargil, and the entire surplus of the said publication was handed over to the Defence Fund. For the development of the tax bar, the Nani Palkiwala Memorial National Tax Moot Court Competition Research Tax Laws was started under the banner of Palkiwala Foundation at Mumbai, wherein year students from more than 25 leading law colleges of India participate in the competition, and more than 100 law colleges are participating in the research competition. AIFTP has adopted the Code of Ethics to its members, which is a part of the constitution of the AIFTP. As per an appeal made by the AIFTP, Government of India has released a commemorative postage stamp in the memory of Padma Vibhushan late Dr. N.A. Palkiwala, Senior Advocate, on 16 January 2004. By the then Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Since 2004, AIFTP conducts regular study tours. In the first study tour, a seminar was held at Law Society of India and Wales on 24/4/2004, wherein a publication titled India, a Global Business Destination was released at England. In the first International Tax Conference, which was held on 19th to 21st November 2009 at Mumbai, wherein heads of professional organizations from 16 countries attended the International Tax Conference. AIFTP is considered as a national integration of tax professionals of India. AIFTP have many eminent professionals as members. Some have been elevated as judges of the Supreme Court, High Courts, and Tribunal. Most of the leading senior advocates who practice on direct or indirect taxes, many past presidents of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, chairmen and members of Bar Council of various states, leading lawyers, chartered accountants, and tax practitioners of our country are esteemed members of AIFTP. AIFTP is recognized globally as one of the vibrant association of tax practitioners of India. On 11/11/2006, on the occasion of completion of 40 years of the AIFTP, a publication and a short film titled 40 Years of Milestones and Beyond was released by the AIFTP, which contained the history of AIFTP. The same is available in our website and it can be viewed. With the active support of the members of AIFTP, the flag of AIFTP will fly high for the times to come. I welcome one and all for this national convention, and let us wait for the dignitaries to arrive.
Satyanarayan ji. Satyanarayan ji.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what next?
Yeah, madam will arrive within 2 minutes.
As stated by me, Mr. Bindal, who is presently the judge of the Honorable Jharkhand High Court, the first
Yes, sir.
he elevated as a judge from the All India Federation of Tax Practitioners. Apart from him, Honorable Mr. Justice Ujjal Buyan, Judge, Bombay High Court, Honorable Justice Mr. Kalyan Rai Surana, Mr. Justice Piyush Agarwal, Honorable Mr. Justice Saumitra Salkia, and Honorable Dr. Justice Anita Sumant are judges of the various high courts. Apart from Honorable Mr. J.K. Ranka, who had retired, had been adorning the various high courts from the AIFTP. Over to Satyanarayana, sir.
Sir, madam is about to arrive within 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, she will arrive. By sharp 9:30, or even Justice Vinitcharan sir also will join in 2 minutes.
Anybody in waiting room, please check, sir. Satyanarayan, sir.
No waiting room, no waiting room.
The first technical session of this convention, which is at 11:30 to 1 p.m.
Mr. M. Srinivas Rao, the national president who is going to take the oath. Please pick my phone call. I just want to convey you an important message. I am just calling you right now.
Okay.
The
Srinivas Rao garu, please.
first technical session will be on the topic intricacies in ITC and place of supply under GST under the chairmanship of Dr. Shri P.C. Joshi, Advocate Mumbai, and the speaker is C.A. Bimal Jain, New Delhi. The second technical session between 1:45 and 3:15 is on the topic availability of stamp value rate to Income Tax Act 1961. The chairman for this session is Dr. K. Shivram, Senior Advocate Mumbai, and the speaker is Sri Kapil Goyal, Advocate New Delhi. The third technical session between 3:30 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. is on the topic important advance rulings and judicial pronouncements under the GST. Chairman for this session is Dr. M.V.K. Murthy, Supreme Court Advocate and past President of AIFTP. The speaker is Sri Vikram Nankani, Senior Advocate, Mumbai. The fourth and technical session tomorrow is on the topic Joint Development Agreement under GST. The chairman for this session is Sri M.L. Patodi, Advocate Kota, and the speaker is Sri S. Venkatramani, Chartered Accountant, Bengaluru. The fifth technical session is on the topic Indian economy, need for structural reforms. The chairman for this session is Sri Ganesh Purahit, Senior Advocate, Jabalpur, and the speaker is Dr. M.R. Venkatesh, Advocate, Chennai. The sixth technical session is on the topic latest judicial pronouncements on business income under Income Tax Act. The chairperson for this session is Honorable Dr. Justice Anita Sumant, Judge, Madras High Court, and the speaker is Sri K.K. Chaitanya, Advocate, Bengaluru. The seventh technical session is on the topic, the burning topic, faceless assessments and e-appeals under the Income Tax Act. The chairperson for this session is Srimati Premalata Bansal, Senior Advocate and past President of AIFTP. The speaker is Dr. Girish Ahuja, New Delhi. After this, we have the valedictory session tomorrow at 4:15 p.m., which will wherein Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayanan, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, will be the chief guest.
Mr. Bhaskar, please continue.
Yes, sir.
Within 2 minutes, guests join.
Yes, sir. In the first inaugural session, we are going to release a book on Income Tax Act by the guest of honor, This publication is dedicated to on the honor of late Justice Dr. B.P. Sharaf, former Chief Justice of the Honorable High Court of Jammu and Kashmir. This publication is edited by Dr. K. Shivram, Senior Advocate, past National President of AIFTP, and authored by Mr. Ajay R. Singh, Advocate, Bombay High Court. This is the third publication of AIFTP under the dynamic leadership of Mrs. Nikita R. Badeka and chairmanship of Mr. Mitesh Kotecha Publication Committee. This publication is totally sponsored by our immediate past president, Dr. Ashok Sharaf, Senior Advocate. This publication deals with all important issues relating to law, procedure, and practice relating to assessment. This publication, after its release in this function, can be downloaded from the website of AIFTP in the form of an e-publication as a PDF file. Dr. Shivram, Senior Advocate, will elaborate more on this publication after its release and after the inaugural session is over. We are waiting for the dignitaries to arrive.
Yes, sir. Justice Suresh Charan has joined, sir. Honorable Governor has also joined.
Good morning, Her Excellency.
Good morning, madam.
Morning.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning,
Good
madam.
morning, my lords.
Good morning, good morning. Very special good morning.
Thank you.
எப்படி இருக்கீங்க மேடம்?
நல்லா இருக்கேன்.
வணக்கம்
Good
வணக்கம்.
morning, lordships.
வணக்கம்.
Good morning, very good morning to you, Your Excellency.
வணக்கம்.
Let us start the program with the national anthem. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais and members to stand for the national anthem.
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. Thank you.
बोलो भारत माता की।
May I now request Shri Yashan Prasad to welcome the dignitaries.
Yes, thank you. Very good morning. Ahead, the day has come. 23rd National Convention of AIFTP South Zone. This is the last year-end National Convention of All India Federation. And first of all, I would like to welcome to our National President, Srimati Nikita Badeka Madam, on behalf of our AIFTP South Zone. And I welcome today's the Center of Attraction, Dr. Tamilisai Soundarya, Honorable Governor of Telangana. Namaskaram, welcome, madam. And for Honorable Mr. Justice Vinit Saran, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Sir, welcome, sir, on behalf of AIFTP South Zone. And also, I welcome, first of all, our past President, Dr. E.V.K. Modi, sir, AIFTP South Zone. He is the mentor of the AIFTP. And I welcome Malladi Srinivasa Rao sir. He is the next elect national president of the AIFTP. And our backbone, Dr. Ashok Sharaf, past president and chief patron of this national convention committee. I welcome Ashok Sharaf sir, and I welcome our chairman convention committee PV Subbarao sir, and especially I welcome our secretary Samir Jani and all past presidents of the AIFTP, all secretaries of past secretaries of the AIFTP, and all zonal presidents of the zonal chairmen of the AIFTP and office bearers. So this day, actually, everything is explained by our Bhaskar sir regarding AIFTP. Purely, this is the one educational given the purely given the hello. Hello.
Yes, you are audible. Please continue.
Yeah. This is given purely given the education sector only, and also all the state presidents are given the support to AIFTP. I welcome state presidents, all state presidents of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Telangana, and Andhra Pradesh, and also associated with ITPI, also joining the hands to success the 23rd National Convention. And one more thing, so because of the corona, we are not able to do physical webinars and programs. So everybody know, that's why we are going to virtual. This is the last virtual of this year, 2020. With the support of our Madam Nikita Badekar Madam, will given a big support, and also in South Zone, we are given a very huge membership to AIFTP. And I welcome to all participants and the speakers of the technical sessions and the chairmen of the technical sessions, and those who are already involved in this committee, all committee members. I am welcoming to all AIFTP members. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, Prasad Garu. May I request the National President Srimati Nikita R. Badeka to address. Welcome, Madam.
Honorable Chief Guest, Her Excellency Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, Honorable Governor of Telangana, Honorable Guest of Honor, my Lords Justice Vinit Saranji, President-elect Srinivas Rao-ji, galaxy of past presidents, dignitaries of the other associations, and learned delegates of this 2 days convention. Federation is deeply obliged to Her Excellency for sparing her valuable time to be with us. So also, my Lord Justice Vinit Saranji, we had pleasure of his company on more than one occasions, and we are deeply obliged to my lords for being with us with this first e-convention. May I inform the Honorable Chief Guest and the Honorable Guest of Honor that the present Finance Minister, Honorable Nirmala Sitharamanji, has applauded the pivotal role played by our members as an inevitable link between taxpayer and tax administration. Our well-thought, well-researched representations are not only appreciated, but many a times accepted. During the unprecedented COVID time, we continued to educate our members with 109 plus webinars, 3 virtual conventions, and of course, multiple discussions. We have released 2 valuable books during this pandemic, as we have been doing in past also, and we will be releasing one more very informative book today. My lords, and Her Excellency, we are happy to inform, presently we have 7 sitting judges who have been member of this federation, and we are all proud of them. With these words, may I welcome both the guest of honor and Honorable Justice Vinit Saranji to this function. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. As you have rightly put it, based on the representations made by AIFTP and the deliberations of the Finance Minister with our association, yesterday the CBDT has come out with another set of FAQs, wherein the major point that was agitated by us was that the earlier block also should be made part of ESVS has been accepted. Thank you, Madam. Now, may I request Mr. M. Srinivas Rao, the present Deputy President of AIFTP and the incoming National President, to address us.
Thank you, Bhaskar sir. Good morning, Subhodayam, Pranams, and Vanakkam to all. I, the Deputy President of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, welcome you all for today's inaugural session of the 23rd National Convention. I am also honored to welcome and greet the Chairman of South Zone, Sri S. N. Prasad, Secretary General, AIFTP, Sri Samir Jani, Chairman of Convention Committee, Sri P. Subbarao, the respected National President, AIFTP, Nikitar Badeka, Guest of Honor, today's inaugural session, Honorable Justice, my Lord Vinit Saran Sir, Judge Supreme Court of India. Today, the Chief Guest, Honorable Dr. Srimati Tamilisai Soundararajan, the Governor of Telangana State, all the brethren and sisters in AIFTP, delegates and members of the media. It is a matter of great blessed to me. Notice that 23rd National Convention is really embellished with the august presence of the Honorable Governor as a chief guest and the Honorable Judge Supreme Court as a guest of honor. Other dignitaries as well as the chief patron convention and the immediate past presidents, Sri Dr. M.V.K. Murthy and Sri Ashok Sharaf. In yesterday NEC meeting, I was announced as a national president of the federation for the year 2021, for which I am very much beholden and grateful to one and all. I am sure that with the kind cooperation, assistance and the blessings of all my seniors in federation, I would be able to discharge my duties to utmost satisfaction of every member of the federation. And I also declare that mankind is the business of my year in office, and I shall endeavor to serve the society and the glorious institution with the programs that would be organized periodically by taking everyone into confidence. And I shall also endeavor to achieve the object of the federation in my tenure to reach the nook and corners of the country. I am really and honestly grateful with the guest of honor and the chief guest of the today's morning in the inaugural session in National Convention, 23rd National Convention, for acceptance of the invitation and sparing their valuable time for associating with themselves with this convention. Once again, I thank all the participants, team of the organizing committee, and one and all for sparing their time and efforts to make this convention a great success. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Srinivas Rao Garu. May I now request the guest of honor, my Lord, Honorable Mr. Justice Vinit Saran, to release a book on income tax reassessments. My Lord.
This is the book authored by Mr. Ajay Sinha of Mumbai. It is his 1 year hard work with which we are able to release this. And of course, thanks to Dr. K. Shivram, our past president. My lords.
Please. Please, that is.
My lords, under Her Excellency, this is the third publication of AIFTP under the leadership of Mrs. Nikita R. Badeka, Chair, and under the chairmanship of Mrs. Mitesh Kotecha Publication Committee. This Book has been edited by Dr. K. Shivaram, Senior Advocate and past National President of AIFTP, and authored by Mr. Ajay R. Singh, Bombay High Court. This publication is totally sponsored by our immediate past President, Dr. Ashok Sharaf, Senior Advocate. This publication deals with all important issues relating to law, procedure, and practice relating to reassessment. This publication can now be downloaded from the website of AIFTP as a PDF file. Dr. Shivaram, Senior Advocate, will have more details after this inaugural session. May I now request the Chief Guest, Her Excellency, Dr. Sri Tamilisai Soundarajan, to release the 23rd National Convention souvenir.
Congratulations in releasing the souvenir. Best wishes to you all.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
May I now request Guest of Honor, my Lord, Honorable Justice Mr. Vineet Saran, Judge, Supreme Court of India, to administer the oath of office to the incoming National President, Shri M. Srinivas Rao, please.
For that, may I hand over the badge of President virtually to the new President?
Thank you, madam.
This is the badge which I am handing over to him.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Please go ahead. All the best.
It's Mr. M. Srinivas Rao. Well, congratulations. I'll just say you may read out the rest, right?
I, M. Srinivas Rao, having been elected as a President of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, do swear in name of the God, I shall perform my duties as a President of the Federation, the best of my knowledge, ability and judgment. I shall act in accordance with the Constitution, rules and regulations and guidelines of the Federation, and that I shall perform my duties as the President without any fear and favor or any affection, and shall not cause to prejudice to any of the member of the Federation. I further undertake to strive my best to impress upon the members seriously to follow and abide by the standards of the professional conduct and ethics of the Federation, and that I shall endeavor to the best of my ability and capability for the progress and the development of the Federation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Srinivas Rao.
Congratulations, Mr. Srinivas. Any
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Srinivas Rao.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, my Lord, Honorable Mr. Justice Vineet Saran was graduated from the Allahabad University in the year 1976 and obtained his LLB degree in the year 1970-80. He enrolled as an advocate with the UP Bar Council on 28/7/1980. He practiced in the Allahabad High Court since then till 13/2/2002 on the original side, Constitution, civil and criminal sides, and conducted cases for various private and public sector undertakings. Honorable Justice Vineet Saran had appeared for many companies and also as a special counsel for the central and state governments. He served as an additional Advocate General for the state of UP in the year 1995. Honorable Justice Vineet Saran was elevated as a permanent judge of the Allahabad High Court on 14/2/2002. He took oath as a judge of the Karnataka High Court on 16/2/2015. Heading a tax bench there, he had rendered a few important decisions, one of which is cited in the book which he just now released. In Govindaraju versus ITO, the scope of explanation 3 in section 147 has been explained by his lordship. It was held that even if the grounds on which the assessment was reopened do not survive, the AO can rope in other escaped income. In Kothari Metals versus ITO, his lordship quashed a reassessment when the reasons recorded for reopening was never furnished by the AO in spite of a specific request by the assessee. Honorable Justice Mr. Vinit Saran was appointed as the Chief Justice of the Orissa High Court on 26 February 2016. He was appointed as Judge of the Supreme Court of India on 7th August 2018. We are eager to hear your Lordship and may I request His Lordship to address the gathering.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Telangana, Chairman and Office Bearers of the All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, members of the legal fraternity, participants, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I thank you all for having me over today for the inauguration of the conference. First and foremost, I deeply appreciate this endeavor of the Federation in organizing this two-day national tax conference, especially in these COVID times. In these COVID times, the e-conventions and webinars have become the regular feature, and I'm glad that the Federation has changed itself and adapted to this. The theme of the conference, which is improvised tax reforms, humanized tax professionals, is very interesting and pertinent for the present times. Tax is a major source of revenue for the government. The development of any country's economy largely depends on the tax system it has adopted. The robustness of the nation's fiscal prudence is to the soundness of tax structure, which facilitates ease of doing business. Having no chance of tax evasion brings prosperity to a country's economy. Despite the political risks, it is duty of the administration to recognize, design, and implement a citizen-friendly taxation system. The approach should be to systematically improve the structure, procedure, forms, and other related aspects to make tax paying a rewarding and hassle-free experience. The past few years have seen a major overhaul in the entire fiscal regime of this nation. Faceless assessment and taxpayers' charter is one such component in the transparent taxation proposal. It has been introduced to do away with the face-to-face communication between taxpayers and income tax officers and ensure fair treatment to the taxpayers. Faceless e-assessment and e-appeals, selection of cases for assessment through data analytics and artificial intelligence, and random assignment of cases to tax officials is expected to further aid in ensuring an objective and transparent determination of cases. I congratulate the office bearers and members of the Federation for having completed 44 years. This Federation has successfully contributed towards spreading education about taxation, laws, and accountancy. I am glad that the Federation has taken an initiative in organizing such a conference. Important topics such as GST, principles of natural justice under income tax, judicial pronouncements, Indian economy, and faceless assessments have been chosen as topics for discussion, which are very relevant for the present times. It is my belief that discussions by judges and legal luminaries in this conference will go a long way in bringing a variety of perspectives, orientations, and guidance, including the solution to common as well as complex problems. As I've been informed by the President in a speech, that the government is taking the views of the Federation very seriously, which clearly shows that the Federation has its own importance and has been acting very fairly and diligently. I once again profoundly thank the organizers for inviting me and wish all the participants well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lord.
Nice words.
I now introduce Her Excellency Dr. Srimati Tamilisai Soundararajan, Honorable Governor of Telangana. She was born on 2nd June 1961 in Nagarkoil, Kanyakumari district of Tamil Nadu. Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan started her career as a medical practitioner after completing her MBBS and PG in gynecology, DGO. She has undertaken a special training on ultrasound and fetal therapy at Toronto, Canada. She worked as an assistant professor Department of Gynecology at C. Ramchandra Medical College, Chennai for 7 years and resigned in 2003 for full-time political engagements. She has a remarkable public and social service background spanning over 20 years. She also has an illustrious political career in last 2 decades where she has successfully led the state unit of a political party with noteworthy accomplishments. She nurtures great devotion towards public service and the enhancement of living standards of common people with focus on health and education as a prime agenda. She has donned the hat of being a political head of a political party and steering it with exemplary management skill and pro-people service milieu. Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan is a proud recipient of an international award titled International Rising Star of the Year 2080 by Multi-Ethnic Advisory Task Force USA and US Congressman Danny K. Davis for her services to the society, especially in the field of politics, public and medical services. Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan is known for her strong advocacy towards uplifting living standards of people through better health and preventive care. She is a great admirer of social and cultural strength of our country and very considerate towards inclusion of values and humility right at basic education system and upwards. She has conducted programs in a popular Tamil TV channel for students as to how to improve their public speaking skills. Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan happens to be very focused towards development of society and well-being of citizens even at the last mile. Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan took charge as the governor of Telangana on 8 September 2019 and happens to be the first woman to hold this office. May I request Her Excellency to address the gathering.
A special good morning to each and everyone. All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, Southern Zone. And I'm really happy to get connected with such eminent personalities. And my respects to the guest of honor, Honorable Justice Vineet Sharan, and heard his excellent talk. And my respects to Sri S.N. Prasad, and my respects to Sri Srinivasa Rao, and my respects to Madam Nikita, and my respects to Advocate Bhaskar, and my respects to Sri P.C. Joshi ji, the Advocate Mumbai, Sri Bimal Jain, CA New Delhi, Dr. Shivaram Senior Advocate Mumbai, Sri Kapil Goyal, Advocate New Delhi, Mr. M.B.K. Murthy, Supreme Court Advocate Hyderabad, Mr. Vikram Nankani, Senior Advocate Mumbai, Sri P.V. Subbarao, Chairman, Convention Committee, Dr. Ashok Sharaf, Chief Patron, Sri M. Amarendra, Convener, Convention Committee, and all the other esteemed tax practitioners joined in this virtual convention from across the country and other dignitaries. And as it is mentioned here, first of all, I congratulate you on the occasion of your 23rd National Taxpayers Convention of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners being held from Hyderabad. I'm really happy to appreciate the services being offered by the tax practitioners of the country. And I come from Tamil Nadu, and I have to say that even 1,000 years back, the Chola dynasty had a very good tax paying system, and it was propagated by the messengers from the king. So you are all doing the job very fantastically, and I'm really happy that esteemed legal experts and stalwarts are getting connected, and you're the advisors. And really very happy because it's the need of the hour. And even though the people know about the taxation, we popularly people say we know only the minimum amount. As our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has pointed out that only 1.5 crore people out of total 130 crore people pay the tax on their income in our country. But the commonly we see, I'm a taxpayer. Even whoever we see, they say I'm a taxpayer. So the person who is telling that he's a taxpayer, we don't know whether he is really respect the law of tax paying. And as it is, we all know, this is the 2% less than the total population that actually pay income tax in our country. According to the Central Bureau of Direct Taxes, CBDT, in our country, 1 crore individuals have disclosed income tax between rupees 5 lakh to 10 lakhs, while only 46 lakh individuals have disclosed income above rupees 10 lakh. So why I am mentioning this? Because the duty and the responsibility of this organization is commendable and remarkable. So even though they all aware of the tax payment and the procedures, an organization like this should guide. Because I read in a book how awareness created by an organization, awareness created by the individuals, change the mindset of the people. Because India is a country with social diversity, economic differences, cultural differences. So focusing them and convincing them, because I am totally from a different profession, because you're all from legal experts. As a medical expert, I know how to educate the people. Because when I was a house surgeon at Tanjore Medical College, we used to give iron tablet to the patients. But when we go for lunch, we used to see all the iron tablets thrown in the backyard. Then we used to call them and ask, why did you throw? Because we are concerned about you and you have to increase your iron content. So we are giving iron tablet. Then the women used to tell us, you are giving a black tablet. I want a fair baby. So if you are giving a black tablet, my baby will become black. So we are all blacks, we are all intelligent. Why are you doing like that? So in this country, it is very difficult to convince the people. It is very difficult to put them in the streamline, so that good things are advised. It's very difficult for them to take it, and particularly money matters, and they are so hesitant. They simply say, once when I was doing a practice, one person told I have to pay my income tax today, and he told I'm going to see my auditor after seeing you, so I have to go, like that he was telling. Then I was appreciating her. Very good. You have a very good responsibility. We have to pay the tax, and if we pay the tax, only people will be benefited. Then she told, doctor, I don't know that and all. I wanted a bank loan. The bank manager told, if you pay the income tax only, you will get the loan. So for that, I am going. So whatever the focus on, because the responsibility, if I pay the tax only, as I mentioned, Rajaraja Chola, the Chola dynasty, they had more than 80 to 90 types of taxes. This is the country which practiced such system. But making the people to understand, so that you are enjoying so many things around you, these all from the taxpayers. So when you enjoy these things, you have to contribute through tax. So it is very difficult. As it is, we all know, after demonetization and after identifying the false companies and the mindset of the people, so they should be straightforward. They have to pay the tax, and that bringing the people into 130 crore people with diversity, making them to pay the tax and making them to understand the government should run on your tax, and whatever things, it's very difficult to uh, impress the people about this. So I feel it's very the duty of the All India Federation of Tax Practitioners Southern Zone is doing an excellent job, and I feel all the legal experts, the legal stalwarts, they are contributing this country, that your contribution is laudable. And whatever may be the situation, the people should be very cautious and should be concerned about our country. It is interesting to note that less than 4% of the taxpayers pay the 60% of the total tax in our country. The number of people who filed the returns was 5.78 crore in the financial year. I didn't say all this because you all know that, but to the public we have to highlight because we are all enjoying the country's infrastructure, and it is our duty to contribute to our earning, and it's straightforward. Then, as it is said here, guiding the taxpayers, what all things you can divide it, and how it can be benefited by the tax paying, and what all the returns you can get by tax paying, and what all the appreciations you can get. And it's your duty, and it's as a citizen, we all concerned about our country, and these all things to be conveyed to them. And I'm really very happy because this is a 2-day, 3-day convention, and you would have exhaustively discussed about this. And as I said, whatever thing, if it is highlighted and if it is uh, uh, given in a very simple way, only people will take it. So it is not an easy job to convince them. Even doctors used to say, no, we are so difficult, we are earning, and we have to give so much of percentage to the tax. But even educated people are like that. Then it is a concern in our country, so that the importance of tax payment. I always used to say a story. There was a poor agricultural person and farmer, and he wanted to sell a land. So he called an advertising person, because nowadays everything is advertised only, so it could be managed. So he called a advertising person, and he told, without selling this land, I won't be able to maintain my livelihood. I am so poor. I'm unable to eat. I'm unable to maintain my family. So I want to sell this land. Then the advertiser immediately wrote an advertisement saying that this is a piece of land which is near a railway station. If he says which is near a railway station, it will be 100 kilometers from the railway station. That is the beauty of the advertisement. Then he says, this piece of land is near the railway station. This piece of land is near the hospital, and there is a well in the eastern part of the land, and there are 2 or 3 coconut trees, and we are fetching 20 to 30 coconuts, and there is a guava tree, and school is near the land, colleges are near this land. Then he advertised it, and then he asked the payment. Then the farmer told, no, I'm not going to sell the land. Then the advertiser got angry, and he told, just few minutes back you told you are going to sell this land. Without selling this land, you cannot maintain your livelihood, you cannot maintain your family. Then the farmer told, before writing this advertisement, I didn't know such good things are in my farm. When we highlighted and when you explained this only, I came to know that so many good things are in my land, then why should I sell it? So, uh, conveying the problem or the matter in a correct form, in a correct way, will be the solution, particularly in a country like us. So, even educated people, even the highly placed people, they are unable to understand the system of tax payment and the need for tax payment. And I really appreciate the All India Federation of Tax Practitioners doing a wonderful job. And apart from that, your not only your 23rd convention, and even in this pandemic, you have your responsibility. You have maintained your dignity and responsibility, so that the convention is not denied. And I request each and everyone to be very safe. And I'm happy to note that there are total of 138 different professional associates as affiliate bodies of the AIFTP. As I said, maintaining their profession, and as a member of, as associates of AIFTP is highly laudable. And it is also interesting to find that membership of the association also includes senior advocates, solicitors, chartered accountants, and the tax practitioners from all across the country. It appears a true multidisciplinary approach of the association. I'm happy to interact with a host of senior advocates, tax practitioners, chartered accountants, and solicitors as part of this convention. I congratulate all the newly elected office bearers of the association for the year 2021. I am sure that National Convention will help sharing of knowledge and new trends and will improve the skills of the tax professionals in our country. The associate's journey from 1976 to till now has been glorious one, as many stalwarts have guided and shaped this federation. The main object of the AIFTP is to spread education in the matters of relating to tax, laws, other laws, and accountancy is being fulfilled with the active leadership of the Federation. I appreciate your efforts in organizing national seminars, conferences, and conventions in various parts of the country to create awareness and about direct and indirect taxation. It is highly appreciable on your part to contribute rupees 11 lakh to PM CARE Fund during the COVID-19 pandemic. I am really happy to know that the Government of India has released a postage stamp in memory of Padma Bhushan late Dr. N.K. Palkiwala, Senior Advocate, on 16th January 2004. The then Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, released the postage stamp at Mumbai. This shows how Government of India gives importance to your federation and its service to the nation. I wish the 23rd National Tax Convention in Hyderabad to be a grand success. I extend my best wishes to all the members and wish that the federation grows from strength to strength in years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your
Your
Excellency.
Excellency.
Thank you, Madam. Her Excellency.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Her Excellency, the two things I wanted to mention. One, Mr. V. Ramchandran, Senior Advocate and past President of our association, was the author of Sri Ramchandra Education and Charitable Trust Deed.
Oh, okay.
And he's my senior, where Her Excellency had served for about 7 years. Her Excellency, the government under the dynamic leadership of Modi ji has now taken out a program honoring the honest.
Yes.
Now the government is honoring the honest taxpayers. My Lord, Honorable Justice Vinitsaran, thank you for accepting our invitation among our busy schedule and addressing the gathering. And I also thank Her Excellency addressed us the intricacies of how to teach the taxpayer as to the benefits of the tax percolating into the common benefit of the public. Thank you, my Lord, Honorable Justice Vinitsaran, and thank you, Her Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे सब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
वीडियो मैंने आपने स्टॉप कर दिया.
I move on to the next item in the agenda. Announcement of performance awards for the year 2020 and address by the National President, Srimati Nikita Arbadeka.
My Lord Justice Vinit Saranji, seniors in the profession, President-elect Srinivas Raoji, and dear friends. Of course, the team members, the hardworking team members who have made this successful. I am happy to announce the award for the team 2020 under the chairmanship of Senior Advocate Ganesh Purohit from Jabalpur. He is our past president. The first award. Now, may I request I don't know whether you are able to focus on the person presence. The best award for the Ranka, award by the Ranka Charitable, Charitable Trust for the best conference. It goes to the West Zone for the first virtual conference held on 12th and 13th September 2020. Can you spot on Bhaskar Patelji if he is available, or Samir Jani? I think rather than this, you better spot on the persons who are getting the award. I would be happy to have them publicly acknowledged. Anyway, if they are not there, we move on. Then the next award is Ranka Charitable Trust Best Seminar Award. This award is jointly shared by two zones. First is the East Zone, who organized I think that was our last physical conference at Muzaffarpur, one-day seminar on 14th March 2020. West Zone also shares this with one-day seminar at Junagadh on 6th March 2020. The Best Zone Chairman Award goes to Shri Asim Zafar, the Chairman of the North Zone for 2020. Late Justice Dr. B.P. Saraf's Maximum Participation Award. This award goes for maximum participation in the education program by Federation. This award goes to Nitin Gautam of Nagpur from West Zone. He has attended all the webinars, seminars of the Federation. The next is Late Justice Dr. B.P. Saraf's Best Zone Vice Chairman Award. This goes to Shri Anil Mathur of Central Zone. The next award is Late Justice Dr. B.P. Saraf Outstanding Contribution of Tax Profession to Tax Profession Award. This goes to Advocate Vipul Joshi from Mumbai of West Zone for first e-publication running into 500 pages of Vivad Se Vishwas scheme. The next is Late Rajaram Agarwal Best Upcoming Speakers Award. It goes to Advocate Uchit Sheth from Gujarat of West Zone. Late Mohanlal Vadwa Best Zone Award goes to Central Zone for, of course, manning maximum webinars with maximum number of attendance. Late Darshan Lalji Gupta Membership Development Award goes to Shri M. Ganeshan of South Zone, who has become the chairman for 2021 for getting maximum number of members in the Federation. The next is late Anil Kumar Singh Maximum Participation in AIFTP Conference Award. It goes to Virtual Next Tax Conference of the Central Zone on 6th and 7th November 2020. Late Sri Krishna Purohit Best Souvenir Award. It goes to North Zone to Sri A.K. Srivastav, the Chief Editor of the Souvenir. Late Sri Kamala Devi Bansal Best Article in AIFTP Journal Award goes to an upcoming Sri Piyush Baid from East Zone for his article in August 20. The article was under the name Battle of Taxes. Late B.C. Joshi Best Article in the Souvenir Award goes to Shri S.R. Vadwa, our senior most person and the chairman of the Direct Tax Committee on the topic Alternative to Faceless Scrutiny Assessment. FR Singhvi Men of the Year can go to nobody but Sri Pankaj Ghiaji, advocate from Jaipur of Central Zone. Shri K. Rajendra Rao, CA, having more than 50 years of practice award, goes to Shri Ashwin Shah of Ahmedabad from Gujarat of West Zone. Shri K. Rajendra Rao, tax practitioner having more than 50 years of practice award, goes to Krishna Kumar Batra of North Zone. Shri K. Rajendra Rao, advocate having more than 50 years of practice award, goes to none other than our past president from Central Zone, Shri M.L. Patodi from Central Zone. Friends, I applaud the contribution by each and every member who has got the award. I request them to continue to participate in the Federation activity, and I wish all the others who have not got the award to please continue for the best performance so that you will get the award next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. May I now request Dr. K.
Thank you, madam.
Senior Advocate, to highlight the important aspects of the book released just now: reinforcement, law, procedure, and practical guide. Dr. Shivram.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bhaskar. In fact, you already highlighted, I think, most of the issues you already highlighted, but let me, that. So, National President Mrs. Nikita Padeka, Chairman P.V. Subbarao, past President and President-elect M. Srinivasa Rao, and delegates from across the country. Good morning to all of you. Of course, we are very much obliged to the Mr. Justice, Honorable Justice Vineet Saran, just released our publication. The publication title is The Reassessment Law, Procedure, Practice and Practical Guide. So this is the title of the book. And one of the object, all of you may be aware that the promoting the AFT objection to tax practitioners and citizens by regular publications. And AFT had published more than 43 publications so far. And every convention, AIFTP, there is released at least one publication of the Federation. I am sure that future leaders also will continue this practice of publishing at least one publication. In the 2016 yearly publication, Interpretation of Tax Statute, that was dedicated to Honorable Justice S. Kapadia, former Chief Justice of India, and 17 Income Tax Appellate Tribunal dedicated to Padma Bhushan, Dr. N.A. Palkiwala, and 2020, that is 2nd October, on 151, the landmark judgment of the Supreme Court that was dedicated to the father of the nation. Now that publication also is sponsored by our friend Mr. Sharaf and dedicated to the memory of the former Chief Justice of the Jammu and Kashmir High Court, late Justice B.P. Sharaf, the Jammu and Kashmir High Court Chief Justice. Now this publication, what reassessment, why we say it is very important, that one will find that mostly in the 80% of writ petitions filed before the various high courts by the reported cases on the reassessment. Therefore, that shows you how the book become very relevant to all of us. And this publication also contains messages from the various judges of Supreme Court and the High Court, President of the ITAT, and also you will find tribute to Dr. B.P. Saraf by the eminent professionals, eminent judges. That is worth reading it. That shows how Dr. B.P. Saraf served as a judge, served as a human being, served human community is concerned. All of you must read that. Now this publication authored by Mr. Ajay Singh, who has put about 20 years experience in the practice of the law and is very active member of our federation and also other organizations. And that it took nearly about 1 year to write this publication. And what he did is that earlier he wrote the article on our
I know.
online
College
and also on our
Yeah, but that's worst.
journal. He received a lot of feedback from the various readers, and all the suggestions what he issued he incorporated in this publication. Therefore, it is unique and it is worth reading each and every tech practitioner. And this contains about 26 chapters. It contains like approval, contains the recording reasons, where within 4 years, what are the uh, conditions, beyond 4 years, what are the conditions, if 141, then what are the conditions, and all these things are discussed in detail with the case laws. And the one of the each chapter is given the practical guide. What are the main as a point of checklist. One can look into that, and that will be really useful to all the tax practitioners. And subject-wise index you will find, and you will also find the case-wise uh, index. So you can easily reference to subject-wise, case-wise, and relevant sections also. What is relevant for the reassessment is concerned. At the end of the book we have published, and that is really useful. In fact, this is, I must appreciate the hard work and the author Ajay Singh, who has made it possible to bring out this publication. You will find this Ajay Singh's very beautiful photograph over here. I'm not sure that he may be attending program also on this today's function. Now this is the teamwork of that Mitesh Kotacha, who has put a lot of effort in this, and the support of National President, that is the Nikita Badeka, to bring out this publication. And we also thankful to the very much obliged Dr. Ashok Saraf, senior advocate, and our past National President, who has sponsored this publication. And this publication is dedicated to late Justice E.P. Saraf, former Chief Justice of Jammu and High Court. Of course, you will find the photograph of Mitesh and Madam. Now, one interestingly, you will find the entire this publication is available in the form of the downloading, in a PDF form, and also in the book form. Yes, so that now we can see the photograph. Ajay Singh, you can see. Okay, good, very nice. Ajay, all the best.
Welcome, Mr. Ajay Singh.
I know that that the all of you can download it. And interesting, I will tell you, we are also going to put this in ITIT online org also, because maximum people should get benefit. I should assure you that the Ajay Singh as an author is agreed to answer the questions relating to the reassessment after downloading. If you had some issues on that, at least for 1 month, he will answer the questions to the best of his ability. That is a great service to the professionals. We are very much obliged to the Ajay Singh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ajay ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivam sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shivaram. May I now request Shri Samir S. Jani, Secretary General AIFTP, for his short and sweet address.
Thank you, Mr. Bhaskar, for your nice words. Federation has 3 mottos, and it is exhibited in its logo also: education, ethics, and excellency. I congratulate the President for fulfilling all the 3 objectives for this year in spite of this pandemic. I congratulate Deputy President, or rather not now the Deputy President, but the President-elect Mr. M.S. Rao, who has been attached to this federation for years together. Well, for the members who are viewing it, I would suggest that if you are here to contribute for the upliftment of federation or for the betterment of federation, what heights you can achieve, the evidence is Mr. M.S. Rao. I congratulate him once again, and I congratulate the entire South Zone team, more particularly Mr. Satyanarayan, Mr. Nanjanu Prasad, B.S. Sitapati Rao, and everyone for arrangements made by them in excellency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Samir Jani. Now I request Dr. M.E.K. Murthy, our past president, to address us. Please unmute, sir.
Unmute change, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning to all of you. all the dignitaries. It gives me immense pleasure that the South Zone has backed a third president for a glorious premier organization comprising of a multiple fabric, and it is a unique association we find in our country. As already stated by the learned president and also appreciated by the chief guest, Her Excellency, the AIFTP has been taken into confidence by the central government whenever it is needed. And we can also proudly say that the various suggestions suggesting amendments to the existing laws, not only tax laws, but all other allied laws, have been to a greater extent accepted. This is a real feather in the cap of the AIFTP. And Mr. Rao has started his career as the national president for 2021 on a good footing, and he must utilize the opportunity given to him, because apart from the collegium, the National Executive Committee and all the 8,500 members of the Federation have reposed unshaken confidence in him, because I am told that after Sukumar Bhattacharya from West Bengal, Mr. Rao, I think he would be the second president as a tax practitioner. Therefore, whatever is needed to upkeep the majesty, decency, and dignity of the national president, all such.
Sir, again you are muted, sir.
Muted.
The flag of the Federation flies in greater heights, and a lot is to be done for the betterment and benefit of the fraternity, apart from mobilizing more and more membership throughout the country. Friends, the entire professional fraternity in the nook and corner of the country looks forward eagerly at the Federation as to in what manner the Federation would help the fraternity as well as the Federation itself. Because the increase in the membership may be a wonderful thing for the organization. Nevertheless, the way in which the Federation conducts itself to the applaud and appreciation of the government as well as other stakeholders. And I am sure that Mr. Rao, with the kind cooperation, encouragement, and assistance of his team of office bearers, and the guidance and directions of the past presidents, Mr. Rao would be able to achieve the target set before him. I wish him all the success. I also wish all the office bearers working with him a great grand success, and I am also hopeful at the same time that the South Zone would be kept in highest esteem or in the service of the Federation. I am very much thankful for the opportunity given to me.
Thank you, Dr. M.K. Murthy. May I now request Dr. Ashok Sharaf, our immediate past president, to address us.
President of the Federation, Nikita Badika, newly appointed president.
Sir, kindly unmute others. Other instruments, sir?
Newly appointed President for 2021, Mr. Rao, past presidents of the Federation, and my fellow members. First of all, I congratulate Mr. Rao for being elected as the President of the Federation for the year 2021. Friends, as you all know, the Federation has grown in size as well as in quality. And today, our founder President, Mr. P.C. Joshi, must be feeling very happy that the seed he has sown in the year 1976 has grown up in a big fruit-bearing tree. And I salute all the forefathers of the Federation on today, on the 23rd Convention of the All India Federation of Tax Practitioners. Friends, in the COVID-19 period, we have seen that our fellow members were in a lot of difficulties. They suffered a lot. We are organizing all the programs for education. We are organizing the submitting various representations and all those things. But so far as the members are concerned, the difficulties of the members are concerned, I feel the Federation is doing too less than what is expected of it. I will expect Mr. Rao and his team in the year 2021 to take steps for the better services to the members of the Federation, to take care of the members of the Federation, side by side the education and other things. When the members all are safe, the members you take care of the members, like earlier also I suggested about the medical aid and all other facilities. If we take care of the members, then whatever the COVID-19 or whatever is there, our members should not suffer because of that. Friends, yesterday in the NEC meeting, Mr. Rao has announced a number of programs for the year 2021. And I'm sure that being active and dynamic person like Mr. Rao being in the helm of affairs in the year 2021, the Federation will reach to a new heights and many new programs. There are very active members of the South, Mr. Satyanarayan, and a great mentor like Mr. Dr. M.B.K. Murthy being there. Nobody can stop Mr. Rao in taking up and his team from taking up the new programs, new agendas, and lending of new services to the members of the Federation. And I look forward and for the same from the new team. And I'm sure that Mr. Rao and his new team shall be able to fulfill the dreams of the members of the Federation in the year 2021. My all best wishes to Mr. Rao and his new team, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok Sharaf.
Thank you, Ashok sir. Thank you.
May I now request Sri P.V. Swarnavarapu, chairman of this convention, to address us, please.
Andarki Namaskaram. Thank you, Bhaskar, for conducting the inaugural session in an excellent manner. Thank you, Bhaskar. I am not happy because we are forced to organize only virtual national convention, which is the first virtual convention in the Federation. Though sincere efforts had been made to book venue for the convention, hotels refused to allow more than 200 delegates as per COVID protocol. I am happy that the number of registered participants crossed 2,000. I am indebted to Srimati Nikita R. Badeka, National President, Dr. V.K. Murthy, Dr. Ashok Sharaf, Dr. K. Shivaram, Dr. Sri M. Srinivas Rao, Sri S.N. Prasad, Sri S.S. Satyanarayana, Sri Amarendra, Sri V. Nagendra Prasad, Presidents and Secretaries of Partnering Associations, and Sri Ravi Patade from Head Office for the excellent cooperation extended for the success of this convention. On behalf of the committee, I am thankful to the chairman and speakers of technical sessions. Sri Srinivas Rao, incoming president, has been taking pains since past 6 months to make the convention memorable forever. He was never absent from any NEC meeting so far. The incoming national president is a tax practitioner, and it is a great honor to all the tax practitioners in the country. As usual, Sri Satyanarayana, incoming Secretary General, shouldered the responsibility of technical and souvenir committees and did his best. Sri S.N. Prasad, Chairman, South Zone, has been continuously in touch with me. He convinced Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Karnataka to chair the valedictory session. Thank you, Prasad Garu. I wish the 2021 team headed by Sri Malaji Srinivas Rao all the best. May God bless the new team. It's a great success. If any shortcomings are there, in organizing this convention, I take responsibility and I may be excused. I thank all the participants for sparing their valuable time. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschid Dukkha Bhag Bhavet. Namaskaram.
Thank you, Subbarao Garu. Now
Subbarao Garu, sir. Thank you.
May I now request Nagesh Rangi, President, Telangana Tax Bar Association, to address, please.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, all.
Very good morning.
Hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I am thankful to Chairman South Zone of AIFTP for giving an opportunity for TTPA to join this memorable national convention. I am grateful to our convention committee chairman, Sri P.V. Subbarao Garu. This is Telangana Tax Practitioners Association, formed in the year 2002, and since 18 years, this association is working for our members, organizing several seminars, and in the interest of members, we are conducting subject meetings in our association hall. We have our own office building in the heart of the city in Hyderabad. We are also continuing along with this association activities, family benefit scheme, in which we are helping our members, bereaved members, in all occasions. I congratulate all the organizers of this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri Nagesh Rangi. Now may I request Sri R. Srinivas Rao, President, AP Tax Practitioners and Consultant Association, to address us, please.
Morning to all. I am very happy to be a part of this seminar and convention. First, from the beginning of our association, we are jointly conducting so many seminars with the help of AIFTP. We are part of the AIFTP. Now I congratulate Mr. Srinivas and his team as a president of AIFTP, and I request him to travel with our association in AP and to conduct so many seminars to pour the knowledge and to of our members. And once again, I congratulate Srinivas and team and hope that he will guide us in developing knowledge in our members. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Srinivas Rao Garu. May I now request Sri K. Manirathan, President, Kerala Tax Practitioners Association, to address us, please.
No, Bhaskar sir, I am not able to find him. He is probably he is not joined.
Okay, then may I request Sri K. Balasubramaniam, President, Federation of Practitioners, Tamil Nadu, to address us, please.
Balasubramaniam also could not join because of weather problem in Salem.
Okay. Then may I request Sri M. Amarendra, convener this convention committee, to give his vote of thanks. If I am able to link with K. Manirathan or Balasubramanian at a later stage, we will connect him. Now, over to Sri M. Amarendra for his vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning to all. Respected Chairman, Convention Committee, Sri Subbarao Garu, and my South Joint Chairman, Mr. S. N. Prasad Garu, and our valued guests and eminent personalities and legal luminaries participating across India, and our ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this August gathering in this important session of 23rd NTC of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners. I, on behalf of AIFTP and team of Convention Committee, and on my own behalf, extend heartfelt vote of thanks to Honorable Past Presidents, Secretaries Generals, seniors of the association, and in particular to the Dr. M.V.K. Murthy Garu, Dr. Ashok Sharaf Garu, and Nikta Ma'am and Samir Jani, who guided us all these days. I am also grateful to Justice Vinith Saran Garu, who gave an inspiring speech, and also Her Excellency Dr. Tamilisai, Governor of Tamil Nadu, graced the occasion and in the inaugural session and inspired us and encouraged us with his eloquent speech. We are also grateful to our participating presidents and heads of the other associations like Sridhar Padasarthi, President ITPA, Mr. Nagesh Rangi, President TTPA, Mr. R. Srinivas Rao, President AP Tax Practitioners Association, and Mr. Manirathan and Mr. Balasubramanian, who are also not present at this time. They are all presidents of KTPA, Kerala Tax Practice Association, and Tamil Nadu for their active participation and efforts to organize the mega event in our district. I must acknowledge the gratitude to our Dr. Murthy Garu and Ashok Saran Garu for sharing their views and motivating and inspiring speeches and advice to the incoming team. I am also thankful to Mr. Bhaskar, who dealt the morning session in a decent way. Finally, I also acknowledge the efforts of Mr. Satyanarayana and Mr. P.V. Subbarao Garu for conducting the NTC in a great way. Thank you, one and all. Thank you. Hello?
Before concluding this inaugural session.
Bhaskar sir.
Yes, sir.
Or Mr. Srinivas Rao wants to speak something.
Yes, sir.
Deputy President.
Yes, sir.
Unmute yourself, Srinivas Rao.
Thank you very much for interrupting you again. The team of office bearers should be announced in the inaugural session is very good for the people to encourage. There are the national office bearers are myself as a president and Sri S.S. Sachinarayan as a secretary general and Sri C.A. Vijay Keval Ramani from Mumbai is the national treasurer. And the national vice presidents from respective 5 zones, Sri S.B. Kabra, chartered accountant from Hyderabad, South Zone, O.P. Shukla, advocate from Varanasi, North Zone, C.A. Rajesh Mehta, Indore from Central Zone, and C.A. Janak K. Wagani, Western Zone, and Anand Basari, advocate from Ranchi, is the Eastern Zone. These are the 5 vice presidents for the tenure of 2021, and I would like to move to the other very important aspect of the joint secretaries. The national joint secretaries are as under, right from Sri C.A. Siddheswar Y, chartered accountant from Bengaluru, Arvind Mishra, advocate from Prayagraj, North Zone, Anaga Kulkarni, advocate from Pune, Western Zone, Amit Goyal, advocate from Guwahati, Eastern Zone, D.C. Mali, advocate from Jodhpur, Central Zone. These are the 5 joint secretaries. This is the team of office bearers.
Sir, Deputy President.
Deputy President.
I come to that. These are the joint secretaries and vice president are over, and particularly, this is the very auspicious occasion to announce the deputy president who has unanimously elected in our collegium and as well as NEC, yesterday NEC. The DK Gandhi, advocate from Ghaziabad, is elected and selected as a deputy president of the All India Federation for 2020-21. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to all team of 21.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Response from DK Gandhi.
Respected National President, respected past President, I feel honored to be part of the team 2021, and I shall put all my endeavor and best to my abilities to work in coordination with my National President, Shri M.S. Rao. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shri D.K. Gandhi. Before concluding this valedictory session, with great sorrow, I have to announce that Shri M.A. Prakash, Secretary of AIFTP South Zone, passed away during COVID times, and Mr. K. Krishna Prasad of Hyderabad also passed away in the meanwhile. May I now observe 1 minute silence in honor of the departed souls.
A standing ovation.
Yeah.
Bhaskar, unmute yourself. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Satyanarayana Garu, now you can take over for the technical sessions, please.
Thank you. But we have got sufficient time. We'll take a break. We'll come back for first signal session at 11:30. Yeah.
Hello. Yes, start, Satnam.
Echo आ रहा है.
क्या शेयर पे भी होती है शेयर तो सब नहीं
जोशी साहब के पास से आ रहा है.
आप स्टार्ट करिए सत्यनारायण.
The chairman of the first technical session on intricacies in ITC and place of supply under GST, Sri P.C. Joshi, advocate, and our past president from Mumbai, and speaker of the session, Sri Bimal Jain from New Delhi, and to all the participants, good morning to all of you, and welcome you all for this very important session. Even though we have published the profiles of learned speakers in the souvenir, I take the privilege of introducing both of them. Sri P.C. Joshi first. Sri P.C. Joshi, advocate, started practice in 1959 and enrolled as an advocate in 1962. He has been the president of Sales Tax Practitioners Association of Maharashtra, Sales Tax Tribunal Bar Association, All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, and the Chamber of Tax Consultants. In May 2004, he was invited by the Law Society of England and Wales as a speaker on VAT. He has attended various international conferences all over the world. He has been an editor of Sales Tax Review and the Income Tax Review. He has contributed a number of papers on sales tax, acted as chairman of various seminars on sales tax, and delivered lectures on sales tax all over India. CA Bimal Jain, FCA, FCS, LLB with 21 years of experience in indirect taxation, GST, service tax, excise, customs, VAT, GST, FTP and DGFT matters, etc. He is chairman of Indirect Tax Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce. He has authored books on Goods and Service Tax Acts titled GST Law Contemporary with Analysis and Procedures. 6th edition, November 2020. He has working experience of more than 18 years in renowned companies, namely LG Electronics Private Limited and Honda Motorcycles and Scooters India Limited, Hindustan Development Corporation of Corporation Limited, Khaitan and Company, and presently is Executive Director of A to Z Tax Corp LLP, a biotech of indirect tax firm. We all receive, every day we receive a lot of updates from him, either through video and the mail also. We are very much thankful to you, sir.
Thank you.
It is very brief introduction. I introduce both the stalwarts to you. I hand over the proceedings to Sri P.C. Joshi, sir, our guru or mentor, to give commence the session, sir. Thank you. Over to you, Joshi, sir.
Joshi sir, please start.
Unmute yourself and start, sir. Yes, sir. Joshi, sir.
Joshi sir, please continue.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am
Yes,
I
sir.
audible?
Yes, yes. Please continue.
Well, today is the first session of the 23rd convention. It's a unique occasion. Why? Because normally when the first session is to start, after inaugural session, it is always delayed. It is always delayed. After inaugural session, always delayed. But today is exception. Today is an exception. Why? Because everybody is at home and we can be in time. That reminds me, when I was traveling a few years back, I mean good old days, to Hyderabad, I think there was a Hyderabad express train from BT. It was to reach Hyderabad at 6 o'clock in the morning. It was to reach at 6 o'clock in the morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Please continue.
Yeah. The train was to reach at 6 o'clock in the morning and my friend Mr. K.H. Rao, K. Hanuman Rao was to receive me. What happened? The train reached half an hour early. At 5:30 it reached Hyderabad. And this is what the today's convention also has shown, that Hyderabad people are really before time. They are real before time. And I'm sure MS Rao will continue this spirit that he will always be on time, not only on time, but he will be before time. Now coming to the topic today, the first session is on input tax credit. As far as GST is concerned, all of you are aware that 101st Constitution Amendment Act was passed, whereby the provisions were authorized to be made by Parliament under this central goods and service tax as well as integrated goods and service tax. Now, all of you are aware that this was much needed reform but our experience for last 3 years have proved that it is not simple. It is on the contrary more complex than what we could realize and we could experience under the sales tax law or the VAT law. Now the basic principle as far as the GST is concerned is, and that is what reminds me, the 9 VST, our All India Federation of Tax Practitioners judgment under service tax, 9 VST 126. That was the petition. I think Justice Kapadia stated that the VAT, that service tax is nothing but a value-added tax, a destination-based consumption tax, and this is what the VAT basic principle is. The same principle has been followed under GST, whereby the earlier provisions of VAT by various varied laws by various states were subsumed, and the service tax by center was also subsumed. With the result, the supply of goods and services were brought on par. In other words, there is no distinction between the supply of goods or services. Whenever there is a supply of goods or services, tax is leviable. The basic question that arises is that in order to avoid cascading effect of taxes, because levy of tax under the GST or CGST or IGST is every state tax is leviable. And the freedom is given to the taxable person that whatever you input tax you pay will be allowed to be adjusted against your own output supply. And with the result, ultimate consumer will be the only person who would be having the effect of entire tax, and that too only to the extent of value additions, not more than that, because all earlier business transactions there would be input tax credit allowed, and that is how the provisions will continue. Now, the basic question that arises is it a correct fact that the law has put on par the supply of services and supply of goods? It was so intended, but the later provisions, that is Rule 89.5, which provides for the manner in which the refund or the ITC is to be calculated, And I come to that straight away because that is the controversy which is today ongoing. Why should an export which involves the input of goods and services not get the input tax paid on services? Because there may be export which involve not only the involvement of the goods but also the services. And therefore, according to me, the Gujarat High Court judgment in VSAP services case is the right case where 89.5 has been struck down to be contrary to 54.3, section 54.3, which provides for the refund of tax on zero-rated supplies, which also is covered by the definition of the term input and the term input tax credit. Everywhere there is no distinction between the input tax credit of on goods as well as services. According to me, the export which involve the supply of goods as well as inward supply of goods and inward supply of services should also be entitled to get the refund under section 54.3 without any discrimination between the input of goods and input of services. Now, this is one complex problem which I am still agitating in my mind. How do we go about? And unfortunately for us, the Madras High Court in later judgment has taken a contrary view on the basis of the legislative intent. According to me, legislative intent by rules can't be the governing factor, because ultimately, if you see the subjects and reasons of 101st Constitution Amendment Bill, itself says that there will be complete input tax credit will be given in so both goods and services. Now, this is a complex problem which I leave it to the participants to ponder over it. And as far as input is concerned, friends, we are going to get an input from none other than Mr. Bimal Jain. And I am confident that input what we gain from Mr. Bimal Jain is going to be a permanent gain for all of us. And I'm sure all the participants will enrich themselves with the learned address of Mr. Bimal Jain. Over to you, organizers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Satyanarayan.
Vimalji, you can start.
Bimalji, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning.
Sorry, sir. You please begin your session. Vimal, sir.
Respected Sri Joshi ji, our learned, well-wishers and guiders and mentor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for elevating me so much.
My friends, Mr. M. Srinivasan Rao and S.B. Rao, and all learned members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. Today, the topic which is given to me, intricacies in GST ITC, input tax credit, and place of supply. I will make it lucid. I will make it simpler for all the participants. You can use your chat box. Give me the answer, whatever coming to your mind. We will do both way, from both sides, from my side and from your side as well. And we'll try to enjoy this first technical session on day one and immediately after inaugural session. So let me start with, as correctly said, that the GST has subsumed 17 indirect taxes and 23 cess into one basket. Multiplicity of taxes has gone away. Double taxation is gone because Schedule 2 provides the clarity. A supply can either be supply of goods or supply of services. Cascading, certain extent gone, but still existing in GST scenario. And GST law, as I normally say, Gita, Bible, and Quran, irrespective of any language, religion, race, and caste, because whatever GST law we learn here or Hyderabad, Kashmir to Kanyakumari, is the same law. In pre-GST era, we have seen the challenges that Delhi VAT is not applicable just 10 kilometers away in Gurgaon, Haryana, and Haryana VAT provision not applicable neighboring state like UP in Noida. We were divided into 29 states, looks like 29 countries. First time ever, same law at par, irrespective of any religion, race, caste, and language, applicable from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, giving a privilege to all of us. This GST law, when it got introduced by 101 Constitution Amendment Act 2016, there was object clause of seamless flow of credit. This was envisaged, seamless flow of credit. And thereby the definition of input service, and capital goods was made wider and stated used or intended to be used in the course of furtherance of business. So I'm starting with a certain case study. I will do 5-6 case study, will include ITC case study also, and place of supply case study also. Will request my all learned senior members to join me with the answering in a chat box. Enjoy the session as if it is going normal for you. Write whatever answer coming to your mind. My first and foremost question: if a particular client, let's say Reliance Industries Limited, getting their office constructed or factory constructed or mall constructed or hotel constructed. So you're giving me a contract. I'm a contractor or works contract service provider, and getting your factory, your office, your mall or hotel constructed. I'm going to charge GST on works contract services. When I'm going to charge GST on works contract services, my first question goes to you, and I'm asking you, can you avail credit of GST charged by this main works contract service provider for construction of your factory, office, mall, or hotel? You're going to use these office, factory, mall, or hotel for business only in the course of furtherance of business. Tell me in a chat box. I want to see the answer. And please reply whatever coming to your mind, whether credit is available or not available. Mr. M. Vasin is there, my friend from Delhi. He's saying credit is available. Arabindo Mishra is saying credit is available. And I will request all of you, please do not take it like we are doing exam, but we are going to enjoy the session. For that reason only, I'm asking you, start writing in a chat box and give me the answer whether credit is available or not. Mr. Ashok Jain is saying credit available. So I'm getting mixed answer, credit available and credit not available. Answer H, as per section 17, subsection 5, clause C and clause D. Credit is not available. If you look at the law, credit is not available. Even though you are going to use office, factory, mall, and hotel, in the course of furtherance of business, credit is not available. As per Hon'ble Odisha High Court judgment in the case of safari retreats, like my friend Manoj is also answering, Hon'ble Odisha High Court, this writ was filed on contention that if I'm getting my office constructed or mall constructed, issue was mall constructed, And this mall subsequently I'm going to let out for commercial purpose, wherein I am going to charge GST. If you don't give me the credit on construction done, it is going against the concept object clause of 101 Constitution Amendment Act. Seamless flow of credit is not available. And it will turn out to be double taxation for simple reason. On construction of mall, you're not giving me credit, and subsequently when I'm letting out for outward supply, I'm going to charge GST, the first contention. And Honorable Odisha High Court in the case of Safari Retreats said credit is available. SLP got filed against this judgment in the Honorable Supreme Court. This is being stayed sub judice before Honorable Supreme Court. We have to decide that what should be the way forward. Rightly so that a lot of participants started answering yes and no. To my mind, and if you're looking answer from my side, I can create argument for you that those are the argument, logical argument, and legally can be interpreted for the benefit of taxpayer. The first one, the object clause of 101 Constitution Amendment Act for introduction of GST in the country, July 2017, it was envisaged there would be seamless flow of credit. If this credit is not available, then it is turning out to be a double taxation. And it is not seamless flow of credit, first part. And to give discrimination, to showcase the discrimination, I would like to take one more example with the related topic. I'm a main works contractor. Let's say you have given a contract to me for 10 crore. Reliance Industries has given this contract to me for 10 crore. And I subcontracted to another subcontractor worth 5 crore. So subcontractor undertaking works contract services, charging GST to main contractor. Tell me whether I can avail credit as a main works contractor of GST charged by a subcontractor. Please tell me in a chat box whether possible or not possible. Yes, possible. Section 17, subsection 5, clause C. And the same argument, because this main works contractor going to provide for the taxable outward supply. If this argument exists within the law, that this works contractor in same business allowed credit, why then this mall getting constructed? Why then this office, factory and hotel constructed, which is going to be used only in the course of furtherance of business? Why credit will not be available? Is it not discrimination? It is discrimination. Second argument, coming to my third argument. If GST law got introduced with the concept that they will provide seamless flow of credit, no cascading, what is the then need of this 17 subsection 5, which is creating blockage of credit, negative list of ITC? So there may be two schools. One school will continue to say, Bimalji, credit is available to you unless you're falling under section 17 subsection 5. This is specifically being carved out, but carving provision going against object clause for Constitution Amendment Act for introduction of GST, to what extent it is correct? The big question which we need to answer. Maybe Honorable Supreme Court will decide this subject matter. It is sub judice before Honorable Supreme Court, but very interesting to know. If something which I'm going to use for my outward supply, credit should be available. We go with the exemption. My outward is exempted, then credit is not available. That goes with the settled jurisprudence, logical concept. If my outward is not chargeable, exempted, then inward supply credit is not available. But in the argument which we are taking, and this is very much prominent for all of us, these office, factory, mall and hotel, whatever example I took, going to be huge in the course of furtherance of business. Just to do tax planning and for understanding sake, construction include your repair, renovation, alteration, adaptation, everything, but to the extent capitalized in the books of accounts. It is written specifically. So if you undertake renovation and repair, which is construction, but value is being charged to PL account, revenue, it is not capitalized in the books of accounts. Can you avail credit? Can you tell me in a chat box whether credit is available, yes or no? If it is charged as a revenue expenditure, can you avail credit? Say yes or no. That is the only thing I would be looking at. So Satish is saying credit is available. So you should bear in your mind this credit is available if it is charged to revenue, even though it is a part of construction. Just one more component of particular this case for your understanding, and you can also test yourself with the level of understanding of 17 subsection 5 clause C and clause D. Let me take up. So I got 10 crore rupees contract from you, from Reliance Industries, wherein everything is on me for the main works contractor. But let's assume as a client, you thought this main contractor is not going to use quality material, cement and iron steel. So what you did, you purchased cement and iron steel from the market as a buyer, recipient. You purchase the cement and iron steel directly from the market. So supplier now billing to you for cement and iron steel worth 5 crore and charging GST. Kindly answer me in a chat box and why I'm making it interactive so that you enjoy. This GST charged by supplier to you, you're a client, Reliance Industries Limited. Can you avail credit? Tell me in a chat box whether credit is available to you. Yes or no? So again, I'm getting mixed answer. To help you out, this credit is not available to you. Kindly check yourself and jot down this credit is not available to you. Now you're giving this FOC material, cement and iron steel to me. You're giving this 5 crore worth cement and iron steel to me. I'm going to use for construction of immovable property. Now, when I'm going to raise the invoice, I will get only 5 crore from you because 5 crore you have already provided to me of cement and iron steel. Question is valuation and chargeability of GST. So Bimal Jain, when raising the invoice to you, he is supposed to get 5 crore now net amount, but for valuation purpose and for the chargeability of GST purpose, I want answer from you. Bimal Jain going to charge GST on 5 crore or 10 crore? Please, it is on 5 crore or 10 crore for the chargeability of GST. So my lot of friends started answering also. There's Deepak Suresh Joshi saying 5 crore. And I will request participants, enjoy. Ashok Jain ji saying 5 crore. Advisable, you should enjoy the session. So without any hesitation, you must write down the answer. That is the way we make it physical kind of seminar. Though we are on virtual mode and I'm trying my best to take you all along with me. So write something, whatever coming to your mind. And answer H, GST leviable on 10 crore rupees. In terms of section 15, subsection 2, clause B. And this provision says, if supplier is liable, which I was liable for everything, but incurred by the recipient, 5 crore rupees, that need to be included in my valuation, supplier's valuation for the chargeability of GST. So 10 crore rupees. So what happened? 5 crore worth cement and iron steel you purchased as a client you purchased, of which you didn't get credit. Now you have given FOC to me. I need to include in my valuation and charge GST again on 10 crore rupees. Credit is not available even on this 10 crore. So there would be double taxation on you. You need to do tax planning. You need to bifurcate such contract, make it to the best credit. You know that credit is not available. So this portion of 5 crore, you should have segregated while signing a contract and given worth of 5 crore rupees to Bimal Jain with 5 crore rupees cement and steel you will provide, then this FOC supplies made by buyer recipient should not be included in my valuation for the chargeability of GST. So within the law, restriction credit not available, double taxation coming out, but still we can do tax planning for our client to find out that we can minimize the cost incidence in the hands of buyer and recipient. Hope you got it. Tell me in the chat box. This is the first case study, which is the intricacies in GST ITC. Hope you have got understanding which you wanted from me on case study number 1. Tell me in the chat box, yes, I will move to the next one. I will move to the next one. So say yes only in chat box. I do not want much. So I'm getting yes. There's one no also I saw, but nevertheless, I tried my best. Recording would be available, which you can see. All right, Mr. Vijay Kumar, Mukul Gupta ji, thank you very much. Prabhakar Murtimat is thank you. Coming to the second case study, and very interesting case study. Very second case study, which is very much interesting one. In GST, for availing ITC input tax credit, as a buyer and as a recipient, you need to satisfy 4 conditions for availing credit. Whenever you are buying goods or services, like Mr. Joshi said, that with the GST introduction, now it is supply of goods or services. For availing ITC, there are 4 conditions you must satisfy. First condition, as a recipient and as a buyer, you should have tax invoice. Second condition, you must have received goods and services. Just getting fake invoice with no supply of goods, then credit is not available. And if amount is more than 5 crore, imprisonment provision, lot of issues happening in the country. Third condition, your supplier must have paid taxes to the government exchequer. To create example, that I raise invoice for 10 lakh rupees and charge GST as a supplier. You all are my buyer, recipient. You have paid the amount to me. I did not deposit the GST component to the government exchequer. Supplier faulted with. Question will come whether credit would be denied for the recipient, for the buyer, who has given this tax component, GST component to the supplier, and supplier is the defaulter. He did not deposit. And last, being recipient, I should be filing my regular return. So starting with the case study 2, I given the background. Let me first check in a chat box from you, what is your understanding? 10 lakh rupees invoice raised by supplier, charge IGST, being buyer and recipient, you have given this amount to me. I did not deposit to the government exchequer. Whether credit would be available to the buyer, to the recipient, because the supplier has not deposited the taxes. Tell me in a chat box, available, say yes, available. Say no, not available. So maybe yes and no will give me the clarity, possible or not possible. So I'm looking for a maximum participation. So request all of you that that you should answer it properly and give me so that I will get the meaning also. All right, so mix of the answer coming in to me. So there is a Purna Chandra Hota saying yes, Shubhruto Sarkar saying no. So different answer, yes and no. But as per law understanding, now listen this case study, you will love it. And you will love it the way which I'm going to present before you. As a lawyer, I know that as per law, credit is not available to the buyer and to the recipient. Credit is not available. Because supplier has not deposited. That is what the provision all about. I do agree this is the provision. Let me counter it and let me put forth the pointer for the writ petition. If at all I am going to argue this case before High Court by way of writ petition, I'm going to put up these arguments to you and listen those arguments carefully. I'm sure you will love those arguments, and maybe these arguments would be way forward for proving our case that buyer credit can't be denied, recipient credit can't be denied for the fault of supplier of non-payment of taxes. My argument number one, I will go back to pre-GST. I know a lot of you are experienced lawyers doing practice. In pre-GST under central excise, where credit was available under Sandbit credit, Honorable Supreme Court in the case of KK Industries Limited has said credit can't be denied to the buyer, to the recipient for the fault of supplier. Honorable Supreme Court judgment. Under VAT regime, lot of VAT High Court judgment I'm referring to. One of the judgment coming under Delhi VAT from Delhi High Court, Arise India Limited. Same judgment. Recipient credit can't be denied for the fault of supplier of non-payment of taxes. Not only Delhi High Court, this judgment SLP was filed by the revenue, which got dismissed in the Supreme Court without discussion on merit. But lot of other judgment coming from different High Court, Punjab and Haryana, Allahabad, Rajasthan High Court, that credit can't be denied to the recipient and buyer for non-payment of taxes by the supplier. But there is one judgment from Bombay High Court, contrary, reverse. And they have said credit can be denied to the recipient for fault of supplier of non-payment of taxes. Unfortunately, SLP was filed in the Supreme Court, got dismissed. So this is one judgment which is contrary versus lot of other judgment, including Supreme Court judgment in central excise and VAT, mostly judgment in favor of the buyer, recipient, credit is available. Ground number one. Ground number two is very, very interesting and which you will love to listen. Why this credit can't be denied to the recipient and buyer. When GST introduced in the country, July 2017, we have envisaged there would be automated GST return filing. Automated GST return filing. And what was that one? That supplier going to file GSTR1, that gets auto-populated in GSTR2A for the recipient. And being recipient, you are having option of add, modify, delete, and file GSTR2 by 15th of next month. When as a recipient, you add, modify, and delete, it gets auto-populated in GSTR1A for the supplier. And supplier has to accept or reject and then file GSTR3. Just imagine a situation. This recipient, what is the condition we are putting? There's one legal maxim which is said by Manojji, lex non cogit ad impossibilia. You can't compel a person to do something which is impossible. You know, this recipient has taken credit since 2017, GST got introduced, but there was no GSTR2A until 2019. GSTR2A only came in 2019. And initially the challenge was, even 2A was not showing whether supplier has paid the taxes or not. And later part of financial year 2019, it started showing whether supplier has paid the taxes or not. I just want to put up one point. When recipient was not aware of, and he was not having any mechanism which was supposed to be given by way of law, this automized return as per section 37, 38, 39, 41, 42 of CGST Act. This ITC matching and mismatching provision should be given by the law. When GSTR 2 and 3 is not being introduced since July 2017, and 2A was not available to the recipient, which came in 2019, and even initially we were struggling with that information was not available whether supplier has paid the taxes or not. How you can say this recipient, who is a bona fide recipient, buyer, honest one, his credit would be denied for the fault of supplier he was even not aware of. He only came to know only when this GSTR 2A got introduced with the information supplier not paying the taxes. Even for department, they were not knowing that who is the supplier defaulted with. Only when 2A came with the information, they came to know. So neither recipient was aware of, nor department was aware of. Are we not putting a condition compelling recipient for something which was impossible? We could have complained, we could have blamed the recipient had this information was available to the recipient and buyer. My second argument, since recipient and buyer is bona fide, he should not be compelled to do something which is impossible. Argument number 3, which is my legal argument. Section 73 talks about so-called notice for non-fraud cases. 74 talks about so-called notice for the fraud cases. And it is talking about those who are not making payment of tax or short payment of tax. Can you really issue so-called notice to the recipient? Whereas this should be on person chargeable with tax, which is defaulting supplier. To my mind, this so-called notice is going to be quashed if issued to the recipient. You can issue this so-called notice to the supplier who faulted with non-payment of tax or short payment of tax. That would be my third argument. So keeping everything here, Article 14, discrimination, defaulted versus honest, Article 19(1)(g, and Article 300 capital A with vested right, and bona fide honest recipient was not having anything available to them at par with the tax department. How recipient would be compelled and said, even though you know you have taken credit. So for me, till the time 2A came into the picture, GSTR 2A with information, the supplier not paying the taxes, I can always legally argue that GST law envisages automated return system. There was no mechanism available for the recipient to cross-check whether supplier has paid the taxes or not. Hence, this section 16, subsection 2, clause C, is not having support of ITC matching and mismatching. It cannot be implemented unless we can implement 37, 38, 39, 41, and 42. That would be my argument as a way forward. Now it is coming in GSTR 2A. Now in GSTR 2B, static ITC statement getting auto-populated. That is what government is saying in GSTR 3B as a way forward. It's a responsibility of buyer and recipient to ensure and know your supplier for the interest for availing credit, that you should buy from such supplier who are compliant taxpayer, filing GSTR 1 and 3B, making payment of tax. Now onwards, you can't really argue the point which I argued for the past period when no mechanism was available for the recipient to check at par with the tax department. That would be my answer. So conclusion is, for the past period, I hold good, and I'm telling you, in my humble opinion, credit can't be denied to the recipient or buyer for fault of supplier of non-payment of taxes. Can I see your answer in the chat box? Yes, even for the case study 2, you got it right. You understood it well. Tell me in a chat box. I just want that your yes in a chat box so that I will feel, yes, you're getting my point and things are really clear to all of you. All right, Mr. Subrata Sarkar, Mr. Manju Nath. So very well said. So I did 2 case study. All right, very well. Thank you very much. Now a lot of participants are coming back. Mr. M.M. Vasin is saying also yes. Sunil Kumar Kota is saying yes, sir. So thanking each one of you that you are digesting and going all along with me. That's very good. You are active now on chat box. That shows we are now interacting with each other. We are talking to each other. Come to the 3rd case study. With respect to place of supply. With respect to place of supply. Now, intricacies in place of supply. That's the reason this case study I'm doing. Let me create the fact of the case. Fact of the case, and then you answer. And this is again very good, interesting case study coming from Gujarat High Court. So I'm discussing one of the judgment and doing this case study. I'm sure you will love this case study as well. Let's say I'm registered in Delhi. I'm being approached by foreign supplier of goods or supplier of services, foreign supplier, Korean supplier. Korean supplier telling me, Bimalji, you kindly do sales promotion activity for me in India. And you try to get the customer for my product, for my goods and services. If I'm supplying my goods and services to ultimate customer, I will pay you a percentage, a specified percentage. This was the contract. I have done sales promotion activity in India, could get the customer base for my foreign supplier. Foreign supplier has supplied goods or services to the ultimate customer. In turn, I have raised my invoice as per agreed terms. Bimal Jain has raised the invoice in agreed terms on foreign supplier. So provider is in India, recipient is outside India, and I'm getting paid in convertible foreign exchange, because when I'm raising invoice, I'm being paid in convertible foreign exchange. And we both, me and a foreign supplier, are not merely establishment of distinct person. Only place of supply is the issue. My services are being offered as per the contract to the foreign client, to foreign supplier, to the foreign recipient. I have done this activity at the instance, at the contract from the foreign supplier, foreign recipient. My simple question, the services which offered by Bimal Jain in India to a person outside India, is export of service or not? Tell me, export of service or not? I want to see the answer, export of service or not. Tell me in the chat box whether export of service or not. Okay, some of you are coming back and saying yes. Some of you are saying no, meaning thereby we got mixed audience, and we are having mixed audience because intricacies exist. So Sanjeev Roy is saying no, it is not export of service. So Subrata Sarkar is saying it is export. There is no denial. Now listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. For export of services, you need to satisfy 5 conditions. You need to satisfy 5 conditions. Supplier is in India, which is the case. Recipient must be outside India, is satisfied. You should get the money in convertible foreign exchange, supplier, getting it convertible foreign exchange. We are not merely establishment of distinct persons, satisfied. Only condition for export of services would be place of supply must be outside India. Place of supply must be outside India. Hence, you have to go back and check what is the place of supply for this particular activity. I'm intermediary here in India. I'm intermediary. And what is the intermediary? Who facilitate or arranges supply of goods or services between two persons. That is what my role, and that is what I'm doing here. Who arrange it or facilitate. So in this case, I'm intermediary, and for intermediary, I need to check the relevant place of supply provision, and relevant provision is section 13, subsection 8, clause B. It is saying place of supply for intermediary is location of supplier. Location of supplier. Hence, place of supply is in India. It is not outside India. Hence, I'm not satisfying this condition. When I'm not satisfying this condition, then location of supplier, which is Delhi, India, and place of supply again is in India, it is not export of services. That is what Hon'ble Gujarat High Court has concluded, and dispute was whether this provision is constitutionally valid or not. It was debated in that judgment that this is going against the concept of export. The supplier is getting paid in convertible foreign exchange. And this was debated at length. Hon'ble Gujarat High Court has said we can't do anything. If this is the law which is being approved, and law saying so, it may be contrary as per the representation and logical concept of the trade, industry, and commerce, but we can't do, we can only read the law. And law is saying it is not export, hence benefit will not be given. Not export of services. GST leviable. If GST leviable, next question will come. As I'm registered in Delhi and place of supply again Delhi, should I charge CGST and SGST being intra-state, or I should charge IGST? Next question. So maybe I've concluded one part of the story, but second part of the story, if it is not export, is it intra-state or interstate? What kind of invoice I should raise as an intermediary service provider? Say in chat box, intra-state or interstate. So Hitesh Kumar Jain coming and saying intra-state. You all can reply back to me that intra-state or interstate. Okay, so I'm getting a lot of answer in favor of intra-state. I do agree that you are looking from the perspective of location of supplier and place of supply. Both in Delhi, you are saying intrastate, but if I go back to the provision, if I check the provision, I'm of the view it is interstate, IGST, though it is not export. Though it is not export because billing is being done to a customer, recipient outside India, which would be interstate. But there is only one frequently asked question in banking and financial services, and they have picked up the same example and responded back that you can levy intrastate C plus S. So to my mind, it is not creating any problem if you treat as C plus S or IGST. Even if you charge IGST, SGST component of IGST will accrue to the state of Delhi because you are going to put other countries and the state code would be 9999999. It will go to Delhi only. Legal, interstate, FAQ, intrastate, but not making any difference. So good part, you have responded. Now here is the jalebi question. Jalebi means I'm complicating this question now. And here you can test yourself whether you are really answering well. So this question, if you answer, I will appreciate. I will name each one of you if I get the correct answer from you. So I'm going to name only those who are going to give me the correct answer related to same topic. Let me see to what extent you have digested the provision. So fact of the case now. I'm reversing a situation. Now, Indian company, Indian supplier is going back to Korean intermediary. So Korean person to develop the market, sales promotion, and get the customer base in Korea. So this Korean person is doing sales promotion activity in Korea, getting customer base in Korea. Now this Indian supplier supplying goods or services to customer base in Korea. With similar terms, this Korean fellow who has done sales promotion activity for Indian supplier, raising invoice on Indian supplier. Now, in this situation, intermediary, who is a Korean commission agent, supplier outside India, raising invoice to Indian company recipient in India. So recipient is in India. Now this recipient going to pay commission amount to this foreign commission agent, foreign intermediary. Tell me reverse charge, RCM, on import of services, because supplier outside India, recipient is in India, with the RCM, import of services applicable. And please apply your mind. Please apply your mind. If you give the right answer, then only I'm naming you. Otherwise, you can assume yourself you have not given the right answer. It was little complex. It was stated to be little complex. So I'm judging the participants to what extent my audience is really ready and listening me carefully. So as of now, I got only 4-5 answers. First of all, out of 230 participants, only 5 are answering. Only 5 are answering. 5, 6, 7, I got it. So 7, 8, I got it now. So numbers are increasing. Okay. So maybe 10 answer, I got it. 10 answer, I got it. Okay. 11, I got it. So I'm just looking at the chat box and trying to judge myself. How many of you are really getting it properly? Now listen, out of 230, there are 12% who has responded back. So I'm going up in a chat box. You can also see that how many of you has given the correct answer, starting from Sanjeev Roy. He said no RCM. So he's the one who has given the right answer. No RCM, no reverse charge on import of services applicable. I will tell you why. I will tell you why. But you first, out of 12 participants who responded back, who are correct? Out of 232, altogether we are here. So Sanjeev Roy given the right answer. Okay, then coming to Manjunath, Karnataka, only 2%. So I will not take now Mr. Ramesh Kumar Bhuba's answer. Only 2% out of 12% has given the right answer out of 233 participants as of now. No RCM, no reverse charge, no import of services. For import of services, there are 3 conditions. That is the reason I said intricacies. Supplier must be outside India. Of course, he was outside India. Recipient must be in India. Of course, recipient inside India. Place of supply need to be in India for import of services for reverse charge. Please check yourself whether place of supply was in India. I said as per 13 subsection 8 clause B, place of supply would be location of supplier, which is again outside India. It is not in India, hence it is not import of services. No reverse charge applicable, no RCM. Tell me in a chat box, at least you understood it, why RCM not applicable. So say yes in a chat box. So I will connect the other point of this particular point. So RCM, import of services, not applicable. All right, so you're saying yes in a chat box, very well. Now, okay, all right. Just one thing to connect. Is it not contrary as a government policy? On export of services, when convertible foreign exchange was coming in India, They are not treating as export of service, and GST was leviable, of which no credit in the hands of foreign recipient, cascading. And in the reverse case, foreign exchange going out of the country and no RCM applicable. So from government economic policy, this provision is not sync. And just to highlight you, these are copy-paste provision from service tax from October 1, 2014. October 1, 2014. Copy-paste provision in GST. But this is the burning and intricacies. I given you Gujarat High Court judgment also. So maybe this was one of the case study from place of supply perspective. Having said that, now let me come back to GST ITC. I will do 2 more case study, and where you will get one for case study for ITC, one for place of supply. Let me take ITC, input tax credit intricacies, 2 more case study. So second last for you. You know that GSTR 9 and 9C for 18-19, financial year 18-19, due to be filed by 31st December 2020. I know that lawyers are into GST practice. 9C to be signed by chartered accountant or cost accountant only. But as an understanding sake, this is very, very interesting. You will love it. What is the time limit to avail credit in GST for any financial year? For any financial year. Let's take an example of 18-19. As per section 16 subsection 4, as per section 16 subsection 4 of CGST Act, what is the last date? Earliest of the 2 date. Due date for filing return under section 39, which is GSTR 3B, for September following the end of financial year 18-19. So it would be 20th October 2019. 20th October 2019. Or date of filing annual return, which is 31st December 2020. So earliest would be 20th October 2019 for financial year 18-19, right? This is what you have responded also in chat box. Now, please tell me if I say, no, I don't agree with this provision. I don't agree with the explanation of section 16 subsection 4. I have my serious doubt. I'm putting forth my argument to all of you. You become judge and listen to me carefully. You become judge and listen to me carefully. I'm going to debate on number of points and say this time limit of section 16 subsection 4 is subjective one, can be litigated, and for your information, writ has been filed in number of High Court, Delhi High Court, Gujarat High Court. Notice is being issued to the revenue, but judgment is yet to come. But let me put forth my argument for your understanding sake. I'm trying to convince you that I do not agree with section 16 subsection 4. First, there's 2 kinds of liability in GST. One is called forward charge, another one is called reverse charge. For reverse charge, we all know recipient is liable to pay. Let's take an example and check your level of knowledge as well. An advocate raising invoice on 1st January 2019, raising invoice to Reliance Industries Limited. Assume 1st January 2019, it is pertaining to 18-19. Reliance has not paid the amount to the advocate. It is still pending. Neither they have paid the reverse charge liability, GST. It is pending. We are standing on 5th of December 2020. Now we have to take a conscious call. Client is coming back and asking you for filing 9 and 9C of 18-19. And he wanted to have your opinion. Sir, can I pay RCM liability of 18-19 now on 5th December? If I pay, whether credit is available or not. So my first question goes to all of you. If this was RCM liability for invoice generated on 1st January 2019, please tell me what is the time of supply, POT, point of taxation? What is the last date this Reliance Industries should have paid GST liability? Tell me in the chat box. I'm looking for the answer. So you should not consider why I'm taking your test. Don't assume like that. Just enjoy the session. I mean, involving you so that you love it. For that reason only, I'm asking the query. And I'm sure you must be liking this by asking the query. It should not be taken otherwise. Okay. So a lot of you are answering and saying different answer. POT would be as per section 13, subsection 3 of CGST Act. And which says earliest of to date, date of payment, which you haven't done it, then date following the end of 60 days from date of invoice. So 61st day become by default POT, point of taxation. So 2nd March 2019 becomes POT in the instant case. It is liable to be paid from 61st day. Now on 5th December, again, the question coming back to you, sir, what to be done? When to pay? 61st day. Can I pay now and take credit? There are two options available. Option 1, you show in table 4G of GSTR 9. Pay the liability by creating liability in table 9 of GSTR 9 along with interest, because it is due from 61st day. Interest would be chargeable at the rate of 18% per annum. But credit is not available then. You're looking for the option, tell me the option where credit is available, then government has provided, and it is help for us, a press release. Government has issued a press release on 3rd July 2019, and said, Bimal, you should capture this RCM transaction in that financial year wherein you are making payment. So I'm going to make payment on 5th December. So I need to capture in 9 and 9C of 2021. So what is the provision for RCM? As per section 31, subsection 3, clause F of CGST Act, there's a provision, and provision says, being recipient, you must raise self-invoice to yourself. Being recipient, you must raise self-invoice to yourself, which you're raising now on 5th December 2020. That is going to be eligible document for you. Eligible document for you for availing credit, provided you pay the taxes in terms of Rule 36, Sub-Rule 1, Clause B. So you're paying the taxes now. So you can create the self-invoice today, pay the liability in current month GSTR 3B of December 2020. So table 3 will capture your RCM liability along with interest, and table 4A going to capture credit of this particular RCM liability paid in the same month. Credit is available. Hence for RCM, we are finding that we are paying now and availing credit only one non-compliances. That I did not raise the self-invoice in the month when I received the services. I'm raising now. At most general penalty under section 125. But RCM liability of 17-18, 18-19, 19-20, we can pay and take credit now. Advantage. So option 2 is giving me a privilege, capture in current month 3B, December 2020, and so in 9 and 9C of 2021. This is RCM. Come to the forward charge method. Very interesting. And here we are looking for the answer. Let's say you got forward charge invoice 10 lakh plus IGST charge You have availed the credit in your books of account, but you could not avail the credit in your GSTR 3B and last date gone, 20th October 2019 gone. Whether that credit would be available. This is the main question, right? And this is what we are debating and discussing. Look at my answer. And after listening my answer, I'm sure you will give the explanation to me. You will give me the judgment. Yeah, Bimalji is going very fine, very fine. Listen very carefully. When you have availed the credit, let's say forward charge, 1st January 2019 invoice, forward charge, supplier charging GST. Being recipient, you have taken credit in your books of accounts, but you could not take in your GSTR 3B. That is the only problem. And last date is gone, 20th October 2019. Credit is available or not? This is the point we are debating, as if I'm arguing before Lordship and discussing this point. My first argument is, Section 16, subsection 2, starting with a non-obstante clause, notwithstanding anything contained in this section. No registered person shall take credit unless 4 conditions are satisfied: having tax invoice, receipt of goods and services, supplier pays the taxes, recipient filing regular return. I'm going to counter that this section 16 subsection 2 is starting with a non-obstante clause is overriding section 16 subsection 4, time limit. They're only saying if Bimal, you have satisfied 4 conditions, this credit is available to you. My first legal argument. Second argument is you must be knowing that legal interpretation. Gujarat High Court judgment in the case of AAP Associate. An issue was whether 3B, GSTR 3B is a return under section 39. Honorable Gujarat High Court has said 3B was not a return under section 39. Hence the last date was date of filing annual return. And it was argued that this GSTR 3B got introduced by way of rule 61 sub rule 5, which was not there in the provision of the GST Act. Hence, there is a bona fide legal interpretation in favor of a taxpayer. That Honorable Gujarat High Court has said 3B was not a return under section 39. Hence, time limit would be date of filing annual return. What government did? Government has filed SLP in the Supreme Court. Honorable Gujarat High Court judgment got stayed. It is sub judice as on date. But legal argument still exists. And what is this legal argument? The bona fide legal interpretation. This issue was debated, and by way of retrospective amendment, government has said 3B is a return under section 39 by notification number 49/2019. So wherever we are bringing retrospective amendment and curtailing the right of a taxpayer, I can very well argue that by way of retrospective amendment, you can't curtail my right. It can be prospective only. And the legal interpretation which any taxpayer could have relied, that 3B is not a return under section 39. Second argument. Third argument. In GST, there is a concept. Unless you file the preceding month return, you cannot file your current month GST return. There's a concept. And to explain it, take an example. You need to file July 19 to December 19 return. Just assume. Now, if at all you have to file December 19 return, you have to make sure you're filing your return from July to November 2019 first, preceding month return. Then only you can file your December 19 return. There's a concept in GST. That is the analogy. Taking this analogy for my argument, I will say, my lord, on 20th October 2019, I was even preparing GSTR 9 and 9C of 1718. For 1718, 9 and 9C, last date was 31st January 2020. Can't I say Can't I argue that on 20th October, I was finalizing 9 and 9C of 1718. How somebody can assume I will be crystallizing my ITC for 1819? Unless I file 1718, and that last date was 31st January 2020. So my ITC get crystallized, taken forward for 1819 only after filing my 1718. It's the argument, third argument, fourth argument. My vested right, Article 19(1)(g), Article 300 capital A. I know on vested right, we can debate on both sides. I'm agreeable to all of you. But still, I'm making my point. This is the point for taxpayer. When law disputed, 3B was not a return under Section 39. Why can't we say this is favoring taxpayer? And having said Section 16, subsection 2, starting with the non-obstantly clause, if you don't read Section 16, subsection 2, and read in isolation Section 16, subsection 4, then Section 16, subsection 2 become otioch, having no relevance. And this can't be the case. Section 16, subsection 2, overriding Section 16, subsection 4, and saying credit available if 4 conditions satisfied, but no time limit in Section 16, subsection 2. So given all food for thought and explanation, and even for 1819, government has not issued any special order, as they did for 1718. For 1718, they say last date would be 31st March 2019. But for 1819, they did not say. Even for 1920, last date is 20th October 2020. COVID-19 time period was there, and we all are struggling. They have said nothing in that regard. Whether the government is really making GST good and simple tax, I have serious doubt about it. But I given my legal, logical, and a representation pointer for saying Section 16, subsection 4 cannot be read in isolation. That is my submission. Tell me in chat box. Tell me in a chat box, please. I'm looking for the answer. As a judge, to what extent you feel like, yes, arguments are really good, and we have hope and chance that Section 16, subsection 4 cannot be, I'm saying cannot be read in isolation. Please tell me in the chat box, please. I'm looking for the answer. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, all right. All right, very well. Sunil Kumar Kotaji is also saying cannot be read in isolation. Okay, so Manoj Nigam is saying credible points. And Mukul Gupta ji has already appreciated me. Mr. M.M. Basin is also appreciated me. So very well, thank you very much. Last case study, last one. So I will not take much time and I will not come in between. And since we started on time, let me also conclude within time with the last case study. With last case study on place of supply. And you will find this case study again very interesting. Very interesting. And it is on export and import of services. Export and import of services. Intricacies. Listen carefully. And here, very interesting. I'm having head office in Delhi. Assume I'm having head office in Delhi. I'm into service sector, IT-based services, information technology-based services. I got my branch in USA. Branch in USA. Now, branch got a client in USA for certain IT software services. So my branch is getting contracts signed for IT software services. So privity of contract is foreign client in USA with my foreign branch. Now my foreign branch is not having competent resources. They're requesting head office to deploy the manpower directly at the client site, foreign client site at USA. and provide the services. So head office has deployed the resources to the foreign client side at USA and rendered the services. This is the first fact of the situation. Now, in this case, my first question goes to all of you. Who is going to raise the invoice to foreign client? Is a foreign branch or head office in India? And you should keep in mind privity of contract. Privity of contract was between foreign branch and foreign client. At the instance of foreign branch, head office India has deployed the resources. So my first question, who is going to raise the invoice to foreign client? Is a foreign branch, my foreign branch, or Indian head office? So Ashok Jain, Bijay Kumar Saha, foreign branch. Rightly said, those who are understanding privity of contract, foreign branch will raise the invoice to foreign client USA. With a foreign branch going to charge any GST? Next question. With a foreign branch, USA going to charge any GST? Yes and no? No. Outside India, not chargeable. Not chargeable. Well said. Now, this Indian head office going to raise the invoice to foreign branch USA for deploying the resources to the foreign client. So Indian head office, Delhi based, raising invoice to foreign branch USA for the provision of services given to the foreign client. Am I clear? Simple question. Keep export of services provision in mind. 5 specific conditions need to be satisfied. I'm not repeating those 5 conditions, but want to check whether you have captured those provisions properly. As per 5 conditions for being export of services, Indian head office raising invoice to foreign branch, whether it is export of services, say yes or no. Whether it is export of services. No. No. This is not export of services. Because head office and branch are merely establishment of distinct person. This condition is not satisfied. Hence, it is not export of services. It is not export of services. Hope all of you got it. Had it been holding company and subsidiary company independent, had it been holding company in India, subsidiary company in USA separately, instead of head office and branch, please tell me whether your answer differ. Had it been holding company and subsidiary company separately registered, then it is going to be export of services. Then it is going to be export of services. Tell me in the chat box quickly. I hope you all are getting my points. Tell me whatever argument I gave as of now, you have digested. It is export of services. All right. It is export of services. Am I right? All right. Well done. Well done. Let's reverse the case now. Reverse the case now. So I've told you when it is not export and when it is export. Reverse the situation. Now, head office India got a client in Bangalore. So head office is in Delhi, got the client in Bangalore, and they wanted certain services, IT software services to be delivered. Now, head office is not having, Delhi head office is not having competent resources. They requested foreign branch, USA branch, to deploy the resources to client location at Bangalore. So foreign USA branch deploying resources at a client location Bangalore, giving the services. Now my questions start. Who is going to raise the invoice to foreign client? Delhi head office or foreign branch? Delhi head office or foreign branch? First tell me. Who know Mr. Jyoti Basan, go slow and tell me Who is going to raise the invoice? Delhi head office to foreign client? Privity of contract as normally understood? No, Jyoti Vasan, please correct. Privity of contract, what's client in Bangalore giving contract to Delhi head office. So Delhi head office eventually going to raise the invoice to the client in Bangalore. Am I right? Anamika, well said. Delhi head office to client in Bangalore. All right. All right. Is it going to be intrastate or interstate? Next question. Intrastate or interstate? So Delhi head office raising invoice to Bangalore client. It is going to be intrastate or interstate. Mr. D. Amarnath, please, you are the only one who has given wrong answer. It will always be interstate. IGST leviable. Mr. Amarnath, kindly correct. Kindly correct. Mr. D. Amarnath, kindly correct. Location of supplier, Delhi. Place of supply, location of recipient, Bangalore. IGST leviable. Now, since foreign branch, USA, render the services at the behest of Delhi head office. Delhi head office. Am I right? So foreign branch USA has rendered the services because Delhi head office wanted. Now foreign branch USA raising invoice to Delhi head office, and I want your answer correct. Please, my humble submission. You take your own time, but don't give me the wrong answer, because then I will feel like whatever work I've done, at least you got it properly. So foreign US branch raising invoice to Delhi head office with the RCM on import of services, applicable or not? Applicable or not? Please tell me. Kishan K. Begnani, please, before answering, think twice, think thrice. Do not, just give answer abruptly. Think twice, applicable or not applicable. And for import of services, 3 conditions. Supplier must be outside India, which is foreign branch. Recipient must be India, which is Delhi head office. And place of supply is in India. And in this case, this is IT software services. This is not intermediary which I'm referring to. Please do not get confused. It is IT software services. So foreign branch has really provided the services to the client. So place of supply is location of recipient, is in India, hence it is import of service, and reverse charge applicable. Reverse charge applicable. Applicable. Only 3 conditions. Applicable, reverse charge applicable. So conclusion. First you say that you got it. First you say yes, you got it. You say in the chat box, yes, you got it. First I want to see your answer as a yes in chat box, that yes, you understood it well. All right, well done, well done. Well done, got it, got it. Thank you very much. So nice of you, so nice of you. So Mr. M. Basin is saying got it, all right. See the contrary aspect here. When I was doing from Delhi HO to foreign branch, it was not export. I'm getting convertible foreign exchange, not export. Charging GST, right? So much a problem. And there are 2 tax planning can be done. In this contract, what you could have done, foreign client giving a contract to US branch, they could have given direct contract to the head office, Delhi head office. Then it could have been export of services, which is in our hand. We can do this tax planning and see the incidents. And had it been a holding company and subsidiary company, it is export of services. In reverse case, when they are not treating services between head office and branch for export, but for reverse charge, there's no condition of merely establishment. Only 3 conditions. So maybe you have to digest the provision properly for analyzing the provision, for getting implication of export and import of services. From my side, I have taken 6 case study. I did discuss input tax credit and place of supply in 3 cases. Lot of other things are available, but to make most of it, making it interesting for all the participants, I saw that around 220, 225, 230 joined when I started, and you continued with me throughout. So my sincere thanks to all the participants. They continued for 1.5 hours with me and participated giving the answers in a chat box. Initially, I was not getting that much of response, but you have given those answers as we progresses further. I've tried from my side to make it a lucid, simple, good and simple presentation for understanding of my participants. You can also join me on my Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube to watch all regular GST update and video. And with this, we can connect ourselves and we can try ourselves to make this GST as a good and simple tax. My respect to all the learned senior member. Today's technical session chairman, Mr. Joshi, he's a learned one, and he's a session chairman. All other learned, like we got Nikita ma'am as a president AIFTP, we got Premlata ma'am from Delhi, we got MM Vasim from Delhi, we got Mukulji. I know them personally, that's the reason I named it. If I've not named it, don't take it otherwise. My sincere regard to each one of you for giving this opportunity and listening to me. With last, COVID is going on. Take care of yourself. Wear a mask, social distancing. We have to take care for ourselves, for our family, and pray to God for blessing for all of us, including India and worldwide. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vimal sir, for your excellent this one as usual presentation. Joshi sir, concluding remarks. Joshi sir, unmute yourself.
Difficulty in. Hello.
Yeah, now you're audible, sir.
Audible, sir. You're audible.
Hello.
Audible, sir.
Are you? I can. You see, so many. Mr. Bimal Jain has made really a complicated one into much complicated one. Let me tell you, howsoever simple he may be, he may look like, but then for an ordinary practitioner, it is all complicated one. And that is why I always say that the Prime Minister is wrong when he says that it is a simple and good talk. So taxation can never be simple, and it can never be simple. And so long as the law is there, the advocates will be there, your role will be there, Bimal Jain would be there, and advocates will be there. Thank you, Mr. Bimal Jain, for what you call making out a case for writ petition. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joshi sir. Let me propose a vote of thanks. Yes, Rao. Yes, please. Yes, sir.
Sir, Joshi sir.
Yes.
Joshi sir.
Yes, sir.
The shawl and memento and bouquet from Tushar would like to present you. Is it received or by you or not?
It is all received. It is received, already received.
But that is
already
in the
received.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Vimal Jain, sir. Sir, Vimal Jain, sir. Please requested to hear me.
All the best to everybody.
Yes. Mr. D.K. Gandhi is deputed for that work over there at Delhi. but he is on some traffic and some problem, and he will not reach you, and he will reach sometime with a bouquet and shawl and memento.
Thank
Sorry,
you
sir,
very much.
please bear with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good service here.
Thank you very much for Bimal Jain sir for accepting our request to be give lecture in the GST session. We are very much thankful to you, sir, because for making the session very interactive, for which you are an expert. And we are very much thankful to our respected Joshi sir, our
Yes, sir.
Guru, for making the session very, very interesting with his initial remarks. We thank both of you for sharing your exhaustive knowledge to our fraternity. Thank you very much for accepting. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Please do take care. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We reassemble for 1:45.
Yeah, we'll take a break now and we'll reassemble at 1:45 p.m. for our income tax session. That will be handled by our Dr. K. Shivaram, our senior advocate from Mumbai, and Mr. Kapil Goyal from Delhi. So I request all the member participants to reassemble at 1:45 p.m. sharp. Thank you. Thank you all. To all, we are very much happy and thankful to our today's session chairman, Dr. Shivkumar sir, Shivaram sir, our past president, and very equally happy to see our Kapil Goyal, Mr. Kapil Goyal, our good friend.
Hello. Hello.
Radhakrishnan sir, you can start with the introduction. I think he has a
Yes,
problem.
sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Shall I go? Yeah.
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah. Thank you for giving this opportunity to introduce our Guardian of the profession, Dr. K. Shivaram. I am privileged to do that. Dr. K. Shivaram, being a designated senior advocate of Bombay High Court, is practicing as a counsel before Bombay High Court Income Tax Appellate Tribunal since 1978. Past president of Chamber of Consultants, Tax Consultants for Mumbai since 1990 to 92. Past national president of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners of India for the years 2003 to 2006. Past president of the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal Bar Association, Mumbai from 2011 to 2012. Former editor of the Income Tax Review published by the Chamber of Tax Consultants, Mumbai 1999 to 92 to 2001. Then chief editor of AIFTP Journal for the years 1994 to 2018. And still he is an editor in chief. Member of Regional Direct Taxes Advisory Committee of Government of India for the years 1992 to 96. The gentleman, being polite in his behavior, having erudite knowledge in tax law, being the champion and chairman of this session, shall enlighten us in this next 1.5 hours. Thank you. And shall I introduce our speaker also now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Our speaker, Mr. Kapil Goyal, a double-edged sword for being a lawyer as well as a chartered accountant, is very much known in the Indian tax law tax practitioners parameters. Mr. Kapil Goyal is practicing as an advocate and is also qualified as a chartered accountant. And he has completed his BCom honors in the year 2002. And 2003 he has become a CA. And 2006 I think he has become a lawyer. And he has been attending all conferences throughout India. In the last 30 days, he has attended more than 50 webinars. He has conducted 50 webinars, in which about 50,000 professionals have been benefited. He has attended more than 1,000 cases in appellate bodies and also High Court and Supreme Court cases. His knowledge is very much widening. He is a young and talented speaker. As far as the North Zone SIRC is concerned, his knowledge is to be enjoyed by us in this particular session. I welcome him, sir. Both of you, I welcome, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Radhakrishnan, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shall I add one thing and then I will give it to the floor? First of all,
Yes,
we
sir.
sent the mementos and shawls to through Keval Ramani from Bombay section and DK Gandhi through Delhi section. And the same
Yes,
were
sir.
already received over there, and due to traffic problems in Delhi, they may not reach you. And in DK Keval Ramani will hand over you the bouquet and shawl and memento, each and everything. Please, sir, please accept our token of gratitude. Only this is a South culture. I request you, both of you, accept when they come for your destination. Please, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, floor is the chairman, sir.
Thank you, sir. The chairman can take over the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Radhakrishnan, for
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So kind of you, sir.
Now let me thank the professionals of Hyderabad for giving me an opportunity to interact with the.
Sir, Shivram, sir.
Yes.
I'm extremely sorry, sir, for stopping you, sir. Our Vishnu is there. Vishnu, because of my technical issue, I could not. I got logged out. Vishnu Jamakandi is a Karnataka State Taxpayer Association secretary. He would speak for a few minutes because I wanted to tell us about their association and their activities. Vishnu, please. I'm sorry, sir.
No, not at all. We have sufficient time. Don't worry.
Yeah, please.
Thank you,
Vishnu,
sir.
sir.
Thank you, sir. First of all,
Vishnu, sir, please.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
You please. You are muted. I believe you are.
No, sir.
Video is not video.
No, sir. It is visible. No, sir.
Vishnuji, you please.
Yes, sir.
ఇది ఖాళీగా కనబడుతుంది విష్ణు గారు, కొంచెం మీ ఫేస్ చూపించండి.
దేనికి అర్థం అవటలేదు నాకు. Why it has happened?
కెమెరా రివర్స్ లో వెళ్ళింది చూడండి.
లేదు. ఆన్ కస్టమ్ లైవ్ స్ట్రీమింగ్ సర్వీసెస్ సంథింగ్ ఇస్ హ్యాపెండ్. ఇప్పటిదాకా క్లియర్ వస్తుండే కదా.
నాకు వచ్చింది బాగా.
సార్.
Yeah, now we should. Please carry on. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Extremely, excuse me, speaker, sir. I am disturbing you for your session. Okay, respected dignitaries and the speakers, good afternoon and greeting from the Karnataka State Tax Practitioners Association, sir. We heartily congratulate entire team of AIFTP South Zone on well organizing virtual national convention under the able leadership of chairman of AIFTP South Zone and other able leaders and mentors of this organization, sir. Regarding our Karnataka State Tax Practitioners, sir, it is founded in the year 1962 in the regional body of tax practitioners having membership strength of more than 3,500 professionals from all the districts of the Karnataka. The prime objective of the association are not only to work for the cause of its professionals, but also educate the public at large and to act as a catalyst between the citizens and the government authorities by providing suggestions and input relating to the administration of tax laws. In this COVID period also, we have organized more than 65 virtual seminars on the direct and indirect taxes, and still we are conducting the program, sir. On behalf of KSTPA, I congratulate and wish all the best to entire newly elected national team of AIFTP and also congratulate newly elected team of AIFTP South Zone. Further, we expect and are sure that many more initiatives will be brought to the tax practitioners community in coming days with the dynamic leadership of National President Sri Malladi Srinivasa Rao and a charming National Secretary C.S.S. Satyanarayana sir. I will not take much time, giving me that permission to speak few words on behalf of
sir. One thing I would like to share you.
Sir.
Dr. Shivram sir is from Karnataka only.
Oh, it's privilege.
Last time you have witnessed over there, Mangaluru.
Yes, sir.
He's the chief
sir.
guest over
Great
there.
pranam to Shivram sir. I seek his blessing, sir. It is much required, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vishnu sir. Sir, please,
Thank you,
Shriram
sir.
sir, please
Thank you.
continue. Please continue.
Over to chairman.
Okay.
Thank you, Shriram sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to interact with the professionals of Hyderabad and across the country. But I referred earlier also, once again repeat, that the Hyderabad is very dear to me. One of the reasons I once again repeat that when there was a threat to independence of the ITAT, it was Hyderabad Bar who strongly supported us. That is why today the independence of ITAT is maintained only because of the cooperation of Hyderabad. So we cannot forget that our close association with Hyderabad. Kapil, for your information, because you were young at that time, so it was a long back. We had a very big battle to maintain independence of the ITAT. So that is the reason I thought referring, that is how Hyderabad is very dear to me. And of course, the South Zone, we had a very dynamic leader, namely late Sri V. Ramachandran, senior advocate, and we have the Dr. M.A.K. Murthy, and now Mr. M.
Actually,
he is a soldier. Like our Prime Minister always says, he is the worker, he is our soldier. So that is why I consider him is a great worker for the Federation, and he will work for the Federation. Like our Prime Minister says that he is 24 hours available. He is also available 24 hours. Okay, all the best to you and to Mr. Srinivasa Rao and his team. Of course, when Mr. Subbarao and Satyanarayan requested me to chair the session I felt it is an opportunity of the learning. We are going to have an interesting session on subject of applicable stamp duty, stamp rate and under Income Tax Act, because how the stamp rate applicable income tax. And Mr. Kapil Goyal is one of the leading tax counsel, academician, and very powerful speaker, which is very rare combination. So we all will be benefited by his deliberation on the subject. Let me also share with you, the income tax is the only one act which has refers more than 126 central act, and therefore that the Stamp Act is one of them. Therefore, that knowing our general law make lot of difference and lot of helps us to make the better representation before the appellate authorities and guide the SSC in respect of the various issues that may come to our discussion. Now, Stamp Act is concerned, you will find that this is the one subject what I find will not be discussed by many of your seminar. Yes, Kapil, anytime you had occasion to discuss this, first of all, you are discussing first time, I think. That is the reason, That shows that is very important subject, and I must congratulate the organizers for selecting such a good subject, which is not discussed at all by any of the seminars or the virtual, though we had more than 120 webinars and everything, but this subject not been touched upon. Now, that let me also share with you that for the benefit of like one of the article which you'll find it in the ITAT online org, that is written by Mr. Akani only on the stamp duty, detailed article on the how stamp duty applicable to, and for the benefit of the organizers, in Sonier, I think they have published one of the articles where it contains detail on the stamp duty and income tax act. And afterwards, the participant can look into that, they can read it. That may be really useful to them when they go home and read the Sonier is concerned. let me touch upon, of course, I will not be discussing various issues. I may just refer few of the instances which Kapil Goyal may take up, and he may further enlighten on that. And that in addition to whatever the point which he raised. Now, section 43 CA, 50C and 56(2)(10). These are the three provisions what we feel that the rely upon stamp duty valuation. This has been introduced to prevent the evasion of the tax. Now we know that some of the very interesting issue comes when we deal with the stamp duty. Like one is leasehold right, whether your 50C is applicable or not. That is though under stamp duty you may have to pay stamp duty on that. Of course, there are judgment of Calcutta. Leasehold right is cannot be equated with land and building. Therefore, it is not applicable. Then that we are having, interestingly, especially cities like Mumbai, the booking right. Like when normal in the flat, when you book in the building, so I had booked the flat. So then I sell that right itself. So whether the 50C is applicable or not, that is the Mumbai, at least it is very common. And there are judgment 72 DTR, Ahmedabad will taken the booking right is not the so land and building, therefore 50C is not applicable. Similarly, under construction flat, when you sell it, it is in the right in the flat. So it is neither building nor so therefore that there also under construction flat also, you are Mumbai table take understand that 43 CA is not applicable. Now the interesting issue will come, Kapil, we may just highlight for the benefit of the readers or our participant, like when you introduce your capital to the firm, section 45(3) is applicable.
Sir.
So then that stamp duty may be very higher. Now you introduce, you credit X amount. So now the issue came before the tribunal. 50C is very high, that is market value. And I introduced it for the 10 lakh. The market value may be 20 lakh. Whether 45(3) is applicable and 50C is applicable. In Mumbai, there is one judgment of the network construction company, reported 88 online. They have taken the view that there are two deeming provisions. One is 45(3), 50C. They said 45(3) will apply, not 50C will not apply. So then one interesting issue, Kapil, you may just consider slum sale. Many times clients come to us, they say that all like slum sale. We work out on that. Then we miss on the aspect of the stamp valuation. Suppose if it is that immovable property is there, if I have to transfer if I have to sell to another concern, income tax no issue, specific formula is there. Then what will be implication on the stamp act? Recently we have come across the case where we found that it is very much viable, the slum sale, but when we try to transfer the building and the land to the other firm, the stamp duty was coming such an use, then party said we are not interested in going to slum sale is concerned. This is how where sometimes stamp duty becomes very important to us. Then a conversion to firm to a company, that is also some of the issues comes on the stamp duty is concerned, which we have to. Similarly, conversion to the limited liability partnership LLP, more issue comes. But recently, part 9 conversion, then we have to evaluate when we go under part 9. That is by operation of the law. Though it is by operation of the law, when part 9 conversion is there, these are a direct judgment of direct judgment, taking that it is not the transfer, and then there is not liable for stamp duty is concerned. Very recently, the Supreme Court at 423 ITR 767, the CIT was such your Chetak enterprise held that it is by operation of the law, so conveyance is not required. Therefore, that one may have to evaluate when people come for us, that conversion company, whether they should prefer to go by part 9 or by the simple transfer or by the sale. That's why stamp duty plays very, very important role, especially when you plan for the issues are concerned. And of course, the merger amalgamation also there are issues, but the only thing is, in fact, federation is another issue, family arrangement. That issue also comes on the stamp duty, transfer and everything. Now, of course, the federation made representation earlier, like GST. There has to be uniform stamp duty, at least, that like when the conversion of the company and other thing. So that may go a long way for doing ease of business in India. So these are the few thoughts. So with this, I think I hand over the, I think Kapil can take it over. We will discuss, I think I must congratulate the organizer for this time, that you are sharp, you are trusted on time. So absolutely no issue at all. I think we'll have about 1 hour. I think Kapil has 1 hour for discussion. Then at least in 15-20 minutes, Kapil will have the question answer from the participant. The ultimate participant will get benefit. With this, Kapil, thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So nice of you, sir. I always feel blessed to be in your company. It is like a blessing of a God and the very sweet dear and sir elder. And we have serious regard for you, me and Rao Saab and everybody, sir. And I was saying him, you are not less than Bhishma Pitama for all of us, sir. So that is a regard which we carry in our mind and heart for yourself, sir. And me in persona, sir, I really feel very encouraged by your words. Although I am not deserving those Maloki words, I don't know how I deserve. But you are so kind and hearted and encouraging to everybody, and so academic loving, sir. It is very charming, sir.
Thank you.
And Srinivas ji and Radhakrishnan ji, everybody on the panel, and all the viewers, sir, learned viewers, my elders, my seniors, my colleagues, my friends, sir. My pranam to all, sir, regards. As you have rightly suggested, sir, this topic is definitely a topic which needs more and more learning and discussion and debates and confabulations and cogitations. Now, this is one issue, sir, which we are today deliberating in this colloquium regarding stamp duty applicability to the Income Tax Act and stamp value. And now it has become a, sir, omnipotent, I will say, omnipresent in income tax laws, stamp value rates. And I believe it is not exaggeration, sir. So Income Tax Act has very heavily relied upon the valuations of the stamp duty law, sir. Now that is a trend which we see in last many years, sir, in the Income Tax Act. And it is not a matter of criticism, but it is a matter of academic understanding that we started with a law where the 50C section came first in my understanding, sir. If I will go to 52, which was omitted provision, but 50C was one of the earliest provision in this row, sir. Then 56 section in the hands of the buyer, then 43 capital CA, sir. And then now in valuation of shares also, intrinsic value of the asset, somewhere we are taking the circle rate value while computing the intrinsic value of the shares. That is a very, I will say, sir, a very far-headed step. Anyhow, so we started with section 50C in the journey. Then we came to 56, sir, then 43 CA, and then this rule 11 UA, where valuation of shares are done, sir, where intrinsic value, while computing intrinsic value, we take the stamp duty rates. What I'm submitting from this broad description, sir, that now Income Tax Act has lot of, at least in 3 heads, in business head, in capital gain head, and in other sources, we are directly having the implication of stamp duty. If I say like this, sir, in business head, capital gain head, and other sources, sir. So it is a matter of it is a matter of some concern, sir, I will say, elaborated, that yes, we are tilting towards circle rate as far as income tax assessment, sir, is concerned, sir. So now I start with my, sir, itinerary which I have made for myself in this, and I will definitely come to those very fine and sharp erudite points which you have given in your chairman address, sir, regarding the rights, etc. Now, first point, sir, I want to just start with, you gave me one homework when you took this giant step. I will say, sir, giant step, I will praising you, sir, on your face, that this 151 judgments which you have published, you gave me the homework. In that homework, the KP Varghese judgment you allocated to me. So that has come handy to me, sir. I will candidly submit. And I will start with that milestone locus classicus order. I believe the sharpest prepositions of this judgment are still a good law. KP Varghese 131 ITR, volume, page 597. And sir, that book which AIFTP has published under your guardianship, in that book I have also marked the page number, sir. Those pages are 139 to 146. In that book, you have sent me that book also, sir. I'm so thankful. 139 page to 146, sir. So why I'm discussing with KP Varghese, sir? Because that was judgment, which I believe is a judgment like a ex cathedra, with the full authority of the court, the Supreme Court, Honorable Apex Court, came down on the income tax department in the sense that you cannot arbitrarily substitute some other amount in place of the declared or decided consideration as far as transaction in relation to sale of immovable property is concerned, and the earlier section 52 subsection 2 is concerned. Now, if I summarize it, sir, in that judgment, KP Varghese judgment, although I have to, when you gave me the homework, sir, it took me 10 pages to make a summary of it, which our AIFTP has carried in our book also, sir. So I'm highlighting, sir, when you gave me that homework, I learned a very sharp thing which I was never aware, sir. In KP Varghese judgment, it is written there. Now, what is that point which I want to communicate, sir, and humbly submit? That KP Varghese judgment, I believe, is a locus classicus on the point that there the Supreme Court very clearly says, sir, that there is a concept. Am I audible, sir? Proper?
Yes, very much. Absolutely. Yes.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, audible.
Okay. Yes, I thought some connection problem is not there in my. Anyhow, sorry, sir. Apologies. I was submitting, sir, that in KP Varghese judgment, when I read it with the reference to today's scenario also, context of today's discussion, and when I compared section 52 at it was there, and 50C and all this chain of provisions which we are discussing today. Now, what is the Supreme Court says, sir, that whenever such kind of provisions are coming, where you are taxing the taxpayer on some notional consideration in place of the actual consideration, then additional burden is on the revenue to bring on record some indication of on money. Now, I want to kickstart my discussion from this point. There, the lordships of Supreme Court categorically emphasized, ingeminated on this point, seminal aspect, that yes, revenue is under a duty to prove that yes, there is some kind of tax evasion, or there is some kind of understatement of consideration, and then only you proceed with application of the deeming provision by replacement of the notional consideration with the actual consideration. Now, definitely we don't have section 52 before us. We have 50C before us, sir. We have 43CA before us. We have 56 before us. But I believe those provisions are, sir, in my humblest of understanding, the sage preposition, astute preposition, advice and guidance which Supreme Court gave in KP Varghese still holds the field as far as today's discussion is concerned, sir. And that I say because in KP Varghese, sir, when Supreme Court was saying that department is under additional burden to bring on record some kind of wrongdoing on the part of the taxpayer before they go on to replace the actual consideration with the deemed consideration, I believe one of the important factor which weighed with the mind of the Supreme Court was, or Honorable Supreme Court, was the background which those provisions was introduced, sir. Supreme Court referred it, and this is what I learned from this judgment news, sir. Travax prepoteris. I am not spelling it properly. Maybe you can pardon me. Travax prepoteris. This is some phrase. They say, kiska matlab hota hai, this means that when a provision is made, what is the background by which this is made? Travax prepoteris has to be necessarily consulted and given due weightage. Now, what is the Travax prepoteris? Travax prepoteris, they say, is the background, legislative intent, legislative purpose, and the mischief. Something like hidden rule. So, Travax prepoteris, Supreme Court deployed the test of Travax prepoteris to come down to this conclusion, magnificent conclusion, that yes, in all cases, you cannot presume that all transactions which happens below the fair market value are wrong transactions or something to be looked with suspect. So, sir, now the point is this, whether KP Varghese, those prepositions or sage advices or sage guidance that Travax prepoteris has to be consulted and given due weightage holds the field today or not. I made some homework on that also, sir. What is the Supreme Court today's stand on this preposition, that yes, before applying some deeming provision, where the purpose of the law is to address the menace of tax evasion, their purpose of law has to be seen, and if there is no tax evasion present in the transaction, provision cannot be applied. This is the sharp preposition which I learned from KP Varghese. Now, there are 3 Supreme Court latest orders, sir, which you good self can also note, sir, and my viewers can also note, sir. There the KP Varghese test has been reiterated by the Supreme Court. I will go in LIFO's method, sir. Latestly, the Honorable Supreme Court, speaking through Justice Nariman, His Lordship Justice Nariman Saab, 3-judge bench in the case of Bangalore Club, This judgment has come in the case reported in 427 ITR 260, sir. 427 ITR, volume page 260. Sir, this is a 3-judge bench order of the Honorable Supreme Court in context of wealth tax provision. There, Supreme Court has reiterated that KP Varghese has to be applied in all those circumstances where we are discussing a provision which was meant to address tax evasion, and purpose of law has to be seen. And that has to be proved by revenue. Onus will be on the revenue. That is the Lordship says. 427 ITR 260, I am repeating. Bangalore Club. 3-judge bench order, sir. Justice Nariman Lordship Saab is the author. Now, I move to another order, sir, where Justice Ashok Bhushan Saab, speaking for the Honorable Supreme Court, in the case of Rajasthan State Electricity Board, reported decision in 424 ITR 704. 424 ITR, page 704, sir. The bench of Lordship Justice Ashok Bhushan, 424 ITR 704. There again, the Supreme Court reiterated the test of KP Varghese, sir, saying that if we, and it is an income tax order, saying that if you are applying to a taxpayer a provision which was introduced by the lawmakers for purposes of addressing tax evasion, then department has to prove first tax evasion exists, then only provision can be applied. That is the ratio of, in my humble understanding, of Rajasthan State Electricity Board, 424 ITR 704. Now, third ruling, sir, last, again Nariman, sir, Nariman Saab, His Lordship Justice Nariman speaking for Supreme Court, in the case of Sati Oil Udyog. Now, sir, Sati Oil Udyog was, I can say, is one of the orders which virtually reincarnated and gave the, it has been, KP Varghese has always been good law. But Sati Oil Udyog, sir, in my humble understanding, has been one of the important decisions, sir, which gave this point, if you are Income Tax Act, sir, and there is a provision brought for the purpose of tax evasion, provision does not say revenue has to prove anything, but if intent was to curb the tax evasion, then department has to prove tax evasion is there. That is Sati Oil Udyog, citation 372 ITR 746. 372 ITR 746. Sir, why I am telling, you can, when you conclude, I conclude, sir, you please also test my, kindly give your remarks on this. What is, in no case department, I have seen practically, sir, with humbleness, I am saying, the department never gives heed to this astute and sage observation. This is my sharp point, sir. They say provision hai, is there, language hai, you come in that language, we will literally interpret it and apply it. Now they don't want to go in this KP Varghese, Sati Oil Udyog, Rajasthan Electricity Board, and all these judgments and Bangalore Club. They say no, we will not prove anything. First, assessee has to prove that why he has done the transaction below the circle rate. I believe, where is the starting point? Where the line starts? Whether it starts from KP Varghese that revenue has to prove something more, just instead of mechanically applying and placing reliance upon circle rate, sir, is it not fair that to the taxpayer and the law, the department brings something more, which proves the case for application of this deemed consideration, or it can be applied just because literal language supports the department's understanding. So my perspective I have given, sir. It is my humble perspective that KP Varghese is very much important. And our tribunal, sir, various benches of the Honorable Tribunal, you will agree with me, concur with me, sir. Various tribunal benches and various high courts in today's scenario 50C and 56 has come down heavily. Rather, I will say frowned. You permit me to use this phrase, frowned. That they have frowned upon the department. Sahab, why you are using the circle rate, which is for the different purpose, and Income Tax Act is having a different preamble. Are two laws having the same preamble? And if you permit me, sir, with your permission, I am very happy to share. I have shared in some more seminars which I done on the institute platform, C Institute, sir. This is, I hats off to the Honorable Lordship Justice T. Shivangam Saab in Madras High Court. He has given one after the other, sir, 5 decisions in last 2 months, sir. 5 landmark decisions on section 50C, 56, today's topic. And he has made my task easier. And I will very happy with your permission to just regurgitate and reiterate all those decisions, because these are landmark now, I will say milestone orders, sir. Coming down very heavily, sir, Income Tax Act does not allow, or law does not allow department to blindly apply circle rate, to mechanically apply circle rate, to ipso facto apply circle rate just because transaction is below circle rate. I start with a reported decision, sir, with your permission. And this decision and other 4 decisions will be on the same line. And this covers even 56 wala part, sir, buyer part. And 50C also. Both parts are covered. 43C nahi abhi unke samne aaya, but 50C and 56 they have considered. I start Madras High Court, sir, where they have taken this KP Varghese thought forward now. The first decision I want to highlight, sir, to the audience, learned audience, to you, is Vumuddi Amrendran. Vumuddi Amrendran, 429 ITR. It is the latest volume, sir. 429 ITR, 97 number page. 429 ITR, 97. Vumuddi Amrendran. Sir, name I may be spelling wrongly. Vumuddi Amrendran. Citation is 429 ITR, 97. Vumuddi Amrendran, sir. Now, what is this order which Honorable Madras High Court Rao Sahab gave in the case of Vumuddi Amrendran? And this is a, sir, I say a locus, again a locus classicus for my academic understanding, that how circle rate should be approached as far as Income Tax Act is concerned. Sir, it was a fact where seller was saddled with a liability under 50C. And seller was always giving a grouch that I cannot be saddled with any tax liability just because my transaction is less than circle rate. And sir, he was also relying upon a point. This judgment is mainly on this issue. The safe harbor clause, which was introduced in 50C, you know, sir, later on, that 5% which was increased to 10%, and now for selected cases, they have increased to 20%. Initially, safe harbor was 5%, as I recollect. Later on, it was increased to Finance Act 2020, increased it to 10% safe harbor. And now the government, due to pandemic, has now for primary transaction of residential unit up to 2 crore has increased it up to 20%. Now the question before the Madras High Court, question of law, sir, in Vumuddi Amrendran was whether that safe harbor clause of 5%, etc., is to be given retrospective interpretation for the earlier years where 50C is applied, or it is to be applied only from the year when that safe harbor is introduced into the law. That was the neat question of law before the lordships of Madras High Court, Radhakrishnan. And while deliberating upon this question of law, they answered it in the favor of the assessee. I will come to that aspect just few minutes later. Sir, Honorable Judge Sivangam Saab, take it separately. Why is this that we are seeing that Income Tax Department wants to apply circle rate in every case where the transaction is below circle rate? And I can tell you, sir, paragraph number of this order, para 7 to 9. Paragraph number 7 to 9 are my key paragraphs, where his lordships has referred, Madras High Court has referred to a judgment of Supreme Court in Jai Lalita's case, to hold that department cannot, Income Tax Department, Revenue Authorities, sir, cannot import circle rate value ipso facto into the income tax assessment without something more that, yes, this is the actual price, or this is near to the actual price, or real price. Sir, this exercise and task, I believe, is lacking and missing on the face of it ex facie in number of cases. And that is where Madras High Court decision, I believe, Vumuddi Amrendran is the timely order, sir, which, and if it is not done, then they say the action of the department cannot pass the muster of the law. 50C addition will not be allowed to be sustained, because revenue has to bring something more. They cannot just say the circle rate is there, sir, then we are making the addition. That is, they have denied, sir. Madras High Court has denied it, sir. And also they have hold, sir, in this very order, that clause of safe harbor which was introduced later has to be given retrospective interpretation. Two preposition in the order, sir. One, that circle rate cannot be applied unless revenue proves something more, that the actual price is just equal to circle price. And secondly, the safe harbor rule introduced later on is to be given retrospective interpretation because it's a clarificatory amendment. To hold it is a clarificatory amendment, the Madras High Court lordships have relied upon two Supreme Court decisions, sir. One in Vatika Township, many of us are aware, sir. Vatika Township Constitution Bench Order 367 ITR. The citation of Vatika Township is 367 ITR 466 Constitution Bench Order. Vatika Township is applied, sir. 367 ITR 466 in Madras High Court order of 50C. Second judgment, sir, they have applied of Supreme Court is Calcutta Export. You know, 40 IA wala order. Calcutta Export. That is citation 404 ITR 654. 404 ITR, page number 654. So, sir, why I was saying that Madras High Court order is a landmark order, path-breaking order, or a very important order, significant order, sir, for today's colloquium and confabulation, that it is the decision which brings the point to spotlight, as my organizer have brought me in spotlight. This judgment has brought section 50C into spotlight, sir. It cannot be given the application in the way department wants it. That just because the transaction of an assessee is below the circle rate, then it cannot become a excuse to the revenue to apply it ipso facto. There has to be more scanning of the facts. Like I say, submit, sir, to my viewers. If it is a distress sale on the face of it, distress sale, we know there are distress sales, sir. So Madras High Court decision directly covers those cases where assessee is penalized or punished by this provision on the genuine cases of distress sale. I'm talking about genuine cases of distress sale. Why though in those cases you apply ipso facto circle rate? That is the question. And secondly, sir, there are 4 more orders. I told, sir, there are 4 more decisions which just, and by the pen of same Judge Saab, sir, by the pen of same T. Shivangam, sir, and he has authored more 4 orders, sir. He says the same thing in all these 4 orders, sir. Same line. Isab circle rate zyada hai, is more, and actual price less hai, no matter. You tell us something more. Sir, I am giving the name of those 4 orders. They are not reported orders. One can note it. You may bear with me. There are 4 Madras High Court decisions, one after the other. Sir, one is in the case of J. Nityanandan. J. Nityanandan. J. Nityanandan. And the date of its order of J. Nityanandan is 13th October 2020. Sir, I will send all these 5-6 orders to you in person, and Rao Saab, and you can circulate it on the platform, because these are very important today's discussion. 5 decisions of Madras High Court. J. Nityanandan, 13th October 2020 is one Madras High Court order of Justice Shivangam Saab. Second is, sir, Jagdishan Lavanya. Jagdishan Lavanya. Jagdishan Lavanya is 20 August 2020, sir. 20th August 2020. Okay, sir. And third one is, sir, Padmavati. Padmavati, 6th October 2020, sir. All these decisions, sir, Madras High Court of 2020, October and August of Justice Shivangam Saab is very categorical and pointed, sir.
Shivanjanam, sir.
Yes, Shivanganam. Yes, Radhakrishnan ji, right. You are absolutely right. Right, sir. Taken, boss. So the point which I was drawing home is, sir, that these 4 orders read collectively, sir, give the clear message that circle rate cannot be applied like this. Sir, in one of the case, in Jagdishan Lavanya, you can note separately, Jagdishan Lavanya was a case of a buyer where section 56 was involved. And it was also a special fact to be noted in this case with curiosity, sir, that Jagdishan Lavanya took a very interesting plea. Ki, sir, when I did the transaction, circle rate was more. But subsequently, government reduced the circle rate, sir. This is to be noted. And he says I should be given benefit of lesser circle rate. Madras High Court has approved tribunal order that yes, he can be given retrospective benefit of the reduced circle rate which happened subsequently by the government. So this is a classical decision, sir, Jagdishan Lavanya, from the perspective of the buyer under section 56 as far as circle rate is concerned. So, sir, this completes the chain, and there is a 5th decision of Madras High Court which Dr. Vineet Kothari Saab written, sir, Justice Vineet Kothari, his lordship, in the case of J. Chitta, 417 ITR 61. It is reported, sir. 417 ITR, page number 61. J. Chitta, sir. Radhakrishnan ji, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
J. Chitta. J. Chitta. 417 ITR 61, sir. Sir, Dr. Kothari Saab also said the same thing which KP Varghese said, which Justice Shivanganam sir said, and he said the department should try while applying 50C and 56, etc., to go near to the real consideration instead of confining themselves and contenting themselves with the hypothetical consideration. So I believe these Madras High Court decisions have been the, sir, very giving lot of succor and solace, much needed succor, sir. Now I come to another part of my point, second point of my discussion, sir, with your permission. Sir, I was reading this latest commentary of Datar, sir, on Kanga Palkiwala, which he has updated, which has come in 2020. And I would request and implore with sir, folded hands that the discussion of section 50C, if somebody has to read some very eloquent observation, the section 50C, I'm giving the page number of the commentary, sir. Latest commentary of Datar, sir. Page number 1441, 1441, sir. 14412, 1444. 1441 to 1444. These 4 pages on section 50C in the commentary of authoritative commentary of learned Datar Sahab. Sir, I don't have too much time. I could not read 4 pages in complete, but I can give the juice of it, which you also slightly shed the light on. Sir, his good self, Mr. Datar, has said in his book that although there are 2 decisions, one of Madras High Court and one of Bombay High Court, which has upheld the constitutional validity of section 50C. But he has said, he has given his own opinion that these 2 decisions are wrongly decided. And he has said why he believes, his good self believes, the legal eagle of the country, that these sections are unconstitutional. And he says that it is violative of Article 40. Although I'm not going on constitutionality debate right now. But he says that endeavor of the department should be to give an assessee a platform, a genuine platform where he can keep himself, yes, sir, I have done this transaction, I am a bona fide transaction, it is a genuine transaction, and there is no interference required in this by superimposing circle rate. Sir, that is Mr. Datar's view in this commentary. And department generally does not give us that platform, sir. That is the main problem. We have seen in our practical experience, sir, that when 148 comes, reopening happens, that is the circle rate. When assessment happens, we see the Rao Sahab, that addition is made on circle rate. And when penalty comes, sir, that is also circle rate. What is this happening, sir? Is circle rate like a gospel truth? I ask a question to myself. So my humble answer is this. Is it not? It is not like this. And Mr. Datar's commentary is, sir, is discussing this subject again in a very beautiful fashion. Or he has covered this from perspective of jurisprudence that yes, this section needs relook. Why it needs relook? Because they as such does not provide proper platform to the taxpayer to keep its point of view. So that is my humble submission for the audience, sir. Datar sir's commentary, sir. Now, sir, third aspect of my discussion, I discussed KP Varghese, Madras High Court decision. Second, I discussed Datar sir's commentary. Third point I want to discuss with your permission, Chairman, sir. Sir, there is a word which is used in all these provisions, 50C, 43CA, you will see, sir, and 56 deem. They are deeming something. 50C says that the consideration will be deemed to be stamp value in place of actual consideration, and there is a window for going to departmental valuation officer. I will come to that window also in a moment. Sir, deemed word. I made a lot of research for my today's seminar to give my views on what is the true meaning of the word deem. Although, sir, it is a word which has been given attention by Supreme Court in lot of decisions. But one decision of Justice Nariman, sir, my favorite judge, sir, his lordship. I got one judgment of his lordship, sir, Justice Nariman, sir. 3-judge bench order. It's a real estate case, sir. Pioneer Urban Land Limited versus Union of India. It's a very important order. Pioneer Urban Land Limited versus Union of India, 9th August 2019. Pioneer Urban Land Limited, I'm repeating, versus Union of India, 9th August 2019, Rao Sahab. Supreme Court of India, 3-judge bench speaking through Nariman, sir. Sir, paragraph number, in the last paragraphs, his lordship has explained para 76 to 84 can be marked, sir. Para 76 to para 84. Sir, he says, while understanding the comport and import of the word deem, one has to go into the context and text of the provision, the background, etc. Everything has to be taken on side. Then deem word can be given justice. You cannot give justice to deem word in a isolated manner if I submit like this. So Justice Nariman, his lordship speaking for the Supreme Court 3-judge bench, explaining the word deem, and he says it cannot be given enlargement unduly. Sir, we have seen those rulings coming from some high courts with great due respect, I submit. They are not decided correctly, or they should be reviewed, because there they have said that if section 50C can be taken to section 54F also. Meaning thereby, while computing the eligible amount of reinvestment, whether 50C can be made as a basis. Sir, there I believe, humbly submit, that Justice Nariman's order of Pioneer Limited versus Union of India can act as a helpful base to put our argument, sir, that 50C cannot be given undue extension or enlargement or expansion, which is given by some orders, with due respect. And that is my understanding also, sir. So what deem used in section 50C, etc., has to be given proper and due meaning, sir. It cannot be enlarged. Now you said a very important aspect, sir, that 50C uses the phrase land or building or both. Now this is the only phrase, sir. Land, building or both. Sir, if you permit me, I will like to compare section 50C with two sections of Income Tax Act. One is 54D, 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 D for Darjeeling. And second, sir, one is 54D and second is 269 UA. You remember, all of us are aware, many of us are. 54D and section 269 capital UA. I am now coming to that point, sir, which you said in chairman's address, that what is the legal status of applicability of these deeming fictions or provisions, 50C, etc., to the transfer of rights in building, like leasehold rights, like development rights, like booking rights, like property under construction, you said, sir, your good self, and so on and so forth. Now, what land or building and rights in land and building are two different type of capital asset. I believe there can be no difference of opinion on this. There should be no difference of opinion. Why I say, sir, 54D is a provision where rights in land and building are separately marked. 269 UA, rights in land and building, separately marked. But 50C, 43 CSR, rights in land and building are not covered. 56, even 56 section. So tenancy rights, leasehold rights, booking rights. So I am of the considered opinion, sir, on the basis of comparative analysis of section 50C vis-a-vis section 54 capital D and 269 capital UA, that these provision of 50C cannot be given wider interpretation. It has to be given stricter interpretation by their inherent nature. Meaning thereby, sir, in my humble understanding, the transfer of rights per se cannot be covered under the provisions of section 50C, etc. Sir, I want to flag two decisions. I don't want to burden my audience. Already I am a very case law savvy man. But yes, I cannot resist, sir. This is a case law subject. We have to go to the case laws. And you have to bear with me by noting these case laws. Two decisions have come, sir. They are unreported to my understanding. One is of our beloved Pannu Saab, the Vice President of Delhi ITT. He has authored it, sir. Delhi ITT order, Noida Cyber Park Limited, sir. Noida Cyber Park Limited. Am I there, sir? Noida Cyber Park Limited. Delhi ITT, and the date of order is 12th October 2020, sir. 12th October 2020. Sir, what is happening in this case is there are a lot of properties around our Delhi, Noida, which are sold on leasehold basis. And they are retransferred now. Department applies 50C again blindly because they see that stamp value is done, as you are saying. They say, bhaiya, stamp value is for other purpose. Income Tax Act 50C has to be given stricter interpretation. Land and building is a different capital asset. Rights in land and building is a different capital asset. So Noida Cyber Park, Delhi ITT says, sir, that leasehold right does not cover under 50C. And they apply or they refer back to your order, sir, Bombay ITT order of Atul Puranik. It is one of the oldest order, Atul Puranik, Bombay ITT. 132 ITD 499. 132 ITD 499, Bombay ITT. 132, Radhakrishnan ji, am I clear? 132 ITD 499. So, sir, Noida Cyber Park is a very important decision for all those people who are struggling with the 50C, etc. on leasehold rights. So, this decision is a very important order for leasehold rights, sir. Sir, second decision I find out in my study of November 2020 from Bangalore ITAT, where transfer of development rights was in consideration. Transfer of development right, sir, it is called as TDR, TDR. Transfer of development right Bangalore ITT decision name is Sir Swami Satyan. Swami Satyan. Swami Satyan, 2nd November 2020. Swami Satyan. Sir, Swami Satyan case, there was a transfer of development right. Department applied 50C and 56. It was a case of a buyer, 56 was applied. Then our learned member, Mr. Chandra Pujari Sahab, he said, after reviewing the entire law, that transfer of development right does not find place in section 56 and 50C. So, Noida Cyber Park, sir, plus Swami Satyan, the consecutive decisions of October 2020 and November 2020, although from IT-80, sir, but they are based on, I believe, right rudimentary and fundamental principle that deeming fiction cannot be enlarged. Now 50C uses the phrase land and building, then it means land and building, not rights in land and building. To cover my discussion, sir, I would also like to cite the table out a decision, which is an unreported order, but a landmark order, not much explored, from Delhi High Court by the bench of Justice Ravinder Bhatt Sahab, when he was in Delhi High Court, Justice Ravinder Bhatt Sahab. Sir, the name of the decision of Delhi High Court is Krishan Das. Krishan Das. It can be noted, Radha Krishanji, Krishan Das. Your name and this Krishan Das. Krishan Das. Sir, the date of order of Delhi High Court Krishan Das is 10th February 2014. 10th February 2014. And ITA number is, appeal number is 64/2014. 64/2014. I'm repeating, sir, Delhi High Court, Krishan Das, date of order 10th February 2014, appeal number 64/2014. Sir, in Delhi High Court order also, department was applying 50C on some rights in land and building, which Delhi High Court, while approving the underlying order of the tribunal, said and confirmed the tribunal order, sir. I believe this order, underlying order, was written by Reddy Sahab, J. Sudhakar Reddy Sahab. Now, sir, that order is given imprimatur by the High Court, Lordships of High Court, Delhi High Court. And they compared it with 54D. So, what I am submitting, sir, what you said in chairman address, you said about 4 or 5 rights, sir. One is resale of booking rights, under construction flat. Definitely, we can take a view on the basis of all these decisions and jurisprudence that they are not covered here, sir. Yes, some decisions, I would be fair to the revenue side. Yes, some decisions have come in their favor also, sir. There are revenue favoring decisions also. But to my understanding, if I go by the wisdom of Justice Nariman in Pioneer case, sir, how to interpret a deemed word, then I believe there should be it should not detain us for long that these rights in land and building should not be covered in this deeming fiction, sir. The next 4th aspect of my discussion, sir, is after this thing which I have discussed, sir, is the reference to departmental valuation officer, sir, DVO. Now, sir, only lifeline which I find in this decision, Shivram sir, is, sir, only lifeline, in name of lifeline. I will say, and I will elaborate what I want to say. They say ki if assessee wants to dispute, contest, or repudiate the applicability of circle rate, then he has to claim. Word used is claim. I want to shed light on claim. Claim before the officer, assessing officer, that this matter may be referred to departmental valuation, who is officer, who is an expert in the matter. Sir, the first point is this: what is the ideology behind this provision of giving window to refer to DVO? Sir, ideology is this, that circle rate should not be ipso facto applied. It should be tested on the anvil by some expert, that he can see whether that is the fair market value or actual price is the fair market value. That is the fight, na? So, sir, that can be resolved by reference to an expert. That is the message I believe the legal provision gives. Sir, what is happening, I want to give, I have your view also later, sir, on this, that when we request the department, sir, what is the meaning of the word claim? How can I claim to the AO that I am not to be treated by circle rate? How can I claim? There is no format of claiming in 50C and 56, etc. 43 CA. My question is this, sir, to you. If I say to the AO in the assessment, sir, I have not done transaction on circle rate, my actual price is my right price, is it not claiming that it should be referred to DVO? Denial itself, I am of the opinion if I deny as a taxpayer that I have not done this transaction on this amount, I have done the transaction fairly, genuinely, bona fidely on the amount given in the deed, sale deed or sale agreement. Sir, whether that itself is sufficient to refer the case to DV on the part of the officer? Or there is some manner I should use more elaborate words, separate letter, something more should be done. It should be verbose or loquacious. So my observation is, sir, when I read jurisprudence of tribunal and various benches, that denial itself by the taxpayer that he has not done the transaction on the circle rate is sufficient for the assessing officer to invoke the reference to DVO. That is the point which I want to keep for your erudite sir, observation. They sometimes say, you do not plead in this format, you did not plead in this format. Arey sahab, I am saying I have not done this transaction on this amount. So, although there are various decisions on this issue, sir, but when I made a larger analysis of the jurisprudence, sir, I find one decision from the Bombay ITT, sir, which is just a 1 month old order. And I believe my viewers can note this order if they have to understand the nitty-gritty of DVO reference in 56 and 56. It was a 56 case, section 56. Sir, Bombay ITT case name is Mohammad Ilyas Ansari. Mohammad Ilyas Ansari Sahab. Mohammad Ilyas Ansari. Income tax appeal number 6174 6174 Bombay 2017. Date of order, sir, 6th November 2020. 6th November 2020, Bombay ITT. Section 56, subsection 27. Name again, I am repeating, Mohammad Ilyas Ansari. Sir, this is a very large order, very big order. I want to refer paragraph 24, 25, 26 of this order, sir. 24 to 27. Para 24 to 27. Sir, both the aspects of circle rate applicability are discussed in this order. One, whether revenue has brought any indication of on money, and if not, whether circle rate can be applied. Answer is no. Second, if assessee has requested to the AO, sir, please refer my case to DVO, and still he has not referred, sir, then tribunal says addition will be deleted, no remand back, second inning will be given. Chairman, sir, please note this point, sir. Some benches in the country today are setting it aside and some are questioning it. And this I say with humbleness. What is happening, sir? The fact is this, I prayed to the AO, please send my case to DVO. AO never sent it, applied 50C, 56, sir. CIT appeal deleted it. Department comes in appeal to the tribunal and says, sir, you please send it back to the AO now. We will now refer it to DVO. Is it permissible? Can the department plead for second inning? That is my humble question to my learned audience. Answer should be no. That is what this learned Bombay bench, after considering the entire conundrum of the jurisprudence, they say we will not give second inning. So that is also an aspect of the matter, sir. Failure to refer the DVO at the assessment itself is a fatal to the addition or not. In my humble opinion, yes, it is fatal to the addition itself, sir. So that covers my another point, sir. How we should go about reference to departmental valuation officer. And sir, I can submit, I am not a valuation man. I don't know how immovable property should be valued. But when I was surfing on the internet, I found a unique order, Radhakrishnanji, from Hyderabad, ITT. And I say, sir, it's a unique order. And you will agree how it is unique. Malab, sir, it is a golden order. If you allow me to submit like this. And why I say, what is the name of this order? The name of this Hyderabad tribunal order is, sir, Ajay Kochar. Ajay Kochar's case. Radhakrishnanji, it is a special order. If you will read it, you will really find it special. Ajay Kochar. Date of order is 23rd May 2018. 23rd May 2018. Ajay Kochar. Appeal number, ITA number is 1066. 1066/Hyderabad/2017. Respected Chairman, sir, this was a case of Ajay Kochar, sir, when he sold some property which was under huge encumbrance and litigation. And definitely department as usual applied mechanically section 50C. When the matter landed to the tribunal, sir, I would hats off to the counsel of the case. I learned from his wisdom.
he brought a book of the Income Tax Department on guidelines for valuation of immovable property 2009. The name of the book is Guideline for Valuation of Immovable Property 2009 is a compilation by the department. Guideline for Valuation of Immovable Properties 2009 was the book which counsel placed in this case before Hyderabad bench of ITAT. And sir, he said, sir, in this book it is written, if a property which is sold is an encumbered or litigated property, 30% standard deduction has to be given. 30% standard deduction, sir. Sir, and tribunal asked the department, is this book okay? Yes, sir. It is our book only. And then say, what you have to say on 30% deduction? They say, sir, abhi kuch nahi keh sakte. Sir, tribunal allowed 30% deduction on the basis of this persuasive guideline of immovable property valuation 2009. That where property sold is a encumbered property, assessee concerned has to be given 30% standard deduction. So that is why Radhakrishnan ji, I was saying it's a special order. Sir, this book I later on find out. What is there in this book, sir? In this book, all the best methods which are available on this earth to value a immovable property are given. It's a 300-page book. And I don't know why, sir, when Income Tax Department applies in our cases 50C, etc., why not they allude to this book, this learned book, this magnanimous book, or magnum opus? Sir, this book, I never found in my practice. The department itself refers to this book. Although this book is a very learned book, whosoever has made it, when I studied it myself, sir, I find all the best methods of valuation of immovable property, land and building are mentioned in this. And if somebody goes to this, then justice will be done. Circle rate will not do injustice. Anyhow, that is one thing, sir. Now we come to the another aspect of my discussion, sir. Sir, with your permission, Chairman, sir, this is also a very, very typical case which is happening nowadays. Sir, what happens? Supposingly my mother has mutated the property in my name just because she is an old lady and she says ki beta I can't go to get the registry done, but whenever property is sold you do the registry and transfer on my behalf, sale deed executed on my behalf. Now in mutation I never got the property transferred to me. It is a simple mutation, sir. An attorney is given to me, you can say otherwise, power of attorney. Now sir, when property is sold and my name is coming as transferor in the vendor, department mechanically issues 148 and the notice is in my name and makes addition in my hands. I am a power of attorney holder. I am merely a person in whose favor mutation is just done. Can I be saddled with the liability under 50C? Why this problem comes, sir, as you told in the chairman address? Because they go by that registrar details. They go by that registrar details in which my name is coming as vendor. Sir, how is it possible that I am the transferor of the property to be assessed on capital gains? My mother is there, sir. Mutation does not give any transfer, sir. So there are a lot of power of attorney cases, sir, where the department is treating power of attorney as equivalent to transfer. I summarize like this, or mere mutation as transfer. In my humblest of humblest understanding, sir, power of attorney can never be treated as transfer by itself, sir, ipso facto, when there is no transfer of ownership rights as such. And there are 3 Supreme Court decisions and 1 High Court decision I will allude, which proves my statement, sir, that power of attorney is a transfer nahi hota hai, sir. Power of attorney does not make any transfer itself. Supreme Court order in case of Suraj Lamp. Suraj Lamp, sir, you know, this is a landmark order, Suraj Lamps, 340 ITR, page number 2. 340 ITR, page number 2. Radhakrishnan ji, 340 ITR, page number 2. Second decision is, sir, sorry. Second decision is, sir, Shisha Sai. One can refer to this also, Shisha Sai. This is the latest order of Nariman Saab bench. Shisha Sai Steels. 421 ITR, page number 46. 421 ITR, page 46. And Karnataka High Court decision is there, sir. Wipro Limited, Karnataka High Court Wipro Limited. 382 ITR, 179. 382 ITR, 382 ITR 179, Karnataka High Court Wipro Limited, sir. And all these are mentioned in the Agra ITAT latest order in case of Chetram. Agra ITAT case of Chetram by Shri Lalit Kumar Sir, member Honorable JM Sir. Chetram, date of order of Chetram is 22nd September 2020. Chetram's case. Chitram case is 22nd September 2020, sir. Agra ITT. Sir, what I wish to convey by this proposition, that just because an information has come from registrar of properties and department without applying mind to that, just go by the verbatim information, and that is, I believe, not in accordance with the standards of the law. They have to apply mind. I see a lot of 148 cases are done on wrong basis, sir. Because what they do, the information comes, they record the reasons in the hand of the wrong person, and they assess the capital gain in the hand of the wrong person. And it is not, in my humble opinion, sir, it is not right, sir. Now another point I want to switch over, sir, which you just said in the chairman address, your good self, sir. Interplay between section 45 subsection 3 and section 50C and 56. Sir, it's a very interesting interplay. When you said me, na sir, ye topic rakhna hai, I later on realized the beauty of it when I studied the interplay of these three sections, sir. 45 subsection 3, I written somewhere, 45 subsection 3, yes, and then 50C and 56. One aspect of the case study is like this, sir. I am a Kapil Goel, individual. I transfer the shares of a company, private limited company, as capital contribution to a firm where I become a partner, introduced as a partner. I'm repeating, I am Kapil Goel, sir, individual who is holding the shares of some company, private company, and I transfer them, sir, as capital contribution when I am inducted as a partner in the firm, sir. There are two hands. One is firm and second is partner, sir. Now, I take the firm first, sir. What is happening, sir, in a first of its kind analysis by an order, a firm received shares of a company. Now, let us say they recorded one particular value, sir, X value, in the books, while crediting the partner's capital account. Sir, what the department said to the firm, sir, you have received capital contribution. They say, yes. You have received shares of company. Yes. You have credited the lesser amount than the fair market value prescribed in Rule 11U, Section 56. Yes. Then department says, you are saying yes, yes, yes. Then 56 is applied to firm hand, sir. It's a classical case, sir. Well, firm is receiving shares of a company as capital contribution, and firm is saddled with the tax liability under Section 56 on the premise and hypothesis that firm, the value credited in the partner's account and the fair market value of the share, there is a difference. And department applied 56, sir. Sir, our beloved, I have serious regard for this honorable member, although all members are regardful, but this is having a special regard, M. Bala Ganesh Shah. Now, he has written a 76-page order, 76-page marathon order from Hyderabad ITAT, Radhakrishnan-ji, Hyderabad bench of ITAT. Radhakrishnan-ji is smiling. Sir, the name of the Hyderabad ITAT order is Sri Lekha Business Consultancy. Sri Lekha Business Consultancy. Sri Lekha Business Consultancy. Sir, the facts, Chairman, sir, the facts which I told are the facts of this case. There was capital introduction in the firm of shares of a company. Department applied Section 56(2)(7)(a). 56 subsection 2 Roman 7A in the hands of the firm. Now, Bala Ganesh Shah, sir, written a commentary on Section 56(2)(7)(a) in this fact situation. And he discussed entire labyrinth of relationship between the firm and the partner and why 56 cannot be applied in this manner to 56 to the firm. He discussed the entire labyrinth and litany of the jurisprudence, sir. And the fine conclusion of the Honorable Bench of Hyderabad ITT in Sri Lekha Business Consultancy, the date of order is, sir, 4th November 2020. 4th November 2020. It's the latest order, Radhakrishnan-ji, 4th November 2020. Paragraph number 18. 18. Para 18. Sir, in this paragraph, the bench has said that firm and partner are one and same, and they went up to Sunil Siddharth Sarabhai. And the ultimate conclusion of the Honorable Bench is 56 cannot be applied to firm like this, and 45(3) will be only there. And what is 45 subsection 3, sir? You are telling. When a partner brings his capital asset to the firm, then capital gain treatment in the hand of the partner is discussed in Section 45 subsection 3. But department here is taking an innovative route. They are applying 56 to firm for differential. artificial difference. I'm saying like this. Tribunals jettisoned it, rejected it, discarded it. Sir, I believe Bala Ganesh sir's view is absolutely right. I go with his erudite, humble view. As far as partner is concerned, you told that Mahavir Singh sir's order, VP Saab order, in network construction case, where Mahavir Singh Saab, in the case of network construction, speaking for Bombay bench of ITT, sir, has pithily and lucidly held that 45 subsection 3 cannot be outweighed by 50C, because 50C is a general provision and 45 subsection 3 is a special provision. Sir, there are a lot of jurisprudence on this point, that a general provision will remain general and special provision will be given special weightage. So I go by with that remark and your view, sir, that as far as partner is concerned in this case study, and as far as section 45 subsection 3 is concerned, it cannot be superimposed by 50C. Because my understanding of the law, basic understanding goes by this principle, sir, old age principle, that special provision will prevail over general provision. And there is one view by GL Manjunath sir also. I remember the order, it's coming in my mind. Amar Raja batteries, Amar Raja something. Amar Raja, it is a reported order, sir. AIFTP ka bhi aaya tha, sir, general mein kahin. There it is said by Manjunath sir also, GL Manjunath sir, that 45 subsection 3 cannot be outweighed by 50C section, sir. Lucknow ITT Carlton Hotels is a, Lucknow bench is a different judgment, sir. It's having a dissenting view. But I believe Supreme Court says deeming fiction again has to be construed strictly, cannot be construed liberally, and rights in land and building. I have said that thing, sir, those things already. So 45 subsection 3, sir, is a special provision, and 50C is a general provision. It cannot be overridden by that, sir, as you rightly said. And 56 section I have already, and sir, this Hyderabad ITT order is special for more reasons also. It discusses the word receive. What is the meaning of the word receive in section 56? What is the meaning of the word consideration? All these things Bala Ganesh Saab discussed very, very eloquently in Sri Lekha Business Consultancy decisions. Now, sir, I come to another aspect, which I was just discussing, sir. Your remarks on this also are required because Bombay High Court Justice Akhil Qureshi has given a negative order or reverse order on this. Sir, the fact is this, that I am a Kapil Goyal, seller of a property. I sell it, let us say, for 100 rupees. And circle rate, sir, is 200 rupees. I want to purchase reinvest it in the another residential house. Question is this, I have to reinvest 100 rupees or 200 rupees to get exemption from full capital gains. Justice Qureshi's order, I would like to pinpoint to the audience, sir, humbly, in the case of Jagdish Dabalia. Jagdish Dabalia is an adverse order against the assessee of Bombay High Court, Jagdish Dabalia, 262 taxman 453. 262 taxman, sir, page number 453. Justice Akhil Qureshi is the author. Section 54 EC versus 50C was interplay was there, sir. 54 EC versus 50C. Sir, this judgment of Bombay High Court, Jagdish Dabalia says that for purposes of investment of capital gains in the bonds, in this decision, deemed consideration has to be reckoned, not the actual consideration. With due respect to the lordships of Bombay High Court, I go back again to the Justice Nariman's view in Pioneer case, sir, that this is not the right way to interpret deeming fiction, sir, in my humblest and very respectful, venerated submission, sir. So I believe, sir, only that amount should be required to be invested, which is the assessee getting. Because why I make my submission, sir, there is a legal maxim which we have learned. Lex non cogit ad impossibilia. Law cannot ask a man to do an impossibility. It is a settled law. Sir, how can I be asked to invest something which I have never received? And that is the fulcrum of my proposition. That for interplay between 50C and 54F, etc., 54F, etc., purpose only actual consideration has to be reinvested, sir. And I go back to that proposition, law cannot ask a man to do an impossibility. And this is told by the Bombay ITT in the bench of R.V. Ishwar Saab and J.S. Reddy Saab. Bombay ITT in the case of National Aviation. National Aviation is a landmark case, sir. National Aviation, Radhakrishnan ji, mark this order. 137 TTJ 662. 137 TTJ 662. That, what is the implication of legal impossibility, sir? 137 TTJ 662. Sir, I am of the opinion that, humble opinion, that 50C cannot be taken to 54F, etc., sir. That is my point of view, sir. Now, you also, sir, Chairman, sir, you also told something about this family arrangement and settlement, sir. Sir, there are two decisions which came to my study in my preparation of seminar. One against the SECI, one in favor. I will discuss both of them. And both in context of whether when a person receives something in family arrangement, whether it can be brought within the purview of section 56 to 10 as it is right now, 56 subsection 2 10. Now this point, I repeat, whether something which is received by an SSE in the family arrangement, family settlement deed can be brought within the purview of section 56 subsection 2 Roman 10. Sir, that is the point. Now, first is this, sir, genuineness of family arrangement and settlement. If genuineness of family arrangement and settlement is not proved, onus is on the SSE, then you go. Then matter ends. So first thing I understand as a student of law, genuineness of family arrangement and settlement is sine qua non. If family arrangement and settlement by itself is not genuine, sir, Chairman, sir, then how can the SSE take shelter of this proposition that family arrangements are not giving rise to transfer? That is the second stage. First stage is the genuineness of the family arrangement and settlement, and this aspect is highlighted in an adverse order by Delhi ITT, latest order, sir. I will tell the name of this order, sir. This is a latest order of Delhi ITT argued by our senior advocate Ajay Bora Saab, sir, and bench of Bhavnesh Saini, sir. The name of the order of Delhi ITT is Soni Sonu. Soni Sonu. Naam is, sir, Soni Sonu. Soni Sonu. The order case name, Soni Sonu. And date of order is, sir, 28th September 2020. 28th September 2020, Delhi ITT. Sir, entire law on family arrangement is discussed and assessees are given sage advice by the bench of ITT Delhi that family arrangement should not be made only with the primary objective of tax planning. Tax planning can be a secondary objective, bench says, not I, sir. And first objective should be genuine family settlement and second objective can be tax planning. That is the bench observes of Mr. Bhavnesh Saini Saab in the case of Soni Sonu on family arrangements. Now, he himself has written an order, Mr. Saini Saab, sir, where he has said, his good self, if a Kapil Goyal is receiving something in the family settlement, can he be brought under 56? He says no. He says because family arrangement is genuine and department has not controverted the genuineness of family arrangement, so Kapil Goyal cannot be brought within the jaw of section 56. That is Delhi ITT order in case of Govind Kumar Khemka. Govind Kumar Khemka. Radhakrishnan ji, Govind name. Govind Kumar Khemka. Date of order 16th September 2019, sir. 16th September 2019. So what I am submitting, Chairman, sir, family arrangement, first we have to make, they have to be genuine. They have to stand on the terra firma of genuineness. Terra firma of genuineness has to be there. Now, if genuineness is established, sir, family arrangement, then yes, they are neutral. They should be tax neutral. They should be revenue neutral, sir. And that is my humble submission, sir, as to your learned point, sir. Now, sir, one more thing came, sir, to my mind when I was reading this, when I was preparing, sir, for this seminar, sir. One thing more came to my mind. What is the relevance of agreement to sell versus sale deed, sir? This is a point which is again a legacy issue. What is the difference between agreement to sell and sale deed? We all know Transfer of Property Act distinguishes between these two things. Agreement to sell of a immovable property and final sale deed, sir. But what is the weightage of agreement to sell, sir? And this is from the perspective of that point, sir, I am discussing. Is stamp value rate, if it is lesser on the rate of agreement and higher on the rate of sale deed, then agreement date, we can pick up the circle rate. Now, the leading law on the weightage of agreement to sell is discussed by Justice Anil Dave, his lordship, in the case of Sanjeev Lal versus Income CIT. Sanjeev Lal versus CIT, sir. 365 ITR 389. 365 ITR 389, I believe, sir, is a landmark order that agreements create some right in the favor of the vending by the vendor. But yes, it is not final. It is not equivalent to sale deed, but yes, it has evidentiary value. So, sir, I was just looking from this point, what is the form of agreement so as to take the advantage of the lesser stamp duty? Law never says that this should be the format of the agreement. So, in one decision, tribunal has gone up to this point that booking right and booking letter is equivalent to agreement in that law. Booking letter is a agreement equal to agreement for purposes of taking advantage of lesser circle rate. Am I with you, sir?
Yes.
So Chairman sir, that my humble point is this: agreement to sell from perspective of lesser circle rate should be given a wider and a liberal interpretation, keeping in mind the dictum of Honorable Apex Court in case of Sanjeev Lal versus CIT 365 ITR 389. So I think the time is running ahead of me. I am always a very mic loving man, so I don't know how the time passes. So with your permission, I would rest my voice here and give mic to you, sir, for your concluding remarks and the audience of the learned query. Whatever I know, sir, with your permission, I will share, sir. Thank you, sir. Pranam, sir.
Thank you, Kapil Goyal ji. Thank you for your excellent presentation despite of your health condition. I request our session chairman, Dr. Shivaram sir, to give concluding remarks. Shivaram sir.
In fact, the Kapil, in fact, beginning only I mentioned that this is the, in fact, I am obliged to, Satyanarayan and chairman. This is the learning, I learned a lot from your elaboration, with some of the points which I have never thought earlier. This will be, that is how the process of learning. So in fact, I am obliged to you, not that is, I am.
Sir.
But only let me share with you one thing, that the Chamber of Consultants Mumbai, I challenged the provision of 56. So that is pending for Bombay High Court. We don't know that what will become. Some of the issues that may be solved when the order comes from that. We don't know what will be the outcome of that. I think I'm.
Yes, sir. I read that, sir. Ujjal Boyan Court, sir. Justice Ujjal Boyan Court. Yes,
you are right. You are right. Now you know that as regard as you rightly pointed, the power of attorney. In fact, let me share with you that one important point with all the participants also. The drafting of the agreement also very important.
Yes, very.
Anytime we have come across, all these drafting done by the solicitors, they may not be much conversion taxation law. Then, suppose you are confirming party. Many times if you don't write, you are only confirming party and your PAN number is given. If we have come across Mumbai, some of the cases, though is confirming party not receiving any money, everything transaction that because its PAN number is there, they also get the notice under the income tax. Simply send the notice to them. You have done some agreement, and we have come across the case. Some transaction done 15 years back. Now bank went for the final conveyance. Now the person who is already sold it earlier, but still they are issued the notice under that. So that shows that sometimes how important the subject it is. Of course, we are having the shortage of the time. I don't know whether you're able to, because as the time schedule is also very important. We are already 3:15. I think we will not able to answer some of the questions. I think that is the only. With this, thank you, Kapil, once again for elaborately discussing all the issues. And there could be number of issues. I do agree with you. This is subject of development, and I think the organizer, Mr. Rao, is there. He may organize some more seminar only on this subject. Then they will call Mr. Kapil Goyal to once again some specific issues. And with this, thank you very much. Thank you once.
So definitely, sir, we will have a very good number of programs with Mr. Kapil Goyal.
Yes,
but he's very easily accessible person. We love him. Thank you, Kapil ji. Now I request our Mr. Sri Radhakrishnan to propose hearty vote of thanks to the learned speaker and chairman.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Satyanarayan ji. We have traveled a very distant distance of case laws through our scintillating talk of our Mr. Kapil Goyal, and the enlightening chairman has enlightened in every respect. I am really amazed at the level of case laws which our speaker has dealt with today. I thank from the bottom of the heart both the chairman and the speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And also the chairman and also the national president, Mr. M. Srinivasa Rao, and all the organizers of this particular seminar. As our chairman has said that this is a rare topic which is to be discussed. I am really immersed about that. Thank you. Yes, sir.
This,
You can talk.
this topic is well taken, sir. Would like to have some more lectures by Sri Kapil Goyal, sir. And I would like to share something. This is we traveled a lot. Mr. Radhakrishnan has told that traveling lot. Bombay to Delhi, we have traveled. Bombay chairman is from Bombay, and the speaker.
Throughout India, we have traveled.
Thank you very
It's
much,
a
sir.
wonderful journey we had with him, very peacefully.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So kind of you.
Sir, we have been judicious. Rao sir, we have been judicious with our that judgments also from all the parts of the country.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And one more thing, this entire lecture, this lecture is shared with YouTube also today.
Thank you.
Thank
there
you.
will be more vision over your this thing. Thank you.
Thank you all for this session. We'll take a break and we'll reassemble at 3:30 p.m. for third technical session of the day. Third technical session of the day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay,
Thanks a lot. Dr. M.V.K. Murthy, Supreme Court Advocate from Hyderabad, and Sri Vikram Nankani, Senior Advocate from Mumbai. The topic is important advanced rulings and judicial pronouncements under GST. The topic given to these two the speakers are very pertinent at this at least present circumstances, because so many lot of notices are being issued by the department. A lot of issues are coming up, and before going into the session, I request our Mr. P.S. Joseph. He is the secretary of the Kerala Tax Practitioners Association, to brief us about activities of Kerala Tax Practitioners Association. Over to Mr. Joseph.
Good evening, you all. Respected Chairman of the Convention Committee, P. Survasa, our zone leader, M.V.K. Murthy sir, National President, Nigidama, Respected Chairman, S.N. Prasadji, and other respected leaders, and the Chairman-elect for 2021, our most vibrant leader, Sri M. Ganeshan, and all other respected leaders, best wishes from KTPA, Kerala Tax Practitioner Association. KTPA is a prime tax practitioner association in Kerala state. Now, recently affiliated to All India Federation of Tax Practitioner Association. We are also a member in state level grievance committee. And we have members throughout the state of Kerala. We have 14 district committee and 42 taluk committee for the well functioning of the association. We conducted so many programs for the welfare of the association, not in education field or brochure field, other social activities also. One of which we have to disclose here is that there is a 12 days webinar series program, in which at least about 12 eminent faculties interacted with the members. And in last day, there was a questionnaire session in which most of the about 10 faculties interact with our members and answer their questions. And one thing more, we also provide financial aid to needy members in corona pandemic situations. One thing more, we are publishing a magazine, Tax Advisor. Tax Advisor is a magazine, it's a monthly magazine published by our association. It reaches the members and also to the dealers in the state. Now, we have a great pleasure because our leader, who was the past Malappuram district president, thereafter state secretary, and thereafter state vice president, thereafter general secretary of KTPA, and thereafter past president of our association, who now elected as the president or chairman of South Zone for the year 2021. And this is a great pleasure moment to Mr. Ganeshan to be the president of the South Zone. And I assure you, as a General Secretary of KTPA, all support to All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, especially to achieve the membership goal of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners. And I conclude, with a word of thanks to all the eminent leaders of all the Federal Tax Practitioners, especially Prasad ji, Sita Rao sir, Amberendraji, ji, Satyaranand ji, and Murthy sir, Vikram ji, and all the eminent leaders from the part of our association, Kerala Tax Practitioners from Kerala. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You please keep doing the good work what you are doing. Thank you very much. Now I request our Mr. Ganeshan to introduce today's session's chairman and speaker.
Thank you. Thank you for the privilege, sir. I am privileged and blessed to introduce one special leader who did not require any introduction before the Indian tax professionals. He was born in the year 1950 in a well-educated family. He had his school and pre-university course at a small town in West Godavari district in Andhra Pradesh. He was graduated in commerce in Loyola College, Vijayawada. Did degree in law from Andhra University and post-graduation in law from Nagpur University. Did post-graduation in English literature from Banaras Hindu University. He enrolled at the bar in 1978. He was awarded doctorate degree in international law in the year 1984. He has been practicing since 1978 in Hyderabad High Court, tribunals and various other high courts. He had argued many cases in Andhra Pradesh High Court as well as other high courts, both in direct and indirect taxes matters. The judgments rendered in his hand necessitated several amendments to tax law and the rules. From 1997 onwards, he has been continuously to appearing before the apex court as arguing counsel in various branches of law comprising of direct and indirect taxes laws and constitutional matters and service jurisprudence. It is interesting to notice that as his instance in the effective justice delivery system, the Supreme Court in 2013 amended the Supreme Court rules, especially touching upon the court to be structure. Great leader. He is none other than our blessed leader, mentor, past president, Dr. M.V.K. Murthy Aru. I proudly introduce him. Thank you. Next, I wish to introduce the eminent and enthusiastic today's speaker, Vikram Nankani. Mr. Vikram is a designated senior advocate. He is an Indian qualified lawyer at the bar since 1986 and completed LLM from Government Law College, Mumbai in 1988. Vikram has started his career with Wadia Gandhi and Company, a legal firm in Mumbai, and in 1988 joined the chamber of Mr. Ashok Desai, former Attorney General of India. Between 1986 and 2003, Vikram sir appeared as counsel in variety of matters concerning commercial dispute, corporate matters, economic offences, and criminal cases, tax, shipping, and arbitration. He is a fellow of Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, London. Vikram sir was the partner in economic laws practice from 2003 until his designation as senior advocate in September 2014. Vikram sir headed dispute resolution practice in economic law practice. Vikram sir is acknowledged by Legal 500 as a leading individual practitioner in dispute resolution and litigation in India. He also regularly appears before various high courts and the Supreme Court of India and has, to his credit, several landmark judges rendered by the courts that have been reported by various authorities, journals, and reporters. Vikram sir has also been invited as an expert lawyer on various occasions, including in Singapore court and arbitration proceedings. Vikram sir has appeared before various regulatory authorities in India dealing with foreign exchange cases, electricity, competition, foreign trade, security market, etc. Vikram sir has more than 350 reported cases to his credit. Vikram sir has also appeared before several international arbitrator tribunals. Today's speaker, Vikram sir, I sincerely welcome today's speaker, Vikram sir. Thank you. Thank you, Satyanarayana sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ganeshan. Sir, Murthy sir, chairman of session, kindly take over proceedings.
Good afternoon to all of you. Very nice introduction has been given of me by my friend Mr. Ganeshan. Thank you, Mr. Ganeshan.
Thank you, sir.
I also welcome today's speaker, Mr. Vikram Nankani, a senior advocate from Mumbai, who has got a long rope of introduction. I really congratulate him. The way in which today's topic has been crushed goes to show that the GST law, which is a 3-year infant, has been the cause for creating several advance rulings and the judicial pronouncements touching upon those rulings. It's a really wonderful era of a great revolution in indirect tax laws. Friends, advance rulings. What is the necessity for advance ruling? And how does it help a taxpayer to fulfill the very purpose of going before an authority? Friends, we all know that disputes between the tax department and taxpayers is a perennial phenomenon. And in Indian environment, the authority for advance ruling has emerged as an important quasi-judicial system providing important rulings in tax matters. The advance rulings help the taxpayers in planning the activities liable for payment of tax well in advance. So, advance ruling is a written interpretation given by an authority constituted by the government under the particular statute. My experience with the several counterparts elsewhere in the universe, in many countries, the concept of advance ruling has been introduced for existing taxpayers. And as far as our country is concerned, the idea first was pioneered in the year 1993 in direct tax laws, offering a forum to non-residents for resolving questions pertaining to proposed transactions. And later in the year 1999, this concept of advance ruling was also further extended to certain indirect tax laws, namely central excise and customs. And in the year 2003, it was also extended to service tax. Subsequently, with a view to promote ease of doing business, the government at the center decided to merge the advance ruling authority for income tax, central excise, customs and service tax by necessary amendments made to Chapter 19B of the Income Tax Act. Therefore, the history so far has witnessed 3 ways that were perceived for the purpose of advance ruling. Firstly, the consensus between the parties. But over a period of time, it was proved most impracticable. Secondly, adjudication, as of now recognized process, is proved to be expensive and a time-consuming one. And the third one, advance ruling on the questions involving the substantive issues are settled as quickly as possible. Being a new concept meant for speedy resolution of the issues involved. And earlier, in the beginning of 1993, it was restricted to non-residents only. Thereafter, it was enlarged to cover non-residents, residents dealing with non-residents, residents involving a tax liability of 100 crores and above, and fourthly, public sector companies. And these particulars are relevant provisions are sections 245 N to 245B in the Income Tax Act. As far as the relevant provisions under GST is sections 95 to 106 of the CGST Act. Now, a question very often used to be triggered is as to what is the necessity for advance rulings. And as we have seen, over the time, the tax laws have been so complex and complicated on account of many amendments, several case laws, and many other notifications, circulars issued by the revenue. If we look at Income Tax Act contains, it is the only act that has fully utilized the alphabets. Then for every section, there is an explanation, provisos. Added to that, circulars issued by the CBDT. And so also is the same case with the erstwhile Central Excise Act and thereafter the service tax laws also. So the confusion that has been created has been further confounded by the changes that have undergone to various laws. Therefore, to avoid litigation after conclusion of the tracks, the government has set up the Institution of Authority for Advance Ruling. And the World Trade Organization Agreement on Trade Facilitation signed on 6th December 2013 at Bali, Indonesia, under Article 3 made it also obligatory for the member countries to have mechanism of advance ruling. The authority for advance ruling is instituted as a mechanism to prevent litigation, plan tax liability, and ultimately to generally foster a business-friendly environment. Friends, from the bygone era of laws dealing with central excise, VAT, service tax, the concept of issuing advance rulings has been grandfathered into GST regime. GST is a major watershed in the constitutional history of India, making a transformational change in indirect tax landscape of the country by virtue of 101 Constitutional Amendment Act 2016. The Parliament as well as the state legislative were given concurrent power to make laws with respect to GST imposed by the Union or the respective states, with the preservation of exclusive power with the Parliament to levy IGST on interstate trade or commerce. Thus, the GST, unlike the earlier times, brings with it the concept of pooled sovereignty, wherein both center and states have decided to share their sovereignty in the matter of indirect taxation for the benefit of the national economy. And unlike other statutes GST fortunately has also provided an appellate forum also for resolving the issues issued by the advanced ruling authority. Therefore, under the earlier VAT laws, the advanced ruling mechanism was nothing but a departmental apparatus. Friends, on the international scenario, the advanced ruling authority is usually a part of the tax administration itself. For example, in Australia, the Commissioner of Taxes issues the rulings in Canada. The Canada Revenue Agency is responsible for issuing rulings and interpretations in respect of taxes and duties on goods and services. In UK and South Africa, advanced rulings are provided by Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs and SARS advanced ruling system respectively. Thus, we have traveled to way back as to the prevailing and prevalent times when the advanced rulings are given in other countries and the introduction of that concept in our country and how it has developed from direct taxes to indirect taxes and further transformation into GST. And GST, as I have stated, with 3 years of its existence, it has caused and created a lot of issues because with the distortion in the rates of tax, there is always an opportunity susceptible to classification of goods or services as the case may be. So on rate differences, many rulings were sought for by the applicants, and that is the reason the advanced rulings issued under GST are being now published in law journals also, and against those rulings people aggrieved by, they have gone to the judicial forums also for inviting the rulings. Now the learned speaker and senior advocate Vikram Nankani will be touching the subject very extensively and with all citations and instances. And I hope that the participants would have the opportunity of optimum benefit and value addition from out of his speech. Now I request Mr. Vikram Nankani to commence his speech.
Thank you, respected Dr. Murthy. My colleagues, the new president-elect, Mr. Srinivas Rao, Mr. Satyanarayanan, and my friend Vijay Keval Ramani. It's always been a pleasure to revisit the platforms set up by this association. I must admit, it's a great learning experience for me personally, apart from sharing my views with you, the opportunity which I can't just miss. My presentation today, which will be soon put up on the slide, will surprise you. That's largely because you will find some critical parts of the topic given to me edited, and I have taken the liberty because of certain justifications which I, as a true and an honest advocate, must present before this audience. And that is the omission of advanced rulings in this topic. Dr. Murthy laid the background and the foundation of the importance of authority of advanced rulings in other jurisdictions such as Australia, Canada, UK, etc. Our law has had its own bash with the authority for advanced rulings. To a large extent, the authority under the Income Tax Act had achieved a great degree of success and robustness. But Of late, especially during the GST era, it has been some form of a dismal performance. I, therefore, for 3 or 4 reasons, decided to take this position in my hands and restrict myself to the court decisions rather than advanced rulings. One is the time constraint, because there are so many of them, each state virtually churning out a number of advanced rulings. Second is very few of them really lay down the principles of law, and there is no objective or dispassionate consideration of the legal provisions. And it is, although it meant to be a part of the department, but the bias towards the department is very writ large on most of them. And thirdly, I take the point that these authorities are meant to be housed within the tax administration. But in our country, the courts have taken a rather pro-judiciary view in the sense that we now have it from the Supreme Court, even as recently on the 27th of November 2020 in the Madras Bar Association latest version judgment, that with increasing tribunalization and the law being relegated from courts to tribunals and departmental functionaries, there has to be a judicial trained mind who should form part of every such platform or association. And this is also the view which the Supreme Court is going to consider very soon in the context of the electricity law. As you would probably be aware that in August, the Supreme Court stayed all proceedings before the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission constituted under the Electricity Act 2003. And that commission is a regulator and part and parcel, although constituted under a statute, is seen as an extension of the government's voice and ministry, and there are also commissions at the various state levels. Nonetheless, the Supreme Court considers it important to ensure that these regulators also have a judicial mind or a judicial brain sitting behind it. While I do appreciate the qualitative difference between an advanced ruling authority and regulatory commissions who are set up under the statutes for specialized domain expertise, in principle, I do not see why the same yardstick should not be applied to authority for advanced rulings. And therefore, I think it's a matter of time where the sum total of the law laid down by the Supreme Court in the various judgments, including, as I said, in the recent Madras Bar judgment delivered on the 27th of November 2020, and the pending case in the context of electricity regulatory commissions, that why there should not be some degree of judicial control in the constitution or composition of the advanced ruling authorities. Failing which, I think there will just be mundane churning out of decisions, and that's not going to augur well and will defeat the very purpose of having an advanced ruling, which is so very important and so very necessary when you have a new law and you want to ensure that at the initial nascent stages, there is minimum litigation. And if this august body, which is, I always have found to be the voice of the tax practitioners in India, should take this up as a cause and ensure that before this institution of advanced ruling authority really loses its significance, it should be given the necessary impetus by streamlining its composition. Having said that, and given you a self-serving justification why I have not included the AAR decisions, let's move on to look at some of the key decisions in the context of GST. I must say that in contrast to the advanced ruling authorities, when one looks at the judgments of various high courts and maybe one of the Supreme Court which I can remember, we find that many of these high courts have taken a very proactive approach to say that this is a new law. There is no point in just admitting a writ petition and let it languish for years and ages to come. They have taken upon themselves to give out of turn attention to the issues which have been raised. And that's the reason why we have quite a few decisions and judgments by the various courts. If I were to go to my presentation, and I'm sorry, I'm technically challenged and I will not be able to share this with you, but I'm sure there is somebody, I think Vijay is going to help me with this uploading of the presentation and the slides. Would someone please put up the presentation?
Ravi?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is just the index, a short index of the case law, important case laws, which I thought I will cover. Let me move on first straight away to the next one, next slide, which is Mohit Minerals case. This is not the Mohit Minerals judgment that one should confuse, which is with the Supreme Court Mohit Minerals case. That was a case in the context of the compensation cess. Having remembered that case of Mohit Minerals, and while that is not on the slide, let me very briefly cover that aspect. There, the issue before the Supreme Court was what is the nature of the compensation cess? Because if that was supposed to substitute the loss to the state governments, which they had otherwise would have reaped if the GST had not been brought into place. What is the nature of that cess? Is it a part and parcel of the GST regime covered under Article 246A, or is it something else and different? And the Supreme Court said, no, this is part of Section 18 of the 101st Constitutional Amendment, and that it was in character different from GST being a temporary tax measure. How temporary it is and how long will it stay, it's only time which will tell us and provide an answer. So let's come back to the lesser known Mohit Minerals judgment, and that's the judgment of the Gujarat High Court, where the issue was whether IGST was leviable on freight which was paid to a foreign ship owner or a service provider. And there the Gujarat High Court examined what is the nature of this transaction, which is essentially between two persons situated outside India. So they are beyond the taxable territory, where the consignor or the seller of the cargo generally engages a ship owner to carry the cargo from the place of export to India. And in that context, the court examined that the nature of the transaction was such that the service was being rendered by the carrier or the vessel owner to the person situated outside India, and that there was no recipient of services within the taxable territory, namely India. And in that context, the court held that the importer of the goods could not be said to be a recipient of supply, and he would therefore not be liable to pay the IGST on the element of freight which constituted part of the CIF value. It's another aspect that basic customs duty would have to be paid, but that is a different ball game altogether. That's an issue of Section 14 of the Customs Act. Insofar as IGST is concerned, there had to be a supply within the meaning of Section 7 to a person within the taxable territory who would be the recipient, and only in such situations would the IGST would be payable. Examining that the contract of carriage was between the seller who was outside of India and the ship owner who is also outside of India. So both the supplier and the recipient are outside the taxable territory. Merely because the goods arrive into India or are destined for India at the time when the supply is made would not give the authorities the jurisdiction to tax. As we all know, in the famous landmark Supreme Court judgment in the IHI, which was rendered under the Income Tax Act, The Supreme Court said for the government to levy tax on any subject in India, there must be territorial nexus. Territorial nexus is essential to establish the power to tax. Now, in the context of IGST, the question was whether the fact that the goods are ultimately imported into India and land and mixed with the land mass of the goods in India, whether there was sufficient taxable connection between the goods and the power to levy the tax. And in this case, the Gujarat High Court said that no, since the recipient is the key and critical part of this whole levy, if the recipient is not within the taxable territory, no tax could be levied or charged, even under the reverse charge mechanism. And if you see the next slide, please, even under the reasoning was that even under the reverse charge mechanism, this was not possible. And the court also then examined a critical difference between Section 68(2) of the Finance Act 1994, which was the service tax law, and the present provisions of GST, and held that in such a situation, there being a difference in the language, where the powers to transfer the liability, these are very critical words, that under the old regime, when you talk of reverse charge mechanism, what the Supreme Court says, that even if the taxable event is service, that service tax liability which is normally on the service provider, because he is the person who triggers the taxable event. The Parliament had enough powers to transfer the liability from the service provider to the service recipient. Absent this power and absent such a mechanism which is available under the IGST Act, the tax could not be collected from the importer of the goods. So this is the reasoning, and as I said, if you go to the next slide, you will find that the court did examine the concept of a CIF contract. CIF contract, as you know, stands for cost, insurance, and freight. And in a CIF contract, the title passes to the seller, from the seller to the buyer, depending on the terms of the contract, the moment the documents are presented to the bank. So the seller has to ensure that the goods are loaded on the vessel. Once the goods are loaded on the vessel, and he obtains a bill of lading, and bill of lading being a document of title. The document of title, if it is endorsed in favor of the buyer then becomes the owner, and he pays for the goods. But all these factors were held to be irrelevant for the purposes of IGST, because at the end of the day, the short question was, is the importer in India the recipient of the service or recipient of a supply? And if he was not, and the contract of service was between the carrier and the seller or the consignor of the goods, both of whom were outside India, that contract was consummated and concluded outside India, and the receiver of the goods in India could not be liable under the reverse charge mechanism. We then come to a very recent judgment of the Gujarat High Court, which is the case of Cosmos Films. The reason why I have picked up this judgment is not only because it is one of the recent judgments, but it also because it has generated a lot of controversy. And currently, it is one of the closely investigated cases by DRI all over the country. And it affects a very large section of the importers and exporters, especially, who avail the benefit of the advance authorizations for the purpose of import and export the goods under rebate under Rule 9610. Now, we all know that under Rule 9610, there was an amendment which was made first in October 2017, followed by a second amendment giving it retrospective effect in September of 2018, to say that if a person chose to export goods under rebate and claim a refund under as a part of the zero-rated supply by virtue of exemption under Section 16 of the IGST Act, Then Rule 9610 introduced a disqualification. The disqualification was that if such an exporter has availed the benefit of the customs notification or a deemed export notification in receiving the inputs, in receiving the supplies of the raw materials, then he could not be eligible for the rebate claim or export under rebate under 9610. Now, this, of course, the challenge to the retrospective amendment and to the amendment per se was taken up in the Gujarat High Court. And the Gujarat High Court held that the amendment was valid. The restriction which was put in the form of no benefit or the dual benefit could not be availed was a valid restriction. It was not hit by Article 14 of the Constitution of India. And not only did it uphold the validity of the amendment, but also upheld the retrospective application of that amendment. I must say a large number of decisions, especially of the Supreme Court in the context of vested rights, in the context of retrospective operations of tax law, some of these very good principles have been laid down in Vatika Township, another Supreme Court judgment. Unfortunately, seem to have skipped the attention of the Gujarat High Court, and therefore we find that today this judgment really, while holding the retrospective application, has come down very hard and hit the general section of the importers and exporters as far as the advance authorizations are concerned. Of course, it also gives rise to another debatable question as to whether who has the jurisdiction to demand the return of the benefit. I mean, who is the one who will now investigate and demand the tax? Is it the customs authorities who allowed the import under advance authorization, or is it the GST authorities who have granted the refunds under 9610? There has been an explanation which has been introduced in March 2020, and that explanation has been noticed by the Gujarat High Court. And the explanation says that if someone were to pay IGST on the inputs as imported into India, then the benefit of 9610 refund would be available. Now, this explanation, in a sense, tries to balance out, but does not answer the question that today, those who do not avail the benefit of that explanation and do not pay the tax on the inputs, the IGST, then who would be the competent authority to demand the tax? That reminding me, therefore, of this Gujarat High Court judgment in the context of Cosmos. On the other hand, the Gujarat High Court had, in a very different sense, given benefit to the same section of the SSE when it struck down the condition that there has to be prior import in the context of advance authorization for you to get the benefit of IGST. And that rule was struck down. But unfortunately, this time, the SSEs who were part of this judgment were not extended the same benefit. The third judgment that I refer to is the judgment of the Madras High Court in Trans-Tolan Story Afcons joint venture. And this was a case where the challenge was to the provisions of refund under Rule 89.5 and the virus of Section 54 insofar as it excluded the component of credit of input services from the definition of net ITC in the formula prescribing for refund of the unutilized credit in an inverted duty structure. But the Madras High Court held that Rule 89 was valid. There was no constitutional challenge which could be mounted on such a rule, and upheld it. The Madras High Court, of course, observed that the positive judgment which was rendered by the Gujarat High Court did not consider the proviso to Section 54.3. to that extent, there is therefore, they said that we need to take a different view, an independent view, and analyze the relevant provisions before concurring with the Gujarat High Court. The reasoning which was adopted by the Madras High Court was that Section 54 enables a registered person to claim refund of the unutilized credit. But the words used in the provisions make it abundantly clear that unless the registered person meets the requirements of subsection 3(1) or subclause 3, no refund would be allowed. So therefore, it came to the conclusion that the intention of the legislature was not to identify the source from which the input goods and the rate of tax thereon, but the words credit has accumulated on account of would not have been introduced. So therefore, the Madras High Court view was that the proviso to section 54(3) does not merely set out the two cases in which the registered persons become eligible for refund of an unutilized tax credit. It in fact performs the larger function of also limiting the entitlement of refund to credit that accumulates as a result of the rate of tax on inputs being higher, which is the inverse structure than the rate of tax on the output supplies. It is in this context that the Madras High Court upheld the constitutional validity and said that inputs would be confined to its plain legal meaning and would not include input services. And in fact, they analyzed the entire scheme and said that the legislature has used input and input services separately and distinctively wherever they intended to do so. If the legislature has distinguished between the two words, it would not be open to the judiciary to read into the words input of services or input services when the plain language did not admit of any such interpretation. The next judgment which I have chosen, and this is a judgment that I have chosen because there is a lot of heat which is generated today as a result of a lot of coercive action which the GST authorities have been often resorting to. Of course, I do not for a moment say that the tax authorities have to overlook contraventions of the law and do not and cannot take action if warranted by law. But yet, what started off with bogus invoices, circular trading, no movement of goods and credit being taken, is today really reached another level where the hard end stick is being adopted in virtually every case, and the courts have been reluctant to pass orders of no coercive action, which they were otherwise pretty liberal at looking at, because these are issues which involve personal liberties of the assessee. We know that in many of these cases, the credit has been taken only on the basis of the tax paid by the supplier. And yet, with no loss to the revenue, certain coercive measures have been taken. Now, one such case which has recently been decided by the Gujarat High Court is the case of Vimal Yashwant Giri Goswami, where the argument was the same, that there is no loss to the revenue. Why, therefore, take the criminal action under Section 132 of the CGST Act, or Section 69, which deals with the power to arrest. The court analyzed the past judgments, and this is important because if one looks at the scheme of the Act, there are both cognizable offenses and non-cognizable offenses. And there is no definition of these two expressions, cognizable or non-cognizable offenses, under the GST Act. These expressions are found defined in the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973, the CRPC. What was the law until the GST was introduced? We know that these provisions of arrest are found in most economic offenses, and also more particularly in tax laws. In the past, the issues did go right up to the Supreme Court, and that judgment is the case of Om Prakash, which I have referred to in the slide thereafter after this, and I'll come back if required. If you see the last bullet, there is a judgment of Supreme Court in Om Prakash. In Om Prakash, which arose out of the Central Excise Act and the Customs Act, the issue was whether the authority could arrest a person and without following the provisions of the CRPC with regard to cognizable and non-cognizable offenses. I don't want to convert this into a lecture on criminal procedure code, but suffices to say that under CRPC, if it is a cognizable offense, then what is really required to set the criminal law machinery into motion is the lodging of the FIR under section 154. Likewise, if the offense is non-cognizable, then one needs the authority or permission of the jurisdictional magistrate before the investigations are started. And the same applies also to the power to arrest, whether you need a warrant or not, depending on whether the offense is cognizable or non-cognizable. Then, of course, the other issue which is related, which comes up, is whether the offense is bailable or non-bailable. Again, giving a very high-level bird's eye view of what the provisions are. Sorry, will you just please go back to the Gujarat High Court judgment and remain there, please? No, back. Sorry, we'll have to go back. But Ravi, will you please go back, please? Yes, thank you. So the offenses are again classified into bailable and non-bailable, and obviously non-bailable means it's not that you will not be granted bail, but you can only be granted bail by the court, whereas in a bailable, the officer who arrests you, the investigating officer, can grant you bail on the spot. Now, the issue which came up in Om Prakash then was decided in favor of the assessee to say that the classification which is made under these tax laws of cognizable and non-cognizable will be resonated in under the CRPC, especially because section 4.1 and 4.2 of CRPC will have some relevance over there. And if there is no definition under the economic offenses or the tax laws of these two expressions, then they will borrow the meaning as given in the CRPC. In other words, what ramifications did it have on the authority and power of arrest under the tax laws? The ramifications were that the tax officer could not arrest in case of a non-cognizable offense without first obtaining approval from a magistrate under section 155 of CRPC. And similarly, a tax officer could not have initiated investigations unless he filed what is known as the report, which is again popularly known as FIR. If you see section 154 of the CRPC, there is no expression used like first information report. It is merely an information report. First is a popular expression which has got attached to this word, and that's how you get the abbreviation FIR. But meaning thereby that a similar procedure akin to FIR, so that there is some degree of judicial control, because we know that FIRs are required to be filed before the magistrate. This is to introduce a system of checks and balances, so the authorities concerned do not take the law into their hands and do not misuse this high-handed power of disturbing personal liberties. I can share with you recently, I've come across cases where I've had the occasion to advise and also to appear, is that we have seen that in many cases, multiple authorities are initiating parallel investigations in respect of the same dispute, same contravention. So you could have somebody sitting in Mumbai, authority sitting in Central Authority, GST authority sitting in Mumbai, which is conducting the investigation. And then you have some other authority, the local authority, initiated investigation on the same assessee for the same period for the same offense at the state level. I like the expression which Dr. Murthy used, pooling of sovereignty and pooling of sovereign powers. This is exactly what the fabric of the GST is supposed to be. But unfortunately, at times when one sees that how this is on ground, how this is really respected or not respected, one does find that there is no really pooling of these resources and the pooling of the exercise of power. It is really pulling them in different directions. There was another case where a particular investigating agency started investigations simultaneously in Chennai, Hyderabad, and Indore in respect of the same assessee for the same offense. So, I'm sorry. So the question therefore is whether you will this law which today the Gujarat High Court has laid down, whether this would have a wider ramifications and would result in more such disparities than what we are seeing at the ground level. And then move on to another one. The next decision in Refex Industries. In Refex Industry, the question was where the credit is due to the SSC, payment by way of adjustment on the delayed payment of tax. The interest would be levied on the net liability, tax liability, or the gross tax liability. We, of course, now know that the section 50 has been amended. There is a proviso which has been given effect to in August of 2020. But the contrary to the recommendation of the GST Council, this has not been given retrospective effect. But regardless of whether this is given retrospective effect or not, if we go to the next slide, we'll find that section 50 of the CGST Act talks about payment of interest on the tax amount which the government did not receive, or there was a delay in receiving the tax. Now, the argument is that if the fundamental principle of interest is based on the concept of restitution, then interest is a compensation for the loss of the use of the money over a period of time. In other words, interest is a function of the time for which you were deprived of the use of the money. If we look at the other provisions of the GST Act and the scheme under 41, 49, etc., we would find that if there is an ability on the part of the assessee to pay the pay the tax partly in the form of debit to the credit account and partly in cash, what really the assessee is doing is he already has the credit accumulated in his account. That is the money which represents the payment of the tax by the supplier to the government. In other words, the government has already collected that tax. It has received the pound of flesh that it should have received because the supplier has paid that tax to the government. The recipient has taken that as a credit. So long as it is lying as credit in the books of the assessee, the government has received the money and making use of the money. So the government has not been deprived of the money which is lying into the credit account of the assessee. If that be so, where is the justification on first principles? Forget Section 50, forget the amendment, forget the GST Council. But if you just follow from JK Synthetic line of cases to all the other judgments which have dealt with what is the meaning of interest and whether it is the tax laws or some other laws, it is, as I said, and it's a concept which is based on an equitable principle of restitution. And if the government has already received that money, there is no reason why, of course, the government should then pay collect interest. Thankfully, this time the CBIC was very proactive, and immediately after bringing into force the proviso by a notification in August of 2020, issued a press release to say that we are not going to recover the interest with retrospective effect on the gross amount, and have kept all the matters or directed the field formation by issuing of a circular to keep all those matters in abeyance till they come up with a solution. We look forward to this budget for a solution to see whether we can really give it retrospective effect in the manner as recommended by the GST Council. This is a slide which gives you that how the executive has for once come to the rescue and issued administrative instructions on the 18th of September 2020 to see that interest is only collected on the net tax liability. There are other issues which we find have engaged the attention of the courts under the GST laws. Recently, there has been a conflict of decisions on one important area of GST, and that is with regard to the time limit for filing the Tran 1. We all know that Tran 1 is a part of Section 140, which is the transitional arrangements under the CGST Act. And this is to migrate the legacy credit under the old regime into the new regime. Rule 117 did provide for 6 months' time to enable this migration to happen. And therefore, the cutoff date was 27th of December 2017. There were two types of issues, one the legal, the other technical. The technical issues was that many of our friends and assessees found it difficult to uphold the returns. There were problems with form, there were problems with technology, and net many assessees had a hardship in uploading this on time. So that is one set of issues. The other was with the power of the government to prescribe a time limit of 6 months. Could the government have put through the rules under 117 a deadline of 6 months? The argument being that under the rule-making power which the government had, they could only prescribe the form and manner in which the Tran 1 was to be filed, and not the time limit within which Tran 1 was to be filed. This is ultimately what found favor with the Delhi High Court in the case of Brand Equity Treaties Limited, where they struck down this time limit of 6 months to say that Section 117 cannot really introduce a time limit because the power of the government was confined only to prescribing the form and manner in which the Tran 1 credit could be taken. This judgment of the Delhi High Court, and if we can go down 3 or 4 more slides, has today to be seen in the context of a retrospective amendment, which is there. I have put it down in bold into that colored bracket, colored portion, that this impact of this has to be examined now on account of the retrospective amendment to Section 140, subsection 1, which has been introduced on the 16th of May 2020. Whether this will be challenged, as I said, Vatika Township line of cases is to be applied, not applied. One more round of litigation is bound to follow based on this retrospective amendment. But in the meantime, while such challenge is again taken to the courts, the Bombay High Court seems to have taken a view which supports the revenue's contention. And that is in the case of Nelco Limited, where the Bombay High Court upheld the constitutional validity of Rule 117. And the Bombay High Court said that although one of the specific rule-making powers talk about form and manner, really speaking, these words have to be given a very liberal meaning, especially because under Section 164 of the CGST Act, the rule-making power is very wide, and therefore the Bombay High Court said in NELCO that the 6 months time limit is valid and constitutional. It did not get into the equity part of the cases and said that is for the government to consider whether there was any problems in terms of technical issues or glitches or any other procedural aspect. The court said we are confining ourselves only to the legal issue, and the legal issue being the constitutional validity of the 6 months time limit, that the court found there was nothing wrong in that time limit. On the next page, of course, I have given you a bird's eye view of the judgments on Tranvan, Willowwood, the first judgment of the Gujarat High Court, which also upheld the time limit and said that 180 days is not ultra vires the act. And then there are other judgments which, like the Delhi High Court, ABP Pal Electricals, which directed the government to open up the online portal so as to enable the petitioner to file the form electronically and accept it manually before 31st of December 2019. So these are, as I said, these judgments, subsequently L&T of the Kerala High Court, all these are cases which are based on equity, because in each of those cases, on a fact-specific prevailing position, the court came to the rescue of the assessee because of the technical hardships and said that the assessee cannot suffer if the system could not support the filing, and thereby they had came to the rescue. But in terms of law, the legal challenges were considered in these two judgments, as I said, NELCO of the Bombay High Court and the brand equity judgment of the Delhi High Court. So friends, this is an evolving law, and every now and then we find that the new law will receive multiple interpretation, and especially within the federal structure that we have, where we have courts at state level. And of course, then now when it says state level, there's an interplay of the powers of the center and the state, and then the Supreme Court, which completes the hierarchy in the administration of justice. It is nice and healthy that you have conflicting views initially so that the law is thrashed out threadbare. And in fact, that's what the father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi, said, that honest disagreement is a good sign of progress. My only difficulty is that if this disagreement will take time to be resolved, the assessees cannot be left in a lurch. GST, yes, is a new test which we adopted. It's a paradigm shift that we adopted. We have completed almost 3.5 years, but it's a long way to go, and the road ahead is really long. I always have believed and will continue to echo the same thoughts that I have been doing it at all public fora, that if this tax is implemented or given effect to in a systematic manner, in a disciplined manner, it could get reduced to a pure compliance practice, as has been seen in more mature jurisdictions, some of whom were mentioned by Dr. Murthy. With these thoughts and on a positive note, I conclude my presentation today. Thank you for being a very patient audience, and I will hand it over to the host.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nankari sir, for elaborately explaining the issues in the GST, which are resulting into judicial pronouncements. I request our session chairman, Dr. M.K. Murthy, to give concluding remarks.
Satyanarayana garu, any questions, sir?
No, sir. No, sir. As of now, no.
All right. So, while summing up my remarks on the topic that has been very efficiently and ably handled by Senior Advocate Vikram Nankani, a very beautiful and eloquent speech on the subject with a great command and authority. And sometimes he has also referred my observations made in my initial speech. He has dealt with, the learned speaker has dealt with several judgments of various high courts concerning the issues often arise under IGST, especially on ocean freight, who has to pay the GST, whether it is a service provider who is situated outside the taxable territory, or is it the recipient of these goods from abroad. So these are the issues very often arise. And at the end, Mr. Nankani was pleased to observe that divergent opinions, different views in legal parlance, and the decisions of the judiciary definitely would tend for a stable, viable, and authoritative judgments, at least from the apex court. And as far as the technical glitches in uploading the returns, we have seen several cases filed by way of writ petitions in various high courts across the country, keeping the or considering the equitable principle. The high courts have been granting the prayers of the SSEs, directing the authorities to open the portal, or if the portal is not to be opened, receive the returns manually, because there is no fault on the part of the SSE. And in most of the cases, the SSEs before the high courts in the writ petition, they have filed certain screenshots also to satisfy the court that on account of the technical glitches continuously occurring, they were unable to upload the returns. But by and large, we must appreciate that the citizens, the taxpayers in the country are always happy to comply with the provisions of law, but on account of the compulsion that under GST law, everything has to be only on electronic uploading, and throughout the country to enable the SSEs to upload their returns or replies for the notices and receipt of the or service of the orders, then uploading the appeals also through electronically. The system is not so capable. The portal, common portal, is not so capable of accommodating all the SSEs throughout the country. Thereby, the SSEs have experienced a lot of glitches in the process of uploading the returns and other things. So, keeping in view such technical glitches, the revenue has also given several notifications as well as orders extending the time for uploading the returns. I also remember that the time for Tran 1 was extended up to 31st March 2020. And they said that because of the technical glitches. So government on one hand, it accepts the technical glitches and grants the extension of time. And also in certain cases, of course, afterwards they have waived. Late fee was also collected. And I see some reasonability as far as Delhi High Court, Bombay High Court and Gujarat High Court to say that only question of law will be looked into while exercising the writ jurisdiction under Article 226. And as an accepted principle, there is no equity in tax. Nevertheless, the courts have to the rescue of helping the SSEs to upload the returns only for the benefit of the revenue. Because if I am not allowed to upload the returns, there will be failure on the part of the state to pay the taxes due to the government. So in the interest of the revenue, the government has come up with the extension of time as well as the very object of the high courts coming to the rescue of the assessees for permitting to file the returns. It's only in the interest of the revenue. And when once by rule 117 of the CGST rules or section 140 of the CGST Act, providing for carrying forward the ITC from the earliest erstwhile regime. And once you have agreed in principle that you will allow the ITC to be carried forward, in my opinion, there shall not be any hitch or hiccups in the process of claiming that statutorily available transit relief. Friends, the speaker has also touched upon the presently burning topic as far as the interest is concerned, and many matters are before various high courts. Of course, high courts have granted stay, and department has also been filing a vacate stay petitions along with the counter. But the instructions given on 18/9/2020 is only to the field formation staff, but they are not given any instructions or directions to the standing counsel in the High Court not to press for vacating the stays. This is also one aspect that is required to be looked into. But anyway, whether a notification will be given in near future to give retrospectivity to the amendment made in August 2019, or it will have to wait some more time, or in the meanwhile the courts will decide the batch of cases before various high courts, and ultimately they may say there is also possibility that the high courts may say that the amendment, whatever amendment has been made to section 50 is only a clarificatory one. Therefore, it can be applied from retrospective effect. So let us wait for the judicial decisions, and also let us wait for the wisdom of the executive CBIC to give a notification in the near future to give retrospective effect, so that some kind of litigation can be avoided. Friends, you are all, I hope that you are all benefited by the educative speech of senior advocate Vikram Nankani, and it is really a mind-boggling speech that goes to the benefit of all the participants here. And I once again congratulate Mr. Nankani for his elaborate and explanatory speech that has been given in the benefit of the fraternity. I once again congratulate him, and I am also thankful to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to chair the session. And I look forward in future also to go jointly with Vikram Nankani in some other seminars and some other platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we have just received one question. Will I ask whether a return filed under section 47 of the CGST is valid or not? If valid, why they are not allowing ITC?
No, if the return is filed under section 47, with that means a return where there is a late fee involved. Is that the question?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Now, yes, that is something which again I suppose will have to be examined and tested in a court of law. It's a deterrent provision. It's a penal provision that in such a situation, because the return is filed late and although filed with late fee, whether the credit should be allowed or not. Now, all these are matters where the competence, legislative competence of the government is to be tested, because while on one hand we have certain case law that credit once taken constitutes a vested right of the SSC and nobody can deny him and it's indestructible in that sense. There is on the other hand a pool of cases which say that this is a privilege which is granted by the government, and the government can, while exercising its powers to grant such privilege, can impose conditions. So that is something that I suppose is to discourage people from filing late and filing it in time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for, first of all, on behalf of our organizing committee, for accepting our request and sparing your valuable time and sharing your valuable knowledge. Now I request our Mr. Ganeshan, Vice Chairman, AIFTP Southern Zone, who is incoming chairman, to propose hearty vote of thanks.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, sir. Today's session is a third session. We had wonderful session by Dr. Nankani, Dr. Murthy sir, and Dr. Vikram Nankani sir. They have shown very good citation and everything. It was a wonderful explanation by the Vikram Nankani sir. Today's program, this is the last, I think it is the last session of the program. So I have to thank to everyone who participated in the inaugural session also. Our Honorable Governor of Telangana has inaugurated the program, and also our Justice, Honorable Justice also participated. Very eminent and experts and leaders, great leaders have participated in the our inaugural session. Thereafter, we had a session with our great second session was a very good one, and this is the third session. Tomorrow we had a very good sessions also. We had apart from this, today we have 7 o'clock. Today we have a musical night, wonderful musical night to less the pressure, our stress and pressures. We remove everything. So today we have to meet in the musical session. Before that, I thank everyone, especially Dr. Murthy sir, for your wonderful presentations and with us guiding for us, and Vikram Nanak Advocate sir, thank you for your wonderful presentation, and Mr. our upcoming National President Mr. Srinivasa Rao, and our coordinator Satyanarayana ji, and the upcoming Secretary General. Thank you for all the participants who are the very bad, the even big one. Thank you for all. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Ganeshan. That, as said by Mr. Ganeshan, today's cultural event, we have already posted the login details in the WhatsApp. I request all the participants to join and enjoy the program. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
See you all tomorrow at 9:30 p.m.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll have our fourth sectional session at 9:30 a.m. Another important sessions, Mr. ML Patodi ji would be the chairman of session, and CS Venkatramani from Bangalore would be the speaker. I request all members participate in that. Thank you all.